Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. If you like to do this, or that, or even that, and you want to stay with it, Emery's got your back, or your shoulder, or your hip, or your knee. Our sports medicine specialists treat more world-class professional and college-level athletes than anyone else in the state. We'll treat you like a pro and get you back in play. That's the Emory difference. Make an appointment at emoryhealthcare.org/sports.
Start your weekend with me, Buck Bellew, and Kelly Kroll. Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Alongside Charlie Culberson, Ben Ingram here with you. Gorgeous day here at Fenway South, JetBlue Park in Fort Myers, Florida. Time now for the starting lineups. We'll start off with the visiting Braves. For the Braves, this is Grapefruit League game number 27. 3 left to be played after today. The Braves come in with a record of 18 wins, 6 losses, and 2 ties. And leading it off for the Braves, right fielder Eli White. Batting second for the Braves, second baseman Ozzie Albies, and hitting third, first baseman Matt Olson. Batting cleanup for Atlanta, third baseman Austin Riley. Hitting fifth, switch-hitting catcher Jonah Heim. Batting sixth, the DH Kyle Farmer. Hitting seventh, center fielder Michael Harris. Batting eighth, shortstop Mauricio Dubon. At the bottom of the order, left fielder Jose Azocar batting ninth. And on the mound, the former Red Sox and current Brave Chris Sale. He's making his 5th start of the spring. Left-hander is 1-0 with a 3.29 spring training ERA. So again for the Braves, White, Albies, Olson, Riley, Heim, Farmer, Harris, Dubon, Azocar, and Sale on the mound. Those are the Braves. Now for Alex Cora's Red Sox. They have a record of 12 wins against 13 losses. They'll lead it off with their young star, left fielder Roman Anthony. Batting second, shortstop Trevor Story, and hitting third, the DH Wilson Contreras. Batting cleanup for Boston, center fielder Jarren Duran. Hitting fifth, third baseman Caleb Durbin. Batting sixth, second baseman Andrew Monasterio. Right behind him, batting seventh, right fielder Wilyer Abreu. Batting eighth, first baseman Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Batting ninth, catcher Carlos Narvaez. And on the mound, the Red Sox ace, big lefty Garrett Crochet, 6'6", 245 pounds, making his 4th start of the spring. He's gone 1-1 with a 5.79 ERA. So again for Boston, it's Anthony, Story, Contreras, Duran, Durbin, Monasterio, Abreu, Kiner-Falefa, Narvaez, and Crochet on the mound. Behind the plate calling balls and strikes is Derek Thomas. First base umpire and crew chief is Marvin Hudson. Second base umpire is Manny Gonzalez. And the third base umpire is Tyler Jones. Red Sox take the field. Braves coming out of the first base dugout wearing their navy blue uniform tops. Gray pants, red lettering, red numerals outlined in white. Atlanta across the chest on top of the tomahawk. Red Sox wearing their bright red uniform tops, white pants. Navy lettering, navy numerals outlined in white, and Red Sox arching across the chest of their bright red uniforms. 78 degrees, wind is blowing across the outfield, in from left center, right at the right field foul pole. Very similar wind pattern to what we saw on Tuesday, except not near as fierce. Tuesday, we had temperatures in the mid-50s and a very stiff wind in. That was a game that the Red Sox won 4-3. Today, weather is much better, but not much easier on the hitters, at least to begin the game with Sale facing Crochet. Here's the leather for Boston. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is at first base, Andrew Monasterio at second, Trevor Story of the shortstop, and Caleb Durbin is at third base. In the outfield left to right, Roman Anthony, Jarren Duran, and Wilyer Abreu. The catcher is Carlos Narvaez, and taking his warm-up tosses right now, the big lefty Garrett Crochet. And Charlie, there are lots of things that stand out about Crochet. I think first and foremost, the size, 6'6", 245. He's a monster, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a huge dude. And one thing that's very comparable to is with him and Chris Sale, obviously 2 big lefties, 2 of the best lefties in the game. They both barely spent any time in the minor leagues and then shot to the big leagues, and rightfully so, because their stuff is that good, and maybe he will go down Chris Sale's path in the future.
He is ready to work, climbing in Eli White, and now for the ball game. First pitch misses high and outside, underway right on time at 1:05 Eastern, 12:05 Central. And they're telling us 77 degrees here in Fort Myers. 1-0 pitch on the way from Crochet. Swinging a fly ball towards center field. Jaron Duran coming in. Now parks it. He's under it. Makes the catch in center. And one down. For Crochet, 6'6", 245, 26 years old out of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. He's pitched 9 1/3 innings this spring. 6 runs allowed. 9 hits, a walk, and 5 strikeouts, and easily one of the best pitchers in our game today. Finished second in the Cy Young voting to Tarek Skubal a year ago. Went 18-5 for Boston last season, and he led the league in innings and strikeouts. Pitch on the way to Ozzie. Soft little pop-up to right field. Wilyer Abreu drifting back, still drifting under it. Makes the basket catch and 2 quick outs. But for Crochet, Charlie, he's as much of a horse as anybody in this league, eating up all those innings.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's a power arm. He's got great stuff. He's obviously a really big lefty where when he releases the ball, it almost feels like it's on you. He's kind of has a unique delivery with the big high straight leg kick. And he's a guy that you want to kind of jump on early. You want to hit the fastball because his off-speed pitch is just devastating.
Here's Matt Olson with the bases empty, 2 down. There's a ball low. Matt Olson took him deep last year. That was in a game at Fenway Park. Now we have an ABS challenge. That was ruled ball 1 low. And the Red Sox challenged this as Carlos Narvaez thought it was a strike. Video board in right center field. And the call in the field stands. They never even showed us the replay of where the ball was located in the zone. They just said call on field stands. So 1-0 count on Olson. No score, top of the first inning. Left-on-left matchup, Crochet and Olson. 1-0 pitch. Olson swings and fouls one back. I remember the day after Matt took Crochet deep in Boston last year, and I was down at the cage at Fenway Park, and I'm chatting with Matt. I said, that had to be fun to take him deep. He said, absolutely. Not all home runs are created equally. And a home run left-on-left versus Crochet, that was a big one to put on his resume.
Yes, it was. It was one of the 3 series I was able to be in the booth with you and Jay Chad, and a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to be able to sit in that booth at Fenway and watch a game from that angle.
Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way from Crochet. Olson sends one foul. Not that there are a whole lot of choices to sift through in a season where the Braves finished under 500, but that was one of my favorite games of the entire year. That was a Friday night at Fenway, Sale versus Crochet. Braves won that game 4-2. Both pitchers went 7 innings, striking out 8. Sale gave up 1 run, Crochet gave up 2, and the Braves won the game 4-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way from Crochet. Olson takes a ball outside, 3-2. If you recall that series, the Braves at Fenway took 2 of 3, and departing that series had a record of 24-23. 2 days later, they lost a game to the Nationals. Braves are never on the sunny side of 500 the rest of the season. Check swing on a cutter. Olson commits, and that's strike 3. So the Braves go down in order. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Braves nothing, and the Red Sox coming up when we come back.
Hey, Braves fans! SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the A. Meaning SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of... the official ticket marketplace of...
That ball was crushed.
And...
did you see that?
whether you're buying or selling tickets to Braves games or to any other live event across Braves country, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be part of every home team win. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of...
Let's go Braves! Braves fans, when you listen to the game, you know there's more happening than what shows up in the box score. The same is true after a truck crash. These cases aren't like car accidents. Different rules, different playbook. I'm attorney John Foy, the strong arm. I know how trucking companies move fast to protect themselves and what they hope you never find out. If you've been hit by a big truck, you need someone who's ready to step up and swing for the fences. Make the right call. Attorney John Foy and Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Give me directions to Cool Today Park.
Getting directions. Would you like to add a racetrack freeze blast to your route?
Oh, yes, please.
Updating route. Now getting on fast track.
Amazing.
Don't let a pregame pit stop slow you down. Take the racetrack route and get on the fast track to game day with a cold, refreshing freeze blast. Racetrack, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves at spring training.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at Braves.com/value. Stream Braves baseball in crystal clear HD on the Fan app. Now with Apple CarPlay, so you can get it directly through your dashboard. Download the Fan app now.
No score, bottom of the first inning. Braves and Red Sox from JetBlue Park in Fort Myers. Boston sending up Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, and Wilson Contreras to face Chris Sale here in the bottom of the first inning. Chris Sale making his 5th spring training start of the session and ready to go to work. First pitch on the way to Roman Anthony. There's a ball a little bit low. For Sale, 6'6" lefty out of Lakeland, Florida. 36, he'll be 37 in a couple of weeks. This spring, 1-0 with a 3.29 ERA. 1-0 pitch, missed a little bit high with a sinker. 2 balls and no strikes. And Charlie, like you and I were discussing yesterday, the Braves made it official. Chris Sale will be the opening day starter. He'll be pitching Friday night versus the Royals. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way. Anthony takes a strike. So for Chris, his final tune-up.
No, this is great. No shocker there, right? Sale, opening day starter. And again, I know we've talked about it, but for you guys to be able to go home, spend a couple days in your bed, and then start at home at Truist is going to be very nice.
2-1 from Sale. And he missed outside with a slider. 3 balls and a strike.
And with everyone being gone for so long, it is nice to be able to have that schedule at the start of the season, not just for the pitchers, obviously, for all the staff, the team, the front office, to be able to get home and reset there.
There's the 3-1. Swung on, missed. Yeah, get home, reset, and then hand the ball to Chris Sale. What a great way to start a season. 3-2 on Anthony. He had a strong showing in the WBC with the United States Ball Club. He'll be followed by Story and Contreras, and if anyone reaches, Duran. Sale, tall and lean, standing on the third base side of the rubber. Set right at the belly. Steps and fires. 3-2 missed inside with a fastball coming in at 96. And it's a leadoff walk to Roman Anthony. Here's the leather for Atlanta. Matt Olson is at first base. Ozzie Albies to his right at second. Around the horn, Mauricio Dubon is at shortstop, and Austin Riley at the hot corner. Jose Azocar in left field. Out there in front of the monster. Michael Harris patrolling center. And Eli White in that gigantic right field. Jonah Heim, the catcher, and Chris Sale on the mound. Here's Trevor Story. Story, right-handed hitting shortstop. Takes a called strike. Good slider in there. For Sale, 2025 went 7-5 with a 2.58 ERA. Made 21 appearances, 20 starts. And as you recall, missed a couple of months with those fractured ribs. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way from Sale to Story. Story pulls one, pat to a diving Riley from a knee to second. There's one. Ozzie to first base, not in time. Well, that was a terrific play by Riley to get the lead runner in Anthony. And a 5-4 put out as Riley went lunging left, stabbed it, and a good throw from a knee.
Must be the hair over there at third base.
It's a good look for him,
That's a great look. No, that was a great play, and a better play, too, also kind of coupling that play with Ozzie at second base. As a second baseman, when you see a guy that dives, you kind of want to become a first baseman and make sure that first out. So great play all around.
1 on, 1 gone for Wilson Contreras. A little roller foul over into the Red Sox dugout. Sale, of course, fastball, slider, change, and a sinker. Won the National League Cy Young Award in 2024, and he enters the season with 2,579 career strikeouts, 32nd all time. No balls and a strike. Here it is from Sale. Not the best swing by Contreras. Fooled by the slider. 0-2. But for Chris, it is an amazing resume, and it's fun to go over every 5 days during the regular season. 9 times an All-Star. A career record of 145 wins and 88 losses. And helped the Red Sox win a World Series in 2018. Former 13th overall pick of the White Sox in 2010. Ball outside, 1-2. And he really has checked the list, gone right down the boxes of things you want to check off in a career for a dominant ace in Major League Baseball. He's done just about everything. 1-2 pitch. Check swing. An appeal goes down the first base line. Marvin Hudson says that he did not go in a 2-2 count. Team awards, individual awards, records, strikeouts, all that's there for Sale. And again, the opening day starter for the Braves come Friday night versus the Royals. Contreras, the DH, left on right matchup, pick off over to first base, and back on the bag standing Trevor Story. Really big crowd here on a Saturday. I had a feeling that'd be the case. I think back on the game Tuesday when it was a midweek game and it was 55 degrees with the wind howling in. They still had almost 10,000 people here that day. 2-2 is outside, 3-2. There might be more like 12,000 here today. I mean, this place is packed.
This is nice. It's a beautiful day for baseball. And again, to have both, starting lineups basically for both teams, you don't really see that too often. But here, going late in spring training, you'll see these guys even play more innings throughout the game.
3-2. Contreras swings and misses. Fastball by him at 94. 2 down. That'll bring Duran to the plate. Like we mentioned on Tuesday's game, if you're unfamiliar with the ballpark here in Fort Myers, the dimensions of the field and the fence heights and the angles and all that, an exact replica of what you'd find at Fenway. It's like they took the field out of Boston, just dropped it right here in Southwest Florida. Green monster and everything. Here's the pitch on the way to Jarren Duran, and Duran takes the ball a little bit low and outside. On top of the monster here, just like the one at Fenway, they have seating for fans, and this one is lined with several red umbrellas that cover some tables out there, giving those fans a little bit of shade. 1-0 pitch. Swung on, missed. Tuesday, as windy as it was, you wouldn't dare think about opening up those umbrellas up there. They would have blown off and ended up in Naples.
So no red umbrellas on Tuesday, huh?
No, I don't think anybody's even up there on the top of the wall. That's how cold and windy it was. That'd have been the coldest seat in the house. But perfect here today. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Slow slider, swung on and missed. Just tantalizing. And a 1-2 count.
You got to figure that slider, especially as a left-handed batter, has got to be devastating. The ones that those guys have to go on that they want to swing at almost have to start behind them. And if it looks good out of the hand, more kind of middle in, it's going to be off the plate. So to think about having to swing at a pitch that starts behind you is really tough.
That's a tall order for a lefty facing the southpaw Sale. See if he goes back to the slider for the strikeout. 1-2 pitch. Missed outside with a fastball, humming in there at 96. Duran, a spark plug for the Red Sox. And a guy who has led the league in triples each of the last 2 seasons, led the league in doubles 2 years ago. Duran, an all-star in the 24 campaign. Last year had a solid season. Duran, 29 years old, to be 30 in September. Once an all-star and once an all-star game MVP. 2-2 pulled foul on the right field line. Braves went down 1-2-3 in the top of the first inning. White, Albies, and Olsen versus Crochet. And now Sale looking for a quiet bottom of the first inning, trying to pitch around a leadoff walk. Walked Roman Anthony. Trevor Story hit into a fielder's choice. Contreras struck out. And now a 2-2 count on Duran. Sale ready to bring it. Here it comes. That'll be fouled back. Got a piece of a fastball. Ever since that slider that got him to 2 strikes, he's tried to finish him off with a heater 3 straight pitches.
Yeah, once a guy sees a pitch, multiple times, getting up to 3 and 4 times in an at-bat, even though it's an electric, wipeout slider, these are really good hitters, and Jarren Duran can stay on that pitch. 96 gets on you pretty quick, too.
Again, the 2-2. Missed inside with a sinker. So the count runs full. Trevor Story will be on the move here. Catcher Jonah Heim steps in front of the plate, flashes a few hand signals to some of the infielders. Sale exhales. Story runs, 3-2 pitch, spoiled foul. It'll land in the seats down the left field line. That fastball has been as hot as 96 here in the first inning. Sale gets a brand new baseball, rubs it up, puts it in a red glove, tug of the cap, and now plants his left foot on the third base side of the rubber, wearing those bright white cleats and the gray pants all the way down to the ankles. Runner goes 3-2 in the air towards right field. Hard to his left. Eli White makes a great catch out in left field. He was striding back into his left and in full stride, just threw the glove up and the ball disappeared right into the leather. Excellent play by Eli. If that's over his head, that's big trouble. Instead of terrific defensive play, Red Sox go scoreless in the first. We go to the top of the second, no score.
When your schedule sounds like this. Are you kidding me? An oil change is the last thing you have time for. So drive into Take 5 and let our techs change your oil, check your tires, top off your fluids, and have you back on the road pit stop fast. All while you stay in your car. No putting your entire schedule on hold, no upsells, no problem. So you can get back to your to-do list. Or not. Find your nearest shop at Take5.com. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change.
100 grand is what you could win over and over again. You could win big every time. Go play Keno. Next 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20. The more you match, the more you win money. Win one time, two times, there's no limit. Up to 100 grand every 3.5 minutes.
You like winning over and over again? It can happen with Keno. Go play in the bar, at the store, or online.
Go play Keno.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Real Braves fans know a reliable outfield is key to winning games. Braves fans also know that when it comes to buying their next new vehicle, they can always rely on Landmark Auto Group. With Georgia's best deals on new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, and 3 convenient locations in Morrow, Atlanta, and Athens, you're never too far from a Landmark store. Or shop us online at shoplandmarkcars.com. Landmark Auto Group, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves.
Always the best deal, always.
This is Kelly Crawl reminding you to join me in the locker room every Tuesday and Thursday morning from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
No score, top of the second here at JetBlue Park in Fort Myers alongside Charlie Culberson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Middle 3 in the order for the Braves, starting with Austin Riley facing Garrett Crochet. First pitch, check swing, they appealed, did not go. 1 ball and no strikes on Riley. It'll be Riley, Heim, and Farmer for the Braves here in the second inning. Riley launched a home run last night in the 8-1 victory over the Pirates, and he tees off here, way up into the air to deep left field and long gone. Over the monster, cleared everything out there. And Riley with another spring training homer, and the Braves have the early 1-0 lead. What a majestic shot to left by Riley. Goodness.
Win, no win, Ben. I don't think that's gonna wouldn't have had a problem with any of that. That was a no-doubter. It's kind of crazy to think a 93-mile-an-hour fastball is what they want to hit when he can run it up to 97. Great swing by Austin.
That swing locked in. That'll be pulled foul on the left field line by Jonah Heim.
Speaking of locked in, his last 2 swings, last night and today, home runs. 1 straightaway right field through the wind at Cool today, and then that one was a no-doubter.
That was his 5th homer of the spring, chasing a high fastball and missing his Heim. So 5 homers in the spring session for Riley. They're saying that one traveled 400 feet right on the nose. Came off his bat at 110 miles an hour. That cleared the monster by 20 feet. At least. 0-2 pitch. Ball high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was a matchup of one guy from South Mississippi and the other one from North Mississippi in Crochet versus Riley. 1-2 pitch. Little floater out to second. That'll be caught by Andrew Monasterio. And 1 down. Honestly, I don't think you could be from 2 further places in the state of Mississippi than Riley and Crochet. Crochet down there from Ocean Springs, right on the Gulf. And Riley up there in DeSoto County, just south of Memphis. 1 down. Here's Kyle Farmer. Ball high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Crochet played his college ball at the University of Tennessee. He was drafted by the Brewers out of high school, 34th round, didn't sign, went to Knoxville. 1-0 pitch. There's a ball low. And then became the 11th overall pick by the White Sox in 2020. And when you think about the first few seasons of his career and used as a reliever, A little bit of a head scratcher. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be swung on and missed. If you're looking for an ace starting pitcher, I mean, this guy checks every box.
No, you're right. But talking about, all the similarities with Crochet and Sell did the same thing.
Right.
He came out of Florida Gulf Coast, 10 in the third innings, pitched all relief, went to the big leagues, and he was a reliever for the White Sox to start his career. So kind of the same path, and realized that, hey, these guys obviously could be a starter. And now Chris Sell, future Hall of Famer, he's done a pretty nice job.
2-1 from Crochet. Swung on and missed by Farmer, 2-2. Yeah, both big, tall lefties at 6'6". Both started in the big leagues as relievers, became starters. Both drafted by the White Sox, then traded to the Red Sox. Will Garrett Crochet be a Brave down the road?
Is that what you're saying? Is that the path he's going on?
Kyle Farmer swings and misses at a fastball. And 2 down. But no, this guy is one of the best in the business, and exactly as advertised. Anytime you face Crochet, that's going to be a really hard ride. 2 down for Michael Harris. 1-0 Braves on the solo homer by Austin Riley. Harris receives a first pitch strike. Sinker in there at 95. Lefty-lefty matchup. Harris grounds one out to third. Sliding stop by Durbin. Up with it. Throws over. Man, that's fantastic. Fantastic play by Durbin. And he robs Harris. That was a big upgrade at third base for the Red Sox when they got Caleb Durbin, and he shows off his skills right there. But a homer by Riley. We go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Braves. Hey guys, it's Ben Ingram. Have you noticed cracks in your walls or around your doors or windows? Or how about cracks in your bricks outside? That means it's time to pick up the phone and call the only foundation repair company in Atlanta with professional engineers on staff. Engineered Solutions of Georgia. They offer lifetime warranties from trusted professionals who will fix it right the first time. Don't wait until it's too late. Call 678-ESOG now.
Dial 678-ESOG now.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
When you need a lawyer after an auto accident, make the right call. I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm based right here in Georgia. Other big-name legal teams aren't even from this area.
Right one.
We'll get you your money quick, while other legal teams waste your time.
Right two.
And our team is with you from start to finish. Other legal teams pass you off to a secondary team.
Right three.
Make the right call. Call Ken.com. One call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Ken FS Nugent PC, attorneys at law. 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
The Braves Country Music Fest at Truist Park is June 13th, featuring Cody Johnson, Ella Langley, and more. Get tickets at Braves.com/BravesCreeFest.
Lock into the radio home of the Atlanta Braves way before first pitch. Lock in Chuck and Chernoff while you work or in your car from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or the Fan app.
An Austin Riley homer has given the Braves a 1-0 lead. We go to the bottom of the second. Durbin, Monasterio, and Abreu coming up for Boston. As that's 5, 6, and 7 in their order. First pitch slider in for a strike, 0-1. Alongside Charlie Culberson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. Spring training game number 27. 3 left to be played after today for the Braves. 0-1 pitch on the way from Sale. Little dribbler foul, 0-2. We got a nice little pregame treat. Nice little snack before the game, thanks to the hard work of Jonathan Chadwick. You and I got to benefit with some lobster before the game.
Wait, did he work hard for that?
Yeah.
He did, huh?
He did. He did the Red Sox radio crew a solid few weeks back, and we got to benefit from him.
And he shared with us.
Yeah, there was a game at our place a few weeks back, Red Sox and Braves, and Red Sox had forgotten some of their equipment. And J-Chat, of course, had some spares, some extra equipment for them. There's a ball high, 1-2. So they got to use it. And, of course, they owed J-Chad big after that. And Doug Lane does the job that J-Chad does for Red Sox radio. He's their producer and engineer. And Doug is a scuba diver. 1-2 misses low, 2-2. Of course, he has his regular job doing this, as he's in production and radio altogether. But in his spare time, ever since he was 10 years old, he's been big into scuba diving and diving for scallops and lobsters and whatever else. And to pay JC back, here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a called third strike. Good fastball in the inside corner. That'll be challenged by Caleb Durbin. So the Red Sox use an ABS challenge here on what, as it stands, is strike 3. And the replay says that is a ball. So that'll be overturned. Missed by over an inch outside the zone. So the count will run full as Durbin leads off. But Doug was kind enough to bring in some lobster that he had caught off the coast in Massachusetts in a scuba diving trip. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Line drive out to left field. Base hit for Durbin. Turned around that fastball. Got himself a leadoff single. First base hit of the game for the Red Sox.
Well, Durbin did a nice job there by laying off, the pitches out of the zone. Sale was trying to bring in the slider kind of down and in, and then trying to sneak a fastball down and in. Really good catch by Jonah Heim behind the plate. But now with the ABS in play, obviously these guys have the option, if they have some of the challenges remaining, to be able to overturn it, and Sale left the fastball over the middle of the plate right there.
Runner at first for Andrew Monasterio. He swings and misses at a first pitch fastball, 0-1.
But back to the lobster. It was meaty. That's probably I guess you could probably say that might be the best lobster. And he brought in a hoagie roll for us, and
we were set up.
Slapped it on the table, which I loved. I'm like, I guess it's clean in here. Sure.
Yeah. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a called strike right at the bottom of the zone. That's the best Grapefruit League meal we've had since we got to town.
Fresh caught lobster.
Can't beat it. 0-2 now on Andrew Monasterio. 1-0 Braves, bottom of the second. Lefty-righty matchup. Sales 0-2. Pulled out to third and foul. Right in between the bag and third base coach Kyle Hudson. Red Sox start the season on the road in Cincinnati. And like we mentioned, the Braves, 6 days from today, starting up at home. 6-game homestand, 3 with the Royals, 3 with the A's. And then our first road trip out to Phoenix to see the Diamondbacks, then off to Anaheim to see the Angels. 0-2 from Sale. He rolls over, taps it out to short, charging. Dubon, gloves on the grass, sends it over, and safe at first base, Monasterio. That big, soft bouncer on the grass, really tough play with the wheels of Monasterio. And an infield single for him. Runners at first and second.
Yeah, I feel like Dubon did everything he could on that play. When you get to 2 strikes as a hitter, a lot of times guys that like to just put the ball in play, a lot of times, especially, these pitchers throwing off-speed pitches, Ben, you get these hitters out in front, and you'll see a lot of rollover hit ground balls to the left side of the infield. Guys are already kind of swinging and running at the same time. So I feel like those swinging bunts or swinging ground balls to the left side happen a lot with 2 strikes, and Monasterio with good wills was able to beat that play.
Wilyer Abreu, the batter. Another left-handed hitter. Pitch from Sale, ball low and inside. You and I were chatting with some of the Red Sox broadcasters before the game, and they feel like their defense is a lot better. They feel like they're very good in their rotation. They like their lineup, but a lot more against righties than lefties. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Abreu. Chopper out to first base, taken on the second, bounce by Olsen, spins and fires a second. They get one there. They try to backpick the runner at third base, but Durbin's back in there. Slick play by Matt, as that goes 3-6 on the put out of Monasterio at second base. Fielder's choice for Abreu, and they're at the corners with 1 down. But I think the biggest concerns that some of the Red Sox people have, as they were telling us, is days when they're facing left-handed starters, because Anthony, Duran, Abreu, all left-handed hitters that they plan on having in there versus lefties and righties.
Well, yeah, when you got 3 really good players, and obviously Roman Anthony, the talk and buzz around him, obviously with the chance of being the next superstar he kind of already is at such a young age, that's a guy that's going to play every single day. Jarren Duran is a great player in himself, and Abreu had a great season last year. So
1 down, there's a called strike, 0-1.
Ben, there's no reason why those guys, just because they're left-handed hitters, with the talk, what they should do, this or that, or, platoon somebody out there in one spot. Let these guys play. I mean, they're very good defenders, and they're really, really good players. So you're going to see more righties than lefties throughout the season anyways.
Yeah, you want those guys in there every day. There's a ball high and outside, 1-1.
And with the defense that's added too, like as a pitcher, like those guys are going to want to have guys that play probably every day, right? And get those reps, consistent reps. Some teams, some positions you have to platoon, but if you have 3 staple guys, it just makes it a little bit easier for them to kind of get their rhythm.
1-1 to Kiner Falefa. Ball inside of him, 2-1. 1-0 Braves, bottom of the second. Red Sox threatening with runners at the corners, 1 out. Bottom of the order for Boston. Isaiah Kiner Falefa batting 8th. Chris Sale set right at the belt. Lefty deals the 2-1. Check swing did not go, and the changeup missed low. Kiner Falefa having a good spring, batting .371. He taps the bat on his right shoulder, waiting on Sale. Sale fires. 3-1 bouncer left side. Riley scoops, goes to first base, and that's in time for the out, and this will tie the game. He was charging in, and obviously Abreu got out to a good jump over there with 2 down, and rather 1 down, but he was running on contact, and there was no chance for Riley to even think about going to second. So Durbin scores, runner at second, 2 down in the inning. RBI for Isaiah Kiner Falefa. Carlos Narvaez bats 9th for Boston. He's the catcher, right-handed hitter. First pitch to him, he swings and misses over the top of a slider. And just frisbeed in there by Sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really saw that pitch. I had a chance to face Sale a couple of times, once in spring training when he was with the White Sox, and then once during the season in Boston. Even for a righty, this is a tough guy to face, and a fun one to face, though.
0-1. Back to the slider. Same result. Swung on, missed. 0-2.
You just know when you face certain guys that, obviously they're, one of the best arms in the game, and they're all-star and Cy Young, and, eventually potential Hall of Famers. So I feel like for a lot of guys, it's almost a win-win to be able to step into the box and face a guy like Chris Sale. I mean, he's supposed to get you out, but these are the times it's fun to be able to enjoy these moments.
Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. Ground ball weakly out to short. Corralling that now is Dubon. Sends it over to Olsen, and a 6-3 put out into the bottom of the second. But the Red Sox get a run on the ground out by Kiner Falefa. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and a man left. We go to the top of the third inning, tied at 1.
Are you tired of your food tasting tasty but somehow not quite tasty enough? That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce invented the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. It's the perfect balance of peppery peppers, tarty vinegar, and the salty tears of Mets fans who cried because they didn't win. But everyone can win at eating something delicious with the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. That's Louisiana hot. Buy you some.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2025 Atlanta Braves. 2 legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed. Napa know how.
You need all the energy you can get for game day. Luckily at Georgia Power, we know a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Hey, Braves fans, this is Chris Domino reminding you that Braves coverage starts 2 hours before every first pitch during the season on the radio home, the Atlanta Braves, 680 The Fan, and, of course, the Fan app.
It's a 1-1 game into the top of the third inning. Braves and the Red Sox from JetBlue Park in Fort Myers, alongside Charlie Culberson. Ben Ingram here with you. Braves will send up Dubon, Zokar, and White in the top of the third inning, 8-9-1. Braves able to make a move last night, signed Rowdy Tellez to a minor league deal. Read about that this morning. 31-year-old veteran, 6'4", 270. 8 years in the big leagues for Rowdy Tellez. Toronto, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Texas, and now signs a minor league deal with the Braves. Garrett Crochet fans a black glove in front of his face. Goes to work. There's a called strike on Mauricio Dubon. Going back through something that you mentioned the other day, Charlie, you get to these final few days of spring training. And for the guys who have been competing for spots on the roster, this can be a nerve-wracking time. 0-1 pitch misses high and outside. You come into camp, you know you got a job. Spring training can be fun and easy. But when you're competing for one of the final few spots, come next Friday night, you don't know where you're going to be.
No, a lot of times these teams don't have to tell you until the last second either, so it makes it tough.
1-1 line drive out to second, taken on a bounce by Andrew Monasterio, sends it to first base, and one away.
And that's just kind of the nature of the beast, right? There's always going to be a couple spots that are up for grabs, whether there's, some injuries to the roster. They got to fill those spots on the pitching side or defensive side. But it usually comes down to where there's like one or two spots last day of camp, and sometimes even after spring training ends, going into an exhibition series where you don't know.
Crochet gets one by the swinging bat of Jose Zokar, 0-1.
That's kind of what you sign up for, and if you're in a position where you don't know, you just got to grind it out every day and do your best to be healthy and available.
Zokar lines one to third, and a leaping stab by Caleb Durbin. He's a vacuum cleaner over there at third base. That's the second really good play he's made in this game. And he gives the Red Sox a really big boost defensively as he comes over from Milwaukee.
Well, the hot corner, Ben, has been getting some action today in this game so far. Two really good plays by Durbin, and Austin Riley's had a couple of really nice plays today too. So a lot of action to start this game.
Two down, back to the top of the order. Eli White takes the first pitch strike. One trip to the order, Crochet, 2 strikeouts, no walks. He's given up 1 hit, and that was the home run to Austin Riley. A 1-1 game in the top of the third inning. 0-1 from Crochet. This low and inside with a sweeper, 1-1.
I will say, too, to add to that, the defensive plays on the left side of the field, even though these guys throw really hard, Crochet with the cutter inside to righties are going to get a lot of batted balls that way.
1-1 swung on a miss at a sweeper.
So really all off speed for the most part to righties are coming in, whether it's the cutter or the sweeper, and then Crissell with his sweeper and slider inside. Going to get guys to kind of be outside and rolling over to the third base and shortstop side.
1-2, fastballs high, 2-2. Eli 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field. 2-2 from Crochet. Missed the inside corner with a sinker, 3-2. Wind has died down. Those flags out there in center field barely moving, which is the complete opposite of what we saw when we were here Tuesday. Payoff pitch in the dirt for ball 4. First walk allowed by Crochet. Bat in the hands of Ozzie Albies. Ozzie batting 200 right on the nose this spring. So they'd like to get on a little bit of a heater here in the final few days of spring training and ride the crest of that wave to opening day on Friday. 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field. Takes a first pitch strike. Navy sleeves down to the wrist. Bright red batting gloves for Ozzie Albies. High Navy socks to the knees. Swinging it from the right side versus the southpaw Crochet. Lead at first by Eli White. Pitch to the plate. Pulled foul on the third base line.
It's amazing being to see from this angle too, watching the guys and how they set up. You got to think that with Ozzie, he's opened up so much. It's almost like he plays slow pitch softball, I feel like, as a right-handed batter. But his back right foot's kind of angled almost towards first base and kind of on the other side of the line, kind of just straddling that back corner and just opening up. So you'd like to think that he's thinking pull on every pitch.
0-2, and he hits one in the air towards the gap in left center field, down for a base hit, and all the way to the wall. Eli White has the wheels spinning. Coming around third base, he'll score. RBI double by Ozzie Albies, and it's 2-1 Braves. You mentioned pull. He pulled it right into that gap, perfectly placed between Anthony and Duran.
Well, right on cue, huh? Talking about getting him going before opening day next Friday. And again, you know when a pitcher like Crochet, he's got power stuff, but he's going to come in. It's like, might as well try to set up your stance, your sights to think in and just think everything out front.
Work for Ozzie. There's a called strike on Matt Olson. That was good wood by Ozzie Albies. I mean, right in between Anthony and Duran. So Ozzie at second, 0-1 to Olson. He swings and misses at a sweeper, 0-2. Braves with 2 runs on 2 hits. Red Sox 1 run, 2 hits. 1 home run in the game. That was last inning from the bat of Austin Riley. Olson, one of 2 strikeout victims by Crochet, and Crochet well ahead, 0-2. Lefty deals. Olson takes a fastball in by the knuckles. And a 1-2 count on the Braves first baseman. Should he reach, Austin Riley would come back to the plate. Crochet set right at the letters. 1-2, yanked foul down the right field line, banging into the tarp. Fans lunging over that sidewall, trying to get their hands on it as it rolled on by. Huge crowd for a spring training game today. Got to be well over 10, 11,000 today. Again, the 1-2. Outside, good take on the sweeper away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Braves with back-to-back games down here at Fort Myers, seeing the Red Sox today. Twins tomorrow. 2-2 pitch. Just missed. No challenge by the Red Sox. The defenders were taking a step towards the dugout. Home plate umpire Derek Thomas said that was outside. So the count runs full on Olson. Looking for something that he can barrel up and drive in Ozzie Albies. 3-2. Ground ball left side. That finds a hole and a base hit. Ozzie comes around the bag at third. Here's the throw to the plate by Roman Anthony. And comes in just late and skips by Carlos Narvaez. Ozzie slides across safely, feet first. Down to second for Olson on the throw. And the Braves tally another run on the base hit by Matt Olson. It's 3-1 Atlanta. Really close play at the plate. But as Ozzie was sliding in, the ball bounced through and got past Carlos Narvaez. Charlie, even if he gloves and puts the tag down, I still think Ozzie beats it.
Yeah, I think he, and honestly, they've been in that play. Ozzie couldn't really get a great jump. Even with 2 outs, you're taught to go on the swing, ball and play, you're going. But if he would have ran right away and didn't stutter step, there's a chance that ball hits him and then, inning's over. But I think that's a great send by Tommy Watkins over there at third base too, with 2 outs. You got Matt Olson up to the plate, base hit to the outfield. Ozzie's with great speed, and to be able to send him, with some of these guys he's learning this year too, and understanding the outfield arm. So great send, and it benefited for the Braves.
First pitch to Austin Riley is a fastball outside.
So even the coaches over here too are still trying to get used to, their players, the new guys, and he's a new guy, so. That was a great play all around, but yeah, I think Ozzie beats that play if he catches it.
1-0, Riley attacks, drives one to deep left field, back to the monster, and that's off the monster on the fly. That'll drive in Olson. It'll be an RBI double for Austin Riley, and he is wearing out Crochet in this game. A homer in the second, a double here in the third. And the Braves now lead it 4-1 over Boston here in the third inning. Riley not fooled at all by Crochet. And all this with 2 down. A 2-out walk to Eli White opened up the floodgates here in the third inning. Since then, a double by Albies. RBI single by Olson. RBI double by Riley. Called strike on Jonah Heim. Heim 0 for 1 with a line out to second. Trying to keep this pattern going. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll be fouled back into the screen. Some really good signs against a terrific pitcher for the Red Sox.
Yeah, I'll add to that, Ben. Talking about the 2-out walk to Eli White, getting the 2-2 count, taking that pitch inside, and then taking the 3-2 slider down and in, kind of just opened things up for these guys.
0-2, Heim of the floater out towards short, backpedaling and leaping into the air, Trevor Story, and he's got it for the out. But the Braves send 7 to the plate, and 5 of those come to the plate after the second out was recorded. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors and a man left. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Braves 4, Red Sox 1.
Spring is in the air, Braves fans. As the Braves get Truist Park ready for opening day, it's time to get your lawn in shape too. As the official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew, Pennington knows what it takes to grow a lush, healthy lawn. With over 80 years of history rooted right here in Braves country, Pennington helps you grow a yard you can be proud of. Gear up for spring with Pennington Grass Seed. Available at the Home Depot.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Okay, let's see. Spring brings...
Flowers.
Nope.
Oh, allergies.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, deals on the entire Toyota lineup at the Ready, Set, Go event.
Bingo.
Get $1,500 in loyalty cash bonus on a new Toyota Tacoma or Tundra Hybrid. Offer valid through March 31st, 2026. Offer entitles current Toyota truck customers to $1,500 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of new Tacoma or Tundra Hybrid vehicle. Cash may be used only towards a down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
The Braves have over 20 gate giveaways this season, from bobbleheads to wearables. See them all at Braves.com/promos.
Hey, we all know work is important, but make it a habit to stay attached to the sports scene every weekday with me, Nick Cellini, and Chris Domino. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Chris Sale and the Braves with a 4-1 lead on the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Alongside Charlie Culberson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. Roman Anthony leads off for the Red Sox. There's a called strike on him. Anthony walked in the first inning. He was cut down on a 5-4 putout. Anthony ready for a big breakout season with Boston. There's a ball low. And had a good showing in the WBC. Roman Anthony, just 21 years old. He'll be 22 on May 13th. He hits a deep fly ball to left center field on his horse going back into his right. Harris jumps into the air, and Michael Harris has it as he goes crashing into the monster. I think he's ready for opening day. What do you say?
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore, right? The players on the field, and the Braves, Michael Harris, talked about it a couple of nights ago. From game one, he came out making plays, diving plays, and ever since then he hasn't stopped. But to be able to do that, going against the wall, coming down with that catch, it's just Michael Harris-esque right there.
One down for Trevor Story. The Story swings and misses over the top of a slider. Look, it's one thing to make that catch at your home ballpark where you're familiar with it. It's not like we play at Fenway all that often. He gets 3 games there a year. And it's such a gigantic center field, such a challenging outfield to play. Ground ball to third, taken on a friendly bounce by Riley. Throw across the diamond in time, 2 down. But that time he's going back into his right, leaps into the air perfectly, makes the catch, and then goes chest first into the left field wall.
It just shows you how comfortable these guys are out in the outfield, no matter the dimensions, the height of the walls. You know, they just understand where they're at all the time, where they start at, the depths, everything about it. That's why they're elite, because it doesn't matter what field or dimensions, they still can make great plays.
Contreras swings and misses. All that, and the wind is picked back up. We mentioned a moment ago it had died down. Now it's blowing straight in from center field. Nothing in one on Contreras. Ground ball out to short to his left, gloving. Dubon flings it across, and down they go 1, 2, 3. Michael Harris set the tone, and the defense was good the entire inning. We go to the top of the fourth, 4-1 Braves.
If you like to do this, or that, or even that, and you want to stay with it, Emery's got your back, or your shoulder, or your hip, or your knee. Our sports medicine specialists treat more world-class, professional, and college-level athletes than anyone else in the state. We'll treat you like a pro and get you back in play. That's the Emory difference. Make an appointment at emoryhealthcare.org/sports.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Are you passionate about healthcare? South College offers a Bachelor of Science or an Associate of Science in Nursing program that could be your path to making a real difference. And after completing your program, you'll be eligible to take the NCLEX RN exam. South College offers modern nursing labs, simulation labs with viewing rooms, computer labs, student center study areas, and more. Visit south.edu today to learn more about South College's Atlanta or Marietta campus. South College, where dreams find direction.
When the Braves aren't playing on a weeknight, join me, Buck Bellew, with Kelly Kroll from 6 to 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
With the Braves leading the Red Sox 4-1, we go to the top of the fourth inning, and before Kyle Farmer climbs in, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Atlanta's only home for Braves spring training. WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The home of the Braves, the Fan.
Ben Ingram, Charlie Culberson with you here at JetBlue Park. Ball high and outside of Kyle Farmer. Kyle's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He'll be followed by Harris and Dubon in the top of the fourth inning, facing Garrett Crochet. 1-0 from Crochet. Strike on the outside corner, 1-1. We were telling you earlier about the Braves' impressive Grapefruit League record in search of their 19th victory this spring here today. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Farmer takes the ball high and outside. Braves have won 2 of 3 versus these Red Sox this spring. Lost here Tuesday, won the first 2 matchups. Crochet wind up at the 2-1. That'll miss high. 3 balls and a strike. So with a record of 18-6-2, the Braves have the best record of the Grapefruit League. And they have the best spring training winning percentage across Major League Baseball. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball to short. Not a problem for Trevor Story. He's got it, throws it across for the out, 1 down. Dodgers have gone 19-8 out in the Cactus League. But here's the wild one for me. The Braves have gone 12-1 at home this year. That's about every game they've won at home. And I'm not sure how much of that translates to the regular season. Maybe you look at that and you say that doesn't mean anything. Maybe you look at it and say, hey, that could be a foreshadowing of what's to come. There's a ball inside. Either way, it certainly is not a negative.
Yeah, it's a positive in every way, Ben. And I think it shows you, too, that all the extra players in Braves camp are stepping up and having really good spring trainings.
1-0, big chopper out to second base, taken on a shoulder-high hop by Trevor Story. His throw to first base in time for the out. It's one thing to be strong with your starters, but I think where this team has really been able to put wins in the win column is continuing that consistency late in games when the substitutes come in, and the level of defense that they've played start to finish.
Well, yeah, I mean, even my first game on Wednesday night with you back at Cool Today, I mean, these guys were swinging the bat. They were stealing bases. They were making great defensive plays in the outfield and infield. So it just shows you that when those guys are getting their chance to go in and play, these Braves players, the young guys and the veterans coming off the bench are doing a great job.
1-0 to Dubon, sent foul into the seats down the right field line.
And again, like you said earlier, you know, sometimes spring training records don't really matter. Obviously, you don't want to be on the way other end where you're losing every game, but I think they're hitting on all cylinders so far this spring.
1-1 stroke to the air to deep right field. Over to his right, Abreu makes a head-high catch, and the Braves go down 1-2-3 in the top of the fourth inning. So Crochet back on the horse there. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 4-1 Braves.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need ServPro. ServPro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call ServPro and make it like it never even happened.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at Braves.com/value.
Technology can make you a better sports fan and a better driver. Use CarPlay or Android Auto to get the traffic on your dashboard while you listen to Chuck and Chernoff from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or on the Fan app.
With the Braves on top of the Red Sox, 4-1. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Duran, Durbin, and Monasterio, 4, 5, and 6 on the Red Sox order up to the plate here in the bottom of the fourth. Chris Sale into his fourth inning of work. He's given up 1 run on 2 hits, has 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Red Sox scored a run in the second when Durbin scored on a ground out by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. That's been the only run given up by Sale. There's a ball low. 1 ball and no strikes on Jarren Duran. Left on left matchup. 1-0 from Sale. High fly ball to deep center. Michael Harris going back towards the triangle onto the warning track. Witheroom makes the catch. If you're playing center field, you have so much room to roam out there, especially back into your left, the deepest part of the ballpark. That triangle where it reaches 420. And anything back to your left, you're a center fielder. You know you have tons of room back there, and most likely you're going to have time to get back there. 1 down here in the fourth inning. All 3 outfield positions playing with these dimensions bring on their own unique challenges. Pitch misses there to Caleb Durbin. 1 ball and no strikes. It's been interesting over the years talking with Joe Simpson, who played at Fenway several times, about the differences in playing in right versus center or left. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Fly ball towards center. Michael Harris breaking in. Michael slows. He's there. Sunglasses on. Makes the catch. 2 quick outs. And if you're in left, I mean, you got to be ready to spin around and play a carom off the monster. Center field is huge to that really right center where it's 420, and then right field altogether is gigantic with that wall curling to your left. It can be really tricky to play a ball off the wall down there.
Yeah, I feel like Fenway's got to be the one park that all 3 outfield positions are probably played the most different, right?
I think so. There's a swing and a miss by Monasterio.
And like you're talking about in left field, you really want to play any ball over your head, just trying to keep the guy off second base. So it's crazy to see that you can hit a ball off the outfield fence and be held to a single.
0-1. Ground ball softly out to short. Dubon wraps it in leather. Throws over to first base. Down they go 1-2-3. So that's now 9 in a row sat down by Chris Sale. We played 4. We go to the top of the 5th inning. 4-1 Braves.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
The time to pursue your dreams is now, and the place is South College. With South College's Associate of Science in Health Science, you can focus on pre-nursing or pre-pharmacy. Each curriculum is designed to promote development of knowledge and skills. South College participates in a variety of financial aid programs for those who qualify, and academic guidance resources are readily available on campus. To find out more about South College's Atlanta or Marietta campus, visit south.edu. That's south.edu. South College, where dreams find direction.
You know what Atlanta sports fans understand. Whether it's baseball or buying a vehicle, teams matter. And when it's time to buy, the team you want is Jim Ellis Chevrolet. They've got a full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs, and an all-star crew that makes the whole process easy.
Step up to the plate at JimEllisChevrolet.com or stop by Jim Ellis Chevrolet, located just inside 285 on Peachtree Boulevard. Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
The radio home of the Atlanta Braves is everywhere. Watch our live in-studio camera, chat with other fans, or check out the best archive clips from our local shows by searching 680 The Fan on YouTube.
4 innings behind us. We roll into the top of the 5th inning here in Fort Myers. Braves 4, Red Sox 1. And it'll be 9-1-2 for the Braves here in the 5th inning. Zokar, White, and Albies. Pin Charlie and J. Chad with you from a beautiful JetBlue Park here in Fort Myers. Pitch on the way from Garrett Crochet. Ball low and inside. Out in the distance, just a couple of wispy white clouds. That's about it. I mean, crystal clear skies. Lots of sunshine. Ground ball weakly out to second. Monasterio plays that easy ground ball. Throws over to the bag for the out. 1 down. A really nice tribute by the Red Sox here at spring training. On the left field wall, at the very top left corner of the Green Monster here at Fenway South, they have Mike Greenwell's autograph above his number 39. And it was Mike Greenwell, the legendary Red Sox outfielder who passed away this past offseason. That'll be fouled back. He passed away at the age of 62 years old, twice an All-Star, won a Silver Slugger, 12 seasons in the big leagues, all with the Red Sox. And they honor his memory with his signature and his number up there on the Green Monster, just inside the foul line at the top left corner of the Monster. 1-1 on Eli White. Eli fouls one back, 1-2. Eli White's 2-out walk in the 3rd inning started a 3-run rally for the Braves. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. 1-2 pitch. That sweeper got him right in the foot. So he takes first base. So the Braves have good speed down at first base and Eli White.
Yeah, one thing Eli's done a really good job so far in this game today is he hasn't been chasing that slider or sweeper down and in. And he was a statue there, and luckily it just somewhat glanced the shoe, and we'll see if it stops him from running here.
He's at first for Ozzie Albies. Ozzie fouls one off his foot. That's got to be painful.
That wasn't glanced. Ozzie tends to do that, right? Open stance, and we talked about it the other night when Mauricio Dubon fouled a ball off his leg. You know, they wear these shin guards and protective equipment. It seems like they always find a way to miss it all.
It was right off the inside of that left foot. Seems to be all right now, waiting on the 0-1 pitch. Right side of the infield wide open. 0-1 pulled foul in between Tommy Watkins and the bag at third. You mentioned the home run that Ozzie hit in the WBC. It was a walk-off homer to give his ball club a victory. He was with Team Netherlands. That was in a game versus Nicaragua. And that was for spring training as a whole, his biggest base hit of the spring. But I'd say that swing he put on that double just a moment ago, maybe the best one he's had as a Brave this spring. 0-2 pitch. Big bouncer out to second. Taking on the second hop, chest high by Monasterio to a Story for one. That's all they get. Throw to first base was too late as Ozzie beats it out. And that's a 4-6 put out of Eli White. So 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. Runner at first base for Matt Olson. Matt singled and drove in a run back in the 3rd inning. Scored as well. See if he can reach and bring the red-hot Austin Riley to the plate. Riley 2 for 2 with a homer and a double. Olson check swing ground ball out to third. Charging Durbin. Fires over to first base and throws too high. That should be an infield base hit. Even for the outstanding defender Caleb Durbin, that's about an impossible play.
Yeah, right there with 2 outs, you're kind of playing back in the hole, and Matt got away with one right there. I tell you what, the best hitters typically will be rewarded for, swings like that because they are so good. And, even when you have an oops, when you check swing, it finds a spot in the field when no one's at. So I feel like the best hitters, as Matt's kind of talking with the guys in the dugout, laughing about it. I guess you can laugh about it when you do that and you get on base with a base hit.
Yeah, that's one to smile over. That is a base hit for Olson. Runners at first and second for Riley. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve here. Riley takes a first pitch strike. I mean, it's so hard to get a base hit. You get a check swing infield base hit, especially for Matt Olson. Man, you're going to be happy about that every time. Braves leading 4-1. 0-1 fouled off by Riley into the seats down the right field line.
Well, he gets a guy, too, in Crochet, who's obviously a really, really tough lefty for right-handed hitters and more so for lefties. But, those are the hits that you kind of want to save for the season. I mean, Matt plays every single day. He's going to get 700 plate appearances, but they're always fun to get.
0-2 to Riley. Just missed with a fastball, 97. Crochet thought that was strike 3. Started to walk towards the dugout. His body language right now is showing some frustration. Half of it, I'm sure, for not getting that call. The other half, probably still thinking about that check swing base hit by Olson. Crochet's 1-2. Way outside with a splitter. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Riley adjusts the batting gloves. Taps 2 corners of the plate with the end of his bat. Waves the bat over the plate. Now steadies it on his right shoulder. Lefty Crochet comes set right at the letters. 2-2 pitch. Missed low and inside with a sinker. And a good job by Riley after falling behind 0-2 to push the count full. So now Olson and Albies will have a head start. A base hit will drive it at least a run. Riley staring down Crochet. 3-2. Runners go. Towering fly ball to left field. Way up there into the wind. To the warning track is Anthony under it, and he can't find it, and that's off the base of the wall behind him. That'll drive in 2 runs. That was lost in the brilliant Florida sunshine by Roman Anthony. He was doing the best he could to look straight up, and he just never saw it. That landed behind him. It's a 2 RBI double for Riley. What a game he's having. It's a 4 RBI day for Austin Riley, and the Braves have a 6-1 lead.
When you're hot, Ben. Swinging the bat good. Even when you hit a ball. I feel like that's just a tough play for any outfielder. Sky high into this sky where there's no clouds and the sun straight above Roman Anthony.
Inning continues. There's a called strike on Heim.
But again, probably a very frustrated Crochet not getting that call, and then the infield check swing single by Matt Olson, but being able to continue passing the baton to the next guy in order.
0-1 to Heim. Ball outside. I would guess this is the most frustrated that Crochet has been for any one inning this spring. I mean, nothing going his way here in the 5th inning. 1-1. That misses low. He thought he had the strike 3. Didn't get it. Check swing base hit for Matt Olson, and then a ball lost in the sun off the bat of Austin Riley. And he's thinking, I just can't find the 3rd out. Just not coming to him. 2-1 to Heim. Missed outside. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, the Braves have done a great job this game so far in the third inning with Eli White's 2-out walk and scoring 3 runs after that, and kind of the same scenario here.
3-1 in the dirt, ball 4. Walt keeps the 5th inning going. All this against a really good pitcher. So this has been a nice day for the Braves at the plate. Here comes Alex Cora. I say that might be Andrew Bailey, the pitching coach. Either way, you're going to have a meeting at the mound. He's just wearing a navy blue shirt that he would wear under his uniform, so he doesn't have his name displayed. Yeah, just a meeting at the mound. I don't know about you. If I were on a coaching staff, I would want to be in uni so they can see my name on the back of the uniform when I go out there to the mound.
Unless he doesn't want anybody ragging him from the stands and calling him by name. That's the only thing I can think about. I enjoyed wearing my jersey. I mean, there's not many times, or you don't get too many chances sometimes to wear a big league uniform, but, some of the coaches, they think otherwise if they've been there for a while, or maybe, like I said earlier, maybe they just don't want people yelling at them.
Jack Anderson is warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. Runners at first and second. First pitcher called, strike on Kyle Farmer. We don't think anything of it, thinking about managers and coaches wearing uniforms just like the players. But can you imagine how silly that would look if coaches for other sports wore the same uniform as the basketball uniform or a football uniform? None of us low and outside.
Honestly, but I don't think I've really even thought about that too often. Sometimes you'll see a basketball coach wear a suit. I think that's pretty professional. And then some coaches just have their style, but wearing the same jersey would be a little weird.
1-1 pitch, low and inside. We never even think of it in baseball. It's just what you do. You wear the uniform.
That's just kind of the standard thing. You want to look like your manager. Manager wants to look like he's a part of the team too. But could you imagine Walt Weiss wearing a suit in the dugout?
There's a swing and a miss. Yeah, looking like Connie Mack down there. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Kyle Farmer.
Or maybe a cutoff shirt for Walt.
Right.
He could get away with it.
Yeah, he needs the sleeveless shirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Farmer. Runners at first and second. 2-2, and that's in there for a called third strike. So a fastball gets Farmer, but the Braves have another productive inning. They send 7 to the plate. They score 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, a walk, hit batter, and a couple men left. We're halfway home. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Braves 6, Red Sox 1.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. The Braves have shown us what happens when a great team pulls together. At Pruitt Health, our All-Stars help you recover from surgery or a major health event. Nurses, therapists, a whole team dedicated to giving you the personalized care you need. Come join the Pruitt Health team. Email hireme@pruitthealth.com. That's hireme@pruitthealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Hi, it's Chuck Dowdle. If you're ready for a better checking account, my friends at Georgia's Own Credit Union can help. Open an all-access checking account from Georgia's Own, and you'll get access to more than 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and get paid up to 2 days early. Best of all, for a limited time, earn a welcome bonus when you open a new all-access checking account. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm proud to be one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA. Restrictions apply. Visit georgiasown.org for complete details.
The Braves Country Music Fest at Truist Park is June 13th, featuring Cody Johnson, Ella Langley, and more. Get tickets at braves.com/BravesCountryFest.
Start your weekend with the Buck Belue Show with me, Kelly Krall, Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
6-1 Braves into the bottom of the 5th inning. 7-8-9 coming up for the Red Sox. Sale's first pitch in there for a called strike versus Wilyer Abreu. Great to have you with us alongside Charlie Culberson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Abreu 0 for 1, reached on a fielder's choice. Pitch on the way from Chris Sale. There's a ball low and outside. It's our final few days here in the Grapefruit League. Most of us got down here to Florida second or third week of February. There's a 1-1 pitch on the way. There's a ground ball. Bouncer out to first. Slowly hit. Olson's got it. Glove flip. Sales there. Nice play. 3-1 put out to get Wilyer Abreu. And one down here in the fifth inning. I know that for a lot of our fans, when they come down to spring training, they're in the area. They might come to the home games, and then when the team's on the road, they'll go to the beach or go get something nice to eat, ice cream, that kind of thing. And a lot of times they'll listen to our broadcast as the team might be playing a road game. Well, we know that that's the case today. And there's a really good ice cream store that's in between where we play and the Rays play called Scoops. And if you've got that on your list of things to do and you're down here in the area, you probably better get over there really, really quick, because it's come to our attention that two of our listeners, Fred Stone and Big Al from the Braves clubhouse, are probably heading that way. And once they leave, there won't be any ice cream left for anybody else.
So what's the story behind this?
I mean, those two guys will go in and absolutely destroy an ice cream store.
Oh, I thought they were like ordering for the whole team.
No, just for the two of them.
Just for them, okay.
It's like a couple of tornadoes touching down on that ice cream parlor. One down for Isaiah Conner.
Have you experienced Scoops?
I haven't, because every time I've gone in there, they were in there a couple hours before.
Everything's gone. Okay.
I mean, even the sprinkles are gone. There's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Isaiah Conner-Falefa, and there's a called strike.
Do you think they're listening in?
Probably so. Maybe they'll bring us some ice cream down here. I doubt it. I mean, you're talking about 3 and 4 scoops, whipped cream 6 inches up off the top scoop, all the sprinkles. They can put down some ice cream, boy. Here's a 1-1 on the way from Sale. Ball outside, 2-1.
But you like your ice cream too, right? You like dessert?
Oh, yeah, I love dessert.
Will you go get some today?
I don't see why not. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way. Conner-Falefa ropes one in the air to left field, right in line with Jose Azocar. Makes the catch. 2 down. By the way, it didn't take long. My phone was vibrating the whole time I was going through that.
Who was it?
Big Al.
Big Al, okay. He saved some for you?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a few things to say. Let's just say that. 2 down in the inning. Pitch on the way from Sale. There's a ball inside. This will be challenged. Jonah Heim wants to take a peek at this one. So the Braves challenging that last call. And this is a ball. So that's confirmed. Two up and 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sale's 1-0 pitch. Nothing wrong with that. Got it in there versus Narvaez. 11 in a row sat down by Chris Sale. Braves leading 6-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1-1 pitch. Good looking slider. That's called a ball. This will be challenged by Heim. I think they're going to get this one overturned. Watching the replay, that is a strike. So that will be overturned.
Got some clapping in the stands. I think fans like it.
Ball and 2 strikes on Narvaez. Sale swivels and brings it. That'll be fouled back by Narvaez. Still a 1-2 count on him. Should he reach back to the top of the order to Roman Anthony. Braves in the 6th will have 7, 8, 9 up themselves. Chris has 1 strikeout today, but he's retired 11 consecutive. 1-2 pitch. Just missed inside with a fastball. Last man to reach on a base hit was Andrew Monasterio, his single in the 2nd inning. Sale comes set right at the waist. Kicks and brings a 2-2. And he just missed with a changeup. Runs full now on Narvaez. He grounded out to short to end the second inning. Sale, ball in a red glove. Inhale and exhale. Kicks and deals. 3-2, pulled foul on the third baseline. Sale taking his time, digging around there at the third base side of the rubber. Narvaez, the catcher, steadies the bat, tapping his right shoulder. Again the 3-2, again a foul ball. Good battle here between Sale and Narvaez. No action in the Braves bullpen. Red Sox have a southpaw throwing. We were hoping to see Chris for 6 innings today, or at least pitch into the 6th inning. He's 1 strike away from putting them away here in the 5th. See if this is the pitch that does it. 3-2 pitch. Got him looking. I mean, a fastball painted. And Narvaez goes down looking. 12 in a row sat down by Sale. We've completed 5 innings. We go to the top of the 6th. Braves 6, Red Sox 1.
I remember the hard road that led to this moment.
And the MLB Comeback Player of the Year is Atlanta Braves pitcher Johnny Venters.
Every day I work towards a better future for my family, my teammates, and my community. Having a setback in life can be devastating, but each challenge is a setup for your strongest comeback.
Braves win.
That's why I trust Globe Life. For over 125 years, they have been helping families protect their financial future. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
Baseball fans know you win by having a strong lineup, and Jim Ellis Buick GMC has one of the strongest.
From powerful GMC trucks to refined Buick SUVs, you'll find a great selection, competitive pricing, and a buying experience that delivers every time.
Shop online at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person in Chamblee, just inside 285, or in Buford, near the Mall of Georgia. Jim Ellis Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Save time during your workday commute when you rely on your smartphone. Get real-time traffic reports from the app of your choice while you listen to the radio home of the Braves, only on the Fan app.
Ben and Charlie coming to you from Fort Myers. Braves have a 6-1 lead on the Red Sox. 7-8-9 coming up for the Braves here in the top of the 6th inning. Harris, Dubon, Anna, Zokar. Final time we'll see the Red Sox this spring. Then we'll see them in the regular season. They come to Atlanta, and we also go to Boston. Both of those series taking place in the month of May. That's a great time to go to Boston. And maybe that's one that you want to put on your list of things to do to see the Braves on the road this year. Get your road trip in. Pitch on the way to Michael Harris. He'll reach and miss at a first pitch cutter 0-1. I love those fans who every year will circle a road trip or a destination on the road and go try to see different ballparks. Try to figure out where they want to go this upcoming summer. Chasing a miss, nothing in 2. And we go to all these road venues, and it seems like wherever we go, there's a huge group of Braves fans there. And that's always a blast of going on the road, is seeing the support the Braves get when they're away from Atlanta.
You know, Ben, I was with you guys in Boston last year. Didn't they have the A-list members up there last year?
0-2 pitch. Harrison's one foul by the Braves dugout.
Yeah, I know that you went and helped out and talked with them, but a big group, they do that every year, but it's not every year in Boston, correct?
Correct. It's a couple of different trips each year where they have a couple of different designated cities that they'll take A-list members on the road. Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a ball high, 1-2. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure if it's strictly just A-list members. I just think it's Braves road trips, and you have a bunch of A-list members who sign up for it. 1-2 on the way to Michael Harris. Michael puts a good swing on that one, but just got under it to deep right field. Abreu's under it and makes the catch. That is time, or his swing time perfectly, but a fly out to right field. Here comes Alex Cora, and that'll likely be it for Garrett Crochet. But yeah, we go to these venues, and I mean, it's fun when you have a chance to visit with some fans, and they'll tell you, yeah, we decided we want to hit this one up this year, or this was one of the last ballparks for us to get to. And you'll meet fans who have been to every ballpark in the big leagues. And Boston's always a really good yard to visit. And of course, we'll be there at some point. I think it's maybe right around Memorial Day, just after Memorial Day, perhaps.
Well, the weather there is going to be really nice. I was up there with you guys last May. You treated us to a nice Italian dinner. Was that Mamma Mia?
Yeah, Mamma Mia.
Yeah,
good memory.
A lot to do there in Boston.
New pitcher now for the Red Sox. This will be a left-hander, Tyler Samaniego. He is out of the University of South Alabama. That's spelled Samaniego. Tyler Samaniego. 6'4" lefty. And before we really dive in on him, I want to get your opinion on your thoughts for Braves look versus Garrett Crochet. I'd say a pretty impressive showing.
Yeah, they all did a great job. And I think one thing that kind of stood out to me today, Ben, was the 2 out at bats, being able to get a guy on with Eli, with that walk, that 1 inning, and then creating a few runs. Then the hit by pitch with Eli again, with 1 out there in the 5th inning, but trying to, I feel like, a lot of times too in spring training, they're not getting together for these big hitters meetings. They all kind of understand what they have to do, but they all did a really good job of keeping him inside the strike zone and not chasing, that slider and sweeper down and in to righties. Kind of made him and force Crochet to throw something down the middle or over the middle of the plate. They fouled off some really good pitches, but a lot of really, really good at bats. Some really good defensive plays by Durbin at third base, and then a couple fortunate plays that kind of went our way with the sunball to Roman Anthony in left field. But a lot of barrels today, a lot of good swings.
Whether you have a really good swing on a really tough pitch, here's a pitch on the way to Dubon, there's a ball outside, or whether you have some luck on your side, it's still never easy against a pitcher the caliber of Garrett Crochet. And look, it's apples to oranges at best. But there was only 1 game all year last year where Crochet gave up 6 runs or more in a start. There's a called strike. I don't know, it's just spring training, and it's completely different. But like 6 runs versus Garrett Crochet, that's not easy to do. And the Braves making good contact. Had some things go their way. This ball low and inside. And altogether, a really good showing against one of the game's best pitchers.
Well, honestly, too, whether you're an everyday guy, an all-star, you still want luck on your side, especially against, an all-star type, Cy Young type pitcher in Garrett Crochet.
2-1 to Dubon. Laced foul on the right field line.
Because those guys are already so tough to face. You'd like to think that the baseball gods would be on your side a little bit. But as long as you just have good at-bats, and if you can put together good at-bats against some of the best, mentally can kind of get you locked in as well.
Crochet, 5 1/3 innings, 6 runs, 6 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. 2-2 to Dubon, and he whistles one into right field. Got a sinker from Samaniego and just lofted it over Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 1 out single for Mauricio Dubon. Braves with another hit. They have 7 in the game and lead 6-1 here in the top of the 6th inning. Jose Azocar 0 for 2, line out to third and a ground out to second. Wind is blowing in from center field. Bright sunshine covers the entire field as the left-hander Samaniego comes set right at the belly. First pitch swinging. Azocar sends one foul onto the white canopy rooftop that covers the grandstand. 0-1 on Jose Azocar. Lead at first by Dubon, held there by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 0-1 from the lefty. Ground ball out to short. Backhanded by Story. The second, there's one. Monasterio with a good throw over to Kiner-Falefa for 2. And a 6-4-3 double play ends the top of the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, none left. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 6-1 Braves.
When it comes to shipping, Saia Freight and Logistics delivers a grand slam. As the exclusive freight and logistics partner of the Atlanta Braves, Saia provides comprehensive nationwide service focused on customer satisfaction. For over a century, Saia has delivered the smart solutions and reliable shipping businesses both big and small depend on. When service is everything, it's a yes. Step up to the plate with Saia. Visit Saia.com. That's SAIA.com.
When it's your money, your business, or your home, you deserve a partner who sees and hears you. A partner who is by your side every step of the way. That's Ameris Bank. It's a commitment we're proud to make, and one we back up by providing financial solutions to empower you. Because at the end of the day, we are dedicated advocates for you. Visit your local branch or learn more at amerisbank.com. Ameris Bank, fiercely yours. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to credit approval.
Spring is starting at the Home Depot, and we're bringing you low prices guaranteed so you can wake up your yard this season. Shape up your lawn with top brand outdoor power tools like this Ryobi 40-volt mower with up to 50 minutes of runtime. Bring in a splash of color with spring blooms and fresh plants from the Home Depot Garden Center. Then refresh your garden beds and keep them clear of weeds with Vigoro Mulch 5 bags for $10. Start your spring with low prices guaranteed only at the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
The Braves have over 20 gate giveaways this season, from bobbleheads to wearables. See them all at Braves.com/promos.
Your smart speaker could help make the workday fly by or keep you company before the Braves take the field. Tell your smart speaker, play 680 The Fan.
Braves with a 6-1 lead here in Fort Myers. Red Sox coming to the plate with the top of their order. Anthony Story and Contreras facing Chris Sale, working into the 6th inning today in his final tune-up before opening day. First pitch to Roman Anthony, in for a called strike. New right fielder for the Braves is Dallas Macias. He's in there for Eli White. Everything else the same for the Braves. So put Macias in right. And it's still Chris Sale on the mound. 0-1 pitch. Called strike on Roman Anthony. This will be challenged. Looked like a fastball low and away. Called a strike. Waiting for the video replay of the ABS system. And that is a strike. That's confirmed. So 0-2. Right at the bottom of the zone. Anthony 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field. Also a walk. Sale way ahead 0-2. Here it comes. Just outside with a fastball. Roman Anthony, young star for the Red Sox. Left-handed batter. And the 1-2 pitch from Sale. Big wave at a miss at a slider. He must have been 8 inches from that pitch. Strikeout number 3 by Sale. One down here in the 6th inning. And then brings Trevor Story up to the plate. You craving ice cream now?
That's all I'm thinking about. What kind of ice cream would you go for? What's your go-to?
That's the thing. I don't know if I have a go-to. I like to mix it up. I'll tell you, the last time I went, there's a called strike. I got the birthday cake style ice cream. It's got the cake and the ice cream together.
Okay, I'm down.
That was pretty good.
I'm a cake guy, so I saw the cake earlier in the media food room. I was like, I might sneak that one.
0-1 pitch, misses high. We might have to send you in there.
I think it was for Virginia. Happy birthday, Virginia.
Isn't that your middle name? Go in there.
I mean, if you tell me to go, I'll go. I'll go see if there's some left here soon.
There's a 1-1 pitch. Slider just missed a Story.
I will ask you a baseball question with these challenges, Ben. You get 3 to start the game. Did you get an extra one in extra innings?
You do.
Okay.
Both teams have 1 challenge remaining. Here's the 2-1, and just a weak ground ball to first base. Gloved by Matt Olson, steps on the bag for the out, and 2 down. It's something that we've seen over spring training when it comes to the ABS challenges, where the conversation has shifted to pitchers attacking the top of the zone with curveballs and just scraping the top of the zone. And there's one train of thought that says, well, that might be a little bit too risky to really aim for that and try to use that as a strategy. But at the same time, you think about these curveball pitchers looking for any advantage they can get. 2 down, ball low and inside. Nate Eaton up to the plate now for the Red Sox, pinch hitting for Wilson Contreras. And I think once we get into the season, I think we'll see that a little bit more frequently. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's a sweeper in for a called strike. And when you think about the bottom of the zone, I think you're the extreme. Very top of the zone, very bottom of the zone, so we're going to see most of your challenges. And that high curveball could be a strategy that comes into the game simply because of the ability to steal the strike at the top of the zone with the ABS. 1-1 swing and a miss, 1-2.
I agree with you. I think, what was it, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I felt like they took the top of the zone down. And so now those pitches, when I was still playing, the pitches that were at the top, they were getting called balls in AAA. I mean, those were like belt high pitches to hit. So I feel like those curveballs would be tough.
1-2 fouled off, still 1-2.
To be able to sneak a curveball up at the top of the zone, honestly, as a hitter, those are the ones that get hit a long ways. Those are the ones that are, backspun out because they are hanging at the top. But some of the best pitchers, they can toy with it. If they're spinning the ball very well, they know where to throw it. Those are the guys that can do that.
1-2 to Eaton. This is outside, 2-2. And I'm not talking about guys who just occasionally throw a curveball. I'm talking about your really good curveball pitchers, your Max Breeds, Clayton Kershaws, Rich Hills. Those guys, those big looping curveballs that could just nail the top of the zone anytime they want. Here's a 2-2 pitch on the way to Nate Eaton, and he just wiped him out with a slider. They go down in order. 15 in a row sat down by Sale. He has been in a groove. We go to the top of the 7th inning, 6-1 Braves.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Xfinity tech support. I can't get Jurassic Park back online without... But no worries. Our Wi-Fi boosted mobile keeps you connected in all kinds of places.
Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
When the game is on the line, you need a team you can depend on. The same is true when shopping for a luxury vehicle. That's why I depend on the winning team at Jim Ellis Cadillac.
Enjoy a quick, easy, and convenient shopping experience with a team of experts you can trust.
Find your new Cadillac at JimEllisCadillac.com or stop by for a VIP shopping experience just inside I-285 on Peachtree Boulevard.
Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
Hey, Braves fans, this is Chris Domino reminding you that Braves coverage starts 2 hours before every first pitch during the season on the radio home of the Atlanta Braves, 680 The Fan, and, of course, the Fan app.
Braves leading the game still 6-1 over the Red Sox at JetBlue Park. Going into the top of the 7th, the Red Sox are bringing in new right-handed pitcher Greg Weissert into the game, 6'2", 235-pound right-handed pitcher, 31 years old from Bay Shore, New York. Today will be his 3rd game of spring, 2 innings pitched, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts.
He's got a new catcher. It's Connor Wong back there. Dallas Macias leading off for the Braves here in the 7th. Macias, left-handed hitter, takes a called strike, 0-1. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Braves. That includes a home run by Austin Riley. Riley's had a 4 RBI day with a couple of doubles as well. 0-1 pitch. Macias takes the ball outside. But the Red Sox, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. They have been hypnotized by Chris Sale today. Chris has retired 15 in a row, going back to the single by Monasterio in the 2nd inning. 1 run from Weissert. There's a ball low and inside. 2 balls and a strike. So if that's the final tune-up of the spring for Chris, and it is, what a tune-up it was. He looked amazing today. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Macias launches one foul deep down the right field line and out of play. I'd say anything that Chris wanted to work on, make sure it was tightened up and ready to go for Friday night, he accomplished that.
No, you're right. And sitting down 15 Red Sox hitters in a row, only 4 strikeouts, 2 in that last inning, 3 in the last 4 batters. That was a great day on the mound for him today.
2-2. Macias takes the ball outside, 3-2.
And it shows you, too, that, for a guy in Chris Sale, pitched for the Red Sox for a long time. He got a great welcome in here earlier. I'm sure they always liked seeing him, maybe the fans, but I'm sure the players do not. He is a tough lefty, but yes, a great tune-up, Ben, for his last start of spring training.
3-2 to Macias. Fouled off into the seats down the left field line.
6 innings, 86 pitches. He was very, very efficient. Only 2 hits given up and 4 strikeouts. And like I said, 3 strikeouts in the last 4 batters. And nice way to end his day.
3-2. Fouled back. Braves have Tyler Kinley tossing in the bullpen, so he'll likely take over for the bottom of the 7th. Macias came in defensively for the Braves in the bottom of the 6th inning. And this is his first trip to the plate. Eli White finishes his day 0 for 1, hit by a pitch, walk, and a run scored. Payoff pitch, swung on, miss. There goes the bat. Fortunately, it didn't hit anybody. Went right in between Ozzie Albies and the on-deck circle. 1 down here in the 7th. Here comes Ozzie. Coming to you from Fort Myers, Florida. We're here today and tomorrow. We'll see the Twins tomorrow. Fort Myers hosts the Red Sox and Twins as their 2 spring training facilities separated by about 8 miles. 1 out for Ozzie. There's a called strike. Fort Myers has been the spring training home of the Red Sox since 1993. They were in Winter Haven from 1966 to 1992. And then came down here in 93. 0-1 pitch. Ball outside. They played at City of Palms Park for a while, and they opened up this facility in 2012. And Fort Myers, a good spot for spring training. So they have the Red Sox and Twins here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Albies takes a ball high. Didn't you tell me that your dad played some ball in Fort Myers at one point?
He did. My dad played high A baseball in the Florida State League in 1987. Fort Myers Royals.
There's a 2-1 pitch. Ozzie, big chopper to the right side, giving ground and gloving in shallow right field. Monasterio throws to the bag, and 2 down on a 4-3 putout.
Yeah, he actually won the Florida State League batting title that year, hitting 320 that year. So as a kid, he always had this Louisville Slugger bat up on a plaque at our house, like in a back room, and he'd always say, "Yeah, your dad could hit a little bit," and so he always had that one on me.
That's cool.
He won a batting title.
2 down for Matt Olson. There's a called strike. Did you ever spend any time in the Florida State League?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. But it was kind of funny. Last year I was down in Fort Myers with you guys on radio, and I stopped by the old park he played at. And so I was able to see where he played at home during that season.
That's fun. There's a called strike, 0-2 on Olson.
It was fun until after I got in FaceTiming my parents that I went to my rental car and my car didn't start. I don't know if you remember that day. I actually took an Uber.
I do remember that now that you say it.
I took an Uber to the park and left my rental car at some old park not too far away here in Fort Myers.
And they came and took care of it?
I guess so.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Olson fouls one off to our left.
No,
that's the last time you saw that car.
It is. Hopefully I don't see it again. It was a little shaky at first when I got in it. I was like, should be okay. Nope, it died. It died. But I was able to see the park my dad played at almost 30 years ago.
That is very cool. 0-2 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Off the plate, 1-2. Braves leading 6-1 as we're in the top of the 7th.
I say almost 30 years ago. That was almost 40 years ago.
40 years, yeah.
Sorry, Dad.
Olson has 2 hits today. 1-2 fouled off. I was reading earlier today, studying up on just reading about the city of Fort Myers, how Thomas Edison and Henry Ford both had winter estate homes here. They spend their winters in Fort Myers. Good place to be. Has been for a long time. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. And Olson lines one into right field. There's his third hit of the game. 3 singles for Olson. He scored twice, has an RBI. Let's see if the Braves want a pinch run for him. They do. Drew Compton takes over for Olson. Good day for Matt. 3 for 4, 3 singles. Played a good brand of defense, of course, at first base as well. We'll put Drew Compton down at first base as the runner. Only man who's had a better day than Matt is this man, Austin Riley. First pitch to Riley in for a strike. Riley hit a home run in the 2nd inning. In the 3rd inning, he hit a double off the Green Monster. That drove in a run. And then in the 5th inning, hit one into the corner that drove in 2 runs. There's the 0-1 pitch. Riley swings and misses. That last double that he hit down into the corner in left field was a high, deep fly ball that was lost in the sun by Roman Anthony and landed on the ground right in front of the Green Monster down the left field line. 2 runs scored because of it. So it's been a 4 RBI day for Austin. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball back to the mound, gloved by Weissert, and he'll wing it over to first base for the out. That'll wrap up the top of the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Time to stretch in Fort Myers. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Braves 6, Red Sox 1.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, you may be in big trouble with Chip Wood.
Our owner?
Free oil changes along with alignment
on any 4 tire purchase.
And Goodyear's up to $160 off?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike, but I'm telling.
But the Wood family is behind all this.
Oh, those rascals.
But don't tell the accountants.
Of course not. And what do they do again?
Buy any set of 4 tires at Tire Discounters and get a free alignment and oil change. Make them Goodyear's and save up to $160 more.
See store for details.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This spring and summer, the world's biggest names in soccer are coming to downtown Atlanta. Stay where the city gathers at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, just steps away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium and State Farm Arena. Skip the traffic when you stay with easy access to dining, entertainment, and the energy of Centennial Yards District. Book now and take advantage of special seasonal offers now before it's too late. Plan your spring and summer staycation at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. It's the perfect balance of peppers, vinegar, and the salty tears of Mets fans. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Hey Braves fans, Buck Bellew here reminding you to get your sports fix the easy way. Tell your smart speaker to play 680 The Fan.
Chris Sale's day is done after a great 6 innings of 1-run baseball. Braves still leading the Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th inning, 6-1. New pitcher, right-handed pitcher Tyler Kinley, in for the Braves, 6'4", 220 pounds. This will be his 4th game of spring. 3 innings so far, 1 run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts.
Here's Jarren Duran to lead it off for Boston. Bunch of changes for the Braves. There's a ball high. We'll get to those after this next pitch to Duran. Duran 0 for 2, fly out to right, fly out to center. Braves leading 6-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Right-hander Kinley brings the 1-0 pitch. Duran takes a curve for a called strike. Drew Compton stays in the game. He's at first base. Cal Conley into the game at second base. New shortstop Brett Wisely. New third baseman Colby Jones. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way from Kinley. Line drive into left field and a base hit. Kevin Kilpatrick up with it, sends it in. That's the first Red Sox to reach since the 2nd inning. And ends a streak of 15 in a row sat down. All 15 of those retired by Chris Sale. So runner at first base for Caleb Durbin. New outfield for the Braves, the aforementioned Kevin Kilpatrick is in left field. Jose Azocar has moved from left field to center field. And it's still Macias in right. Still Heim behind the plate. But those are the changes for the Braves. Caleb Durbin takes a strike on the inside corner. He's the only Red Sox to score a run today. Durbin singled and scored in the second. Home plate umpire Derek Thomas walks out in front of Jonah Heim and uses his right foot to spread some dirt around. Walks back behind Heim, and he's ready to go now. Righty-righty matchup between Kenley and Durbin. Good lead at first by Duran. Pitch on the way, reach and a miss at a curveball.
But you'd almost think that anybody after Chris Sale would be fine to face, right? Chris Sale was so tough. He always is. But Tyler Kenley, ever since the Braves picked him up last year from the Rockies, he's been almost unhittable for now Walt Weiss and the team here. In 24 games last year, .72 ERA. 25 innings. Only 2 runs given up. So another guy that they can hopefully lean on again for this long season.
I think he's enjoyed getting out of Denver. What do you say?
I think a lot of people do.
Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. Low and outside. It leaks through Heim, rolls to the backstop. And slider got through Heim, so a wild pitch, and Duran down to second.
Seems like most hitters like to stay there. A lot of pitchers like to get out of there.
Man, there's no doubt about that.
And if you can excel as a pitcher in Denver, you're doing something right.
6-1 Braves, bottom of the 7th. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Durbin. Fouled back. Not his best swing at that slider. That is the best pitch for Kenley. That's a pitch that started as a curveball and over the years evolved into that slider. And that is the difference maker pitch for Tyler Kenley. He's a Florida boy. Went to Barry University in Miami Shores, Florida. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Durbin. And Kenley misses low with a curveball. I was chatting with Tyler about that journey. And he told me where he went to high school in South Florida, Davie, Florida. Just a baseball hotbed. And there were players going to big-time collegiate programs. And he was just hoping to play anywhere. Got the opportunity at Barry University. Ground ball foul down the third baseline. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID on the Braves Radio Network.
Atlanta's only home for Braves spring training. WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The home of the Braves, the Fan.
6-1 Braves, bottom of the 7th. Tyler Kenley trying to put away Caleb Durbin. A 2-2 count. Offering on the way. Missed high. Finishing that story, Tyler was talking about just getting an opportunity to continue the career. And to him, it didn't matter so long as whatever university wanted him had a good baseball program. And he went to Barry and just continued that career. And that's really where that slider started to develop more and more. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball towards shallow center. Azocar coming in. And now coming in Kilpatrick. That'll be Kilpatrick's ball darting right in front of Azocar. And the left fielder has it. Now Jose and Kevin kind of have a laugh out there. But one down. And it just made me think of a point that we've made so many times. And I'm sure that you can shed some light on this as well. You don't always have to be a first-round pick. Or you don't have to be coming out of a baseball powerhouse. As long as you just find a way to keep playing, you're putting up good numbers, you're getting better and better, putting the work in, these scouts will find you. These teams will find you. And that's the case for Tyler Kenley. He deals to Andrew Monasterio and a first pitch strike.
And Ben, it's nice to see guys that may not have been drafted super high. You know, Tyler Kenley was drafted in 2013 in the 16th round to be able to, you know, take advantage of opportunities, because a lot of times guys that are drafted lower, they don't have as many opportunities. So they have to go out there and make adjustments a lot quicker than others.
Well, one fouled off.
But you see a guy, he's 6'4", listed at 220 pounds. Like, he's a big right-handed pitcher. And there was some, not sure who it was, but some coach along the way that saw something in his slider, whether you said, his curveball turned into more of a slider, the way he spins it, and how metrics are now in baseball, that they knew that was going to be an elite pitch.
0-2 fouled off, still an 0-2 count down Monasterio.
And it's pretty amazing, too, to see certain players, rely on a pitch like that so often. And these big league hitters, I feel like, I've talked about it before, more guys typically sit on a fastball and react to the off speed, but the really good ones can just sit and wait for that slider.
0-2, ground ball to third and foul.
And even though so many guys, Kenley last year, he would throw his slider 70% of the time to right-handed hitters. So based off of math, you would think that you would just wait for the slider. You would sit slider, anything else you're laying off of. But even so, just because you get it doesn't mean you swing. You have to swing at the one that kind of pops up out of his hand. That's the one that's going to be a strike.
0-2 from Kenley. He reaches and pops one up down the left field line, heading towards the seats, and a foul ball.
Because the really good and really patient hitters, like I just talked about, just because they see it doesn't mean they're swinging. They're really going to focus on the ball out of a tunnel coming in. And so the chances of them seeing a slider in an at-bat are pretty high. So let me wait on it. But then they'll also look at where is he giving up damage to, what part of the field, and that kind of is a way for them to approach their at-bat.
Again, the 0-2. Monasterio fouls back a fastball. I mean, not that you're coming off the heater ever, but you see a first pitch heater against a guy who throws 70% sliders. You probably immediately want to attack that heater.
Right. And then a lot of guys too will go in and look at the computer. They'll watch video. They'll look at all the numbers and see like, hey, if he tries to get ahead with the fastball, let me just stay on the fastball the whole at bat instead of going back and forth.
0-2. Outside 1-2.
Because I feel like the toughest thing is to say, all right, I'm going to stay on the heater for this at bat or for this pitch. And then whether he gets ahead or behind, there's no need for me to go straight to the slider. You hear stories of like Manny Ramirez sits slider the whole time. He might not get a fastball, or he might get fastballs, but might not get the slider and he won't swing.
1-2 slider takes care of Monasterio. Gets him swinging.
And so I feel like those guys with, that are obviously the best, some of the best hitters in the game, that they know that they're going to get 4 to 5 at bats per game. They're going to get 600 to 700 plate appearances during the season. Those guys can do that. They can find, rhythms, being able to say, I'm going to take this whole game and sit a certain pitch. But they're going to play their chances off a guy that throws so many of one pitch.
Wilyer Abreu sees a curveball for a strike. By the way, the Braves have action in the bullpen. Right-hander L.J. McDonough loosening his arm. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Braves have a 6-1 lead on the Red Sox here in Fort Myers. Runner at second, 2 down for Abreu, who's 0 for 2 in the game. Kenley deals in the air towards left, slicing towards the seats. That becomes a souvenir. 0-2 on Abreu.
Talking about Kenley, he likes throwing the slider more to right-handed hitters, 70% of the time, only 57% to lefties. But when a guy's getting scoring position, that's when those numbers tick up, and that's where they average out, is because they're going to go to their best pitch when they need to in a game.
0-2. Popped up left side of the infield, fighting the sun, Wisely and Jones. This will be Kobe Jones' ball. Staggering left, makes the catch, and there's out number 3. So a leadoff single by Duran, but that's all the Red Sox are good for in the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We go to the 8th. Braves 6, Red Sox 1.
Hey, this is Jaron Solomon from Solomon Brothers Jewelers. People ask me all the time, what does it mean to be the preferred jeweler of the Atlanta Braves? And it means a lot to the Solomon family. I'm born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia, and more importantly, I'm a Southeast kid. And the Atlanta Braves have meant everything to me growing up. They're a fabric of their community. We believe we're a fabric of this community. And being associated with the Atlanta Braves has truly been an honor, and we really appreciate it. Go Braves.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Real Braves fans know a reliable outfield is key to winning games. Braves fans also know that when it comes to buying their next new vehicle, they can always rely on Landmark Auto Group. With Georgia's best deals on new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, and 3 convenient locations in Morrow, Atlanta, and Athens, you're never too far from a Landmark store. Or shop us online at shoplandmarkcars.com. Landmark Auto Group, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves.
Always the best deal, always.
When the Braves aren't playing on a weeknight, join the Buck Belue Show with me, Kelly Krall, from 6 to 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Braves still winning this game 6-1, heading into the top of the 8th inning. Red Sox bring in new right-handed pitcher, newly signed right-handed pitcher Tommy Kahnle, former New York Yankee. Tommy Kahnle, 6'1", 230-pound right-handed pitcher out of Latham, New York. First made his big league debut. He was a teammate of mine with the Colorado Rockies in 2014. 11 years in the big leagues. Today will be his first appearance of spring training.
That's interesting. I mean, you get signed late and you make your first appearance in the final week of spring. You probably feel like you're working from behind most of the season after that. You've got a lot of work to put in just to get ready. Obviously, I'm sure he's been throwing all the time, but now in a Grapefruit League game, there's a pitch that misses to Heim. Lots of changes for the Red Sox. Mason White is the new second baseman. Vinny Capra into the game at third base. Braden Ward is the new right fielder. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Jonah Heim. Heim with a soft tapper up the first base line. Gloved by the first baseman, Connor Falefa. Steps on the bag with his right foot and one away here in the 8th inning. Those are the changes for the Red Sox. Here comes Kyle Farmer. Yeah, talking about Kahnle. Kahnle out of Lynn University in Florida. 6'1", 235. He was a great athlete in high school. Played quarterback, tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, and safety in football. I read that and I'm like, well, did he not kick and punt as well?
They probably had 11 guys on their team.
I mean, he was doing everything. Here's the pitch on the way. Farmer takes a called strike. Rockies area scouting supervisor John Cederberg is the one who saw Kahnle and saw him at Lynn University. And what really stood out to him is when he learned that Kahnle could dunk a basketball. And he said, this guy's an athlete. We want to sign this guy. That'll be fouled back. It makes me think about you and your backflips.
I mean, about the same. I had the boys on my son Ace's baseball team the other day. They won their tournament, which is kind of fun. It's the Charlie Culberson Classic put on by Training Legends there in Cobb County and the surrounding counties. They're like, hey, Coach Charlie, if we win, you got to do the backflip. So still got it.
2 missed inside. I think you're going to have that a long time.
No, I mean, if I can still do my backflip, I feel pretty good about myself, but got to stay in shape. I got to keep up with you, man. I'm thinking I wanted to hit the gym this morning, but I was a little too tired, so I'm going to try to go afterwards. I got to fill this polo out, man.
Look, I'm not even thinking about a backflip. There's a 1-2 pitch. There's a called third strike. Farmer goes down looking. I can hit a front flip on a trampoline. That's about all I got.
Well, it's funny. You know, my youngest, Everly, she does gymnastics, and they talk about, you know, how the difference between a backflip and a front flip. A backflip, when you go back, you can actually see the ground before you hit. The front flip, it's just like a blind flip.
True.
And so I can do a front flip on the trampoline and, you know, off a diving board, but there's no chance I'm doing it on the ground.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Michael Harris was in this spot earlier. This will be Brett Wisely batting, and he fouls one off of his foot.
You know, Kahnle was originally drafted by the Yankees, and then he was Rule 5 to the Colorado Rockies. So he spent 2 seasons there in 2014 and 2015. Spent a couple of years with the White Sox and then made his way back. The bulk of his major league career was back with the Yankees as a pretty pivotal part of the bullpen, 6 seasons over there.
2 down, bases empty, top of the 8th. Braves leading by 5 runs. Well, 1 misses outside, 1-1.
And speaking about playing football, Tommy Kahnle is a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan. And so our first year in 2014 with the Rockies, when the Eagles were playing, Tommy would walk through with his jersey on, his Eagles jersey, and an Eagles helmet.
No way.
The whole day.
He was amped up.
Yes, he was.
1-1 pitch. He blows that by wisely, 1-2. I mean, the jersey's one thing. A full helmet.
He had the helmet, so he was amped up. But you know what? I tell you, he was always ready to go and pitch whenever, at the time, Walt Weiss was the manager. Whenever Walt called on him, he was always ready, and he did everything he could. And, you know, it benefited for him because he's had a great career so far. And it might be weird for him wearing these Red Sox colors, being a Yankees for so long.
1-2 fouled off.
But at some point, you know, you get later in your career, you get a little bit older, you know, whichever team calls and says, hey, we have an opportunity here. I mean, he just signed a couple of days ago. You have to take that risk. So you take what you can get.
He's looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Now time called. Connor Wong and the catcher going to trot out there to the mound. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Braves, including a home run by Austin Riley. 1 run, 3 hits for the Red Sox. Getting late in this one. We're in the top of the 8th. Alongside Charlie Culberson, Ben Ingram here with you on a gorgeous day at JetBlue Park. Canely is the 4th pitcher used by the Red Sox today. They've used Crochet, Samaniego, Weissert, and Canely. 1-2 from the righty. Wisely gets a piece of a changeup to foul it back. I haven't heard the attendance announced today, but this has got to be a sellout. Well over 10,000 here today for this Saturday afternoon tilt between the Braves and the Red Sox. Again, the 1-2 from Canely. Ground ball up the middle. Glove back of second by Story. Throws over. 1 hops the throw, and that's dug out by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. That's a very impressive pick at first by Kiner-Falefa. And that seals the Braves' fate at the top of the 8th. They go down in order. We go to the bottom of the inning, 6-1 Braves.
It's road trip time. Not far from Atlanta is the spring home of the Braves, sunny Northport in Sarasota County, Florida. Visit the #1 beach in the U.S. Go on outdoor adventures like kayaking through mangrove tunnels and hunting for shark teeth. And check out the Tomahawk Tiki Bar at Cool Today Park. Head to visitsarasota.com to learn more and plan your trip today. That's visitsarasota.com.
Hi, it's Chuck Dowdle. If you're ready for a better checking account, my friends at Georgia's Own Credit Union can help. Open an all-access checking account for Georgia's Own, and you'll get access to more than 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and get paid up to 2 days early. Best of all, for a limited time, earn a welcome bonus when you open a new all-access checking account. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm proud to be one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA. Restrictions apply. Visit georgiasown.org for complete details.
Hey, baseball fans, if you've ever dreamed of going on the ultimate road trip, this one's for you. Grand Slam Getaways offers bucket list bus trips designed for fans who love the game and want to travel in style to multiple major league ballparks. All trips depart from Atlanta and include great tickets, hotels, side trips, and even some player appearances. Tours include at least 2 Atlanta road games, so get ready to root for the road team. Check out this year's trips at grandslam-getaways.com. That's grandslam-getaways.com.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at braves.com/value.
Do you have an empty screen doing nothing at home or at work? Watch our live in-studio camera, chat with other fans, or check out the best archive clips by searching 680 The Fan on YouTube.
Score is still the same, 6-1. Atlanta Braves winning going into the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves bringing on left-handed pitcher Dylan Lee in for his 4th game this spring.
First pitch from Dylan Lee in for a called strike. No balls and a strike on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Just made a terrific defensive play to end the top of the inning, as he's been at first today for the Red Sox. 0-1 from Lee. Fly ball to center field. Jose Azocar looking up, walking in. Makes a catch over the top of his cap. 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Folks here at Fenway South enjoying the afternoon. Braves leading 6-1. Like we mentioned earlier, if you've ever seen a game at Fenway Park in Boston, it's like they just took the field, dimensions and all, wall heights and all, and just dropped it right down here into Fort Myers. There's a called strike. Got the 37-foot tall green monster wall in left field. And that triangle where it's 420 out there in right center. Dimensions the same down the right field line, like you'd find Pesky's pole there at Fenway. There's a ball high, 1-1.
What's the actual dimensions right to Pesky pole? Is it 296 or 297?
That sounds right. Whatever it is, everybody says that it's shorter than the actual distance that's on the wall.
It is pretty amazing how it almost goes straight out to 380.
There's a fly ball towards right to his left. Now Macias, he'll watch that land in the seats for a foul ball, 1-2.
But a tricky corner down there. That's a, you don't, maybe a foot or so between the wall and the foul line. So the ball really has to kind of sneak down. It either caroms off and shoots straight out to the right fielder. But if it gets by you, it's going to carom and kind of curl around the fence.
1-2 fouled back. The dimension that they have for the right field pole is 302. But you'll have players or coaches or managers who've been around, they'll say it isn't that far. They think it might be 290 something.
Well, I've been with certain teams that will take a range finder like you go on the golf course, and they'll kind of laser find certain points from home plate.
1-2 pulled foul on the third baseline.
And a lot of teams, it kind of started when I was with the Dodgers. They would do that when you go to certain parks just to kind of find where you start as an outfielder, where the straight up was at or playing left or right. They would go from home plate and shoot the rangefinder. So I'm sure they've done that at these parks.
Definitely. 1-2 fouled back. What you're talking about with that right field wall curling around from the right field foul pole, what it reminds me of is when you have a ball that goes down the line and perfectly goes along that side wall and then curls back around the right fielder. It looks like the puck in a hockey game. 1-2 pitch. Chopper to short, coming in, playing a friendly bounce. Brett Wisely, throw across for the out, 2 down. Well, they'll send the puck down along the wall, and it just wraps around that wall to the other side. That's what a ball will do down the right field line in this ballpark.
I wonder when they built Fenway Park, with Boston and the Northeast being such a big hockey area, right? I wonder if they had that thought, or if it was just something that they just did because it looked cool, or that's the way that the only way they thought they could, make the stadium work.
I think that's all they had room for, so they just try to squeeze it all in there. There's a called strike.
That makes sense because it is tight up there at Fenway.
Sure is.
Even in the concourse, on the streets. But it's definitely a fun ballpark to visit and all the history they have there.
2 down for Roman Anthony. First pitch a strike, second pitch misses outside. Braves 6, Red Sox 1, bottom of the 8th. One from Dylan Lee. And a ball outside to Anthony, 2-1. Of course, they've added on to that stadium over the years. And obviously, much higher grandstand now, that extra level and press box than what it would have been several years ago. 2-1 in for a strike, 2-2. So much so that it's not kind of a wind tunnel out to right field. That's something you and I discussed last year about that home run that Ted Williams hit where they have the red seat, where now they say there's no way a ball could be hit out there. But back then, the stadium wasn't as high, and they say there was a gust of wind out to right field that day that let that ball go well over 500 feet. 2-2 pitch. Anthony swings and misses for strike 3. Fastball got him. And it's a 1-2-3 inning put together by Dylan Lee. We go to the 9th, 6-1 Braves.
100 grand is what you could win over and over again. You could win big every time. Go play Keno. You pick 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20. The more you match, the more you win. Money win 1 time, 2 times. There's no limit. Up to 100 grand every 3.5 minutes.
You like winning over and over again? It could happen with Keno. Go play in the bar, at the store, or online.
Go play Keno.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Attention Braves country, get ready for Braves Country Fest, starring Cody Johnson. Live somebody's word. With special guests, Ella Langley.
Come on, baby. It's Susan, Texas.
Plus, Ernest and Mackenzie Carpenter. Saturday, June 13th, Truist Park. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com and Braves.com. Presented by Truist.
Make it a habit to keep your radio on, the radio home of the Atlanta Braves while you work. Lock in Cellini and Domino weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7, and the Fan app.
Braves leading the Red Sox still 6-1 heading into the top half of the ninth inning. Red Sox bringing in new right-handed pitcher, number 78, Jack Anderson. Jack's a 6'3", 197-pound right-hander from Tampa, Florida. Originally drafted by the New York Yankees in the 36th round at Jesuit High School. Braves still leading 6-1.
Here's some other changes for the Red Sox. Braden Ward has moved from right field to center field. So Philip Sykes has taken over in right field. Corey Rozier is in left field. So make it Rozier in left, Ward in center, Sykes in right. Mickey Gasper is the new first baseman. There's the first pitch from Anderson. Kevin Kilpatrick takes the ball outside. Mason White still in the game at second base. Vinny Capra has moved from third base to shortstop. And Abram Liendo is the new third baseman. Got all that? Here's a 1-0 pitch. Kilpatrick grounds one out to Capra at short, wraps it in leather, sets his feet, fires over, one down.
I don't have all that. Can you say that one more time?
All right, third base, Abram Liendo, Liendo. Vinny Capra moves from third to short. Mason White still in there at second base. He took over last inning. And Mickey Gasper, the new first baseman. That's a lot.
Thank you.
You got it. There's Jose Azocar. Takes a called strike. L.J. McDonough throwing in the Braves bullpen. We can see him for the bottom of the ninth, looking to finish this thing up. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Azocar. He'll loop one into right field, down for a base hit. First hit of the game for Jose Azocar. And for the Braves, their first hit since the 7th. Ninth hit of the day for the Braves, leading 6-1 here in the ninth. Good news for you, Charlie. Come next Friday night, you don't have to worry about all these changes late in the game.
It is fun, though, to be able to, if you start a box score and keeping score in your book, it's nice to be able to finish it out. I don't like anything open.
There's a called strike. So whatever you start up, you got to finish it.
Yeah, I'd like to. I don't want to look back and say, oh, well, who did what? Or I'd like to be able to put everybody in.
I like that, yeah.
But you're right. Spring training is a little bit different than the regular season.
A lot different, that's for sure. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Dallas Macias. Called strike on Macias. Alongside Charlie Culberson, Ben Ingram here with you. In the ninth inning. Oh, 2 pitch. Ground ball foul right outside the bag at first. Jack Anderson, 5th pitcher used by the Red Sox today. This right-hander bent at the waist, long red sleeves to the wrists under his red Red Sox uniform. 0-2 pitch. That's high, 1-2. Wind has been blowing in the entire day. The only man to beat the wind today was Austin Riley. He had a home run in the second inning. And, man, it was launched well over the left field wall. One-two pitch. That'll be fouled off. Macias got just a piece of it.
And the only man to beat the wind the last 2 Braves games. Home run to right field Wednesday night. A no-doubter today.
A few takeaways from this game. Certainly everything we mentioned with Austin Riley. Matt Olson swinging a good bat. He had 3 hits today. And Chris Sale. 1-2 in the air to center field. Coming in Ward. He'll play that on a bounce. Base hit for Macias. Down to second base for Azocar. Back-to-back one-out base hits for the Braves.
Macias getting his first taste of spring training this year. drafted out of Oregon State in the 2025 draft. It's a nice chance for him to come up and get some playing time here late in the game.
Able to deliver with a base hit there. So first and second for the Braves. Cal Conley climbing in. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to Conley, high and outside from Anderson. After Conley, it will be Compton. And then Jones. Braves have not scored since the 5th inning, but they've led comfortably the entire game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss at a slider by Anderson. 1-1. Overestimated the crowd just a bit. We thought over 10,000 today. They just announced 9,422. 1-1 and a fly ball to center. Braden Ward to his right makes the catch. Runners hold at first and second. Good throw out of center field. One hopping to the bag at third. And 2 down here in the 9th inning. It's been a nice day here at JetBlue Park. This is our final visit to this stadium this year. Be right back here from Fort Myers tomorrow, just 8 miles across town at the Lee Sports Health Complex. Braves and Twins. And then Monday, we will see the Pirates in Bradenton. Tuesday, we'll see the Rays at home in Northport. And that'll end spring training 2026. And we will march proudly towards opening day. 2 down for Compton. Drew Compton swings and misses at a first pitch slider.
So you start with the Rays to open up spring training. You end with the Rays.
See a lot of the Rays here in the Grapefruit League. They're, 20, 25 minutes up the road from where we are in Northport. 0-1 in the air to center field. Braden Ward right there makes a head-high catch. And there's the third out. Braves with a couple of base hits, but nothing after that. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Braves 6, Red Sox 1.
Everyone needs car insurance. Legally, you gotta have it. The good news is that you have a lot of choices in who to work with. Why not buy coverage from a company that invests your dollars back into your community? Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance supports grassroots efforts that strengthen communities and protect our access to locally grown food. Because they're local, they have excellent service and response time. This is insurance you can feel good about. Get a quote at gfbinsurance.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Okay, let's see. Spring brings?
Flowers.
Nope.
Oh, allergies.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, deals on the entire Toyota lineup at the Ready, Set, Go event.
Bingo.
Get $1,500 in loyalty cash bonus on a new Toyota Tacoma or Tundra Hybrid. Offer valid through March 31st, 2026. Offer entitles current Toyota truck customers to $1,500 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of new Tacoma or Tundra Hybrid vehicle. Cash may be used only towards a down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
The Braves Country Music Fest at Truist Park is June 13th, featuring Cody Johnson, Ella Langley, and more. Get tickets at Braves.com/BravesCountryFest.
Start your weekend with me, Buck Bellew, and Kelly Kroll. Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
6-1 heading into the bottom of the 9th inning. Braves bringing in right-handed pitcher L.J. McDonough, 6'4", 200-pound pitcher out of Lansing, Michigan, with the Florida Gulf Coast University here in Fort Myers, Florida. Today will be his fourth game in spring training, 1 inning, 2 strikeouts.
Just looking for 3 outs. Put this in the win column. First pitch in there, a called strike on Mickey Gasper. Full name is Francis Lee McDonough. Goes by LJ. I'm going to guess that's Lee Jr. What do you say?
That's a good guess. I wasn't thinking of that.
There's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, missed. 0-2. Just a stab in the dark.
No, that's pretty good. I'm sure. I mean, Francis, that's a cool name. Probably a family name. Probably a family name. Lee Jr., yeah.
0-2 pitch. comebacker out to center field, in for a base hit. Gasper aboard with a leadoff single. What's your full name?
Charles Edward Culberson Jr.
Nice.
No one ever called me CJ, though. It was always Charlie or Little Charlie.
I like that.
Yeah. My dad's Big Charlie, and I'm Little Charlie. Never a CJ.
Here comes Nate Eaton. There's a called strike. That's good. We already have one of those around.
Yeah, I was about to say, we don't need two of those guys around here. What's your full name?
David Benjamin. And go by Ben, obviously.
What's J. Chad's full name?
Jonathan Lee. There's a chopper out towards second base. Kyle Connolly has it. One play that's over at first base. Had to charge in onto the grass. Over to second base for Mickey Gasper. Yeah, Jonathan Lee Chadwick. You can call him JL if you'd like.
JL?
He's been called worse by me, I can promise you that much.
I wonder how J. Chad started.
I bet that started a long time ago. What would you say, high school or earlier, JC? There's a ball inside. He said later than that. He said high school and college chatty.
JC, Chatty,
J. Chad. About 10 nicknames. We can say about 3 of them on the air. Here's a 1-0 pitch on the way to Liendo. Ball outside of him. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 down, bottom of the 9th. Braves leading 6-1. Liendo took over at third base in the top of the inning. He'll take a ball outside. Abram Liendo. He'll be followed by Vinny Capra. Red Sox down to their final 2 outs. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the way from McDonough. Lead at second by Gasper. Righty fires and a ball outside. So it's a 1-out walk to Abram Liendo. He trots down to first base. Here comes Vinny Capra. OJ just looking for a ground ball. Turn 2, get out of this thing and put this in the win column. With the win today, the Braves would improve to 19-6-2 this spring. They got a good shot of winning 20 games here in the Grapefruit League. That's not easy. Still need 2 more outs, leading by 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch on the way to Vinny Capra. And a ball outside. So Capra played third and short in this game. Getting a trip to the plate here in the 9th inning. .1-0 from McDonough. Low and outside with a fastball. He's had a difficult time getting ahead and living consistently in the strike zone. That walk to Liendo just a moment ago, just the second by a Braves pitcher today. Chris Sale had the first all the way back in the first inning. Chris walked the first batter of the game, and then he locked in. In fact, at one point, folks, if you're just now tuning in, Chris Sale retired 15 batters in a row. So I'd say he's ready for Friday night. McDonough's 2-0 pitch. Able to guide a slider in for a called strike. Check of the runner at second. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball foul. Right behind third base coach Kyle Hudson.
Yeah, McDonough, a little unorthodox delivery. But if we've kind of noticed here watching him, he hasn't really found his release point with his fastball. So he got behind 2-0 to Capra. 2 sliders, both strikes. So I would assume he'd go with another slider right here.
2-2. Check swing he went. Went with a fastball elevated.
And I guess wrong.
So did Capra.
Well, again, maybe when you haven't faced the guy before, not knowing what he likes to throw, probably best just to stay on the heater. But that was a really good fastball. Elevated above the zone, got him to chase. A nice comeback for McDonough.
2 down for Braden Ward, left-handed batter. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Braves leading by 5 runs. Runners take their leads at first and second. McDonough finds the zone with the first pitch cutter. Good location with that pitch against the left-handed hitter. Braves scored 1 run in the second, 3 in the third, 2 more in the fifth, as the Braves have 6 runs on 10 hits. 0-1 pitch. This tie, 1-1. Red Sox scored their one and only run in the second inning. They have 1 run on 4 hits, neither team with an error. McDonough, 4th pitcher the Braves have used in the game. 1-1 pitch in there. Good fastball, 94. That popped the mitt. And a 1-2 count on the batter, Braden Ward. Should he reach, then Mason White would come to the plate. But McDonough wants to end this thing right here. Time called by Ward. Out of the box, now back in. Tapping the bat on his left shoulder. Waiting on McDonough. 1-2 pitch. Just missed outside with a fastball. Had a good idea. This will be challenged. Game could end on a challenge right here.
Might as well use it. Kind of see Jonah Heim looking back at the dugout and kind of give a little shrug.
Here we go. And that did miss. That is a ball.
Hey, you had 1 left. You might as well try.
If that had been overturned, it would have been the second game that's ended on an ABS challenge this spring for the Braves. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Inning has gone single, ground out, walk, strikeout. McDonough's 2-2. Fouled off into the screen. No wind at the moment. Most of the day it's been blowing in, but the flags in center field motionless. Today's crowd, 9,422. I guess about 7,000 of them still here. Again, the 2-2. Got him looking. Strike 3. Braves win it. 6-1 over the Red Sox. For the Red Sox in the ninth, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. Final score, Braves 6, Red Sox 1. Back with the totals after this.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Strike 3. Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. My team will fight for you and stick with you from start to finish, working hard to get your money quick. Give our team a call. 404-CALL-KEN. 1 call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Kenneth S. Nugent, PC, Attorneys at Law, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
Hey guys, it's Chris Domino. Have you noticed cracks in your walls or around doors or windows? Or how about cracks in your bricks outside? That means it's time to pick up the phone and call the only foundation repair company in Atlanta with professional engineers on staff. Engineered Solutions of Georgia, they offer lifetime warranties from trusted professionals who will fix it right the first time. And they're a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Do not wait until it's too late. Call 678-ESOG now.
678-ESOG now.
The Braves have over 20 gate giveaways this season, from bobbleheads to wearables. See them all at Braves.com/promos. Stream Braves baseball in crystal clear HD on the Fan app. Now with Apple CarPlay, so you can get it directly through your dashboard. Download the Fan app now.
Braves another win here in the Grapefruit League. They take this one 6-1 over the Red Sox. Here are the totals for the Braves: 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors, 6 men left on base, 1 home run, a solo homer in the second by Austin Riley. Austin had a big day with 4 RBIs, had 2 doubles on top of that homer. For the Red Sox, 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, 5 men left on base. They did not homer. Braves improved to 19-6-2 Red Sox fall to 12-14. Winning pitcher Chris Sale, as Chris went 6 innings in his final spring tune-up, giving up 1 run on 2 hits, a walk and 4 strikeouts, and retired the last 15 batters he faced today. Losing pitcher is Garrett Crochet. Time of game, 2 hours, 31 minutes in front of 9,422. Braves have a game against the Twins tomorrow. Tell you about that when we come back and close on the Braves Radio Network.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because they'll
be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Whether it's a slip that ends in a slip disc, a trick knee that's holding you back, or shoulder pain hurting your game, you can count on Northside Hospital Orthopedics. With leading care in Georgia at convenient locations all across the state, we're here to get you back on your feet, no matter what comes your way. Because Georgia moves us, and we keep Georgia moving. Find a provider near you at northside.com/ortho. That's northside.com/ORTHO.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at braves.com/value.
This is Kelly Crawl reminding you to join me in the locker room every Tuesday and Thursday morning from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Wrapping it up from Fort Myers, Braves win at 6-1 over the Red Sox, and our next broadcast will be tomorrow versus the Twins. That'll be right across town at Lee Health Sports Complex here in Fort Myers. Braves and Twins on a Sunday. Charlie and I will be on the air at 12:55 tomorrow, and the first pitch to follow at 1:05 Eastern, 12:05 Central. Reynaldo Lopez will get the ball for the Braves. Right-hander is 2-1 with a 2.84 ERA this spring, and he'll be opposed by right-hander Taj Bradley, who is 1-1 with a 4.50 ERA. So for our studio producer and operator Joe Virgin, also for Charlie Culberson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, I'm Ben Ingram saying so long and good afternoon from JetBlue Park here in Fort Myers. Final score, Braves 6, Red Sox 1. You've been listening to Atlanta Braves Baseball, and this is the Braves Radio Network.
Thanks for joining us for this presentation of Atlanta Braves Spring Training Baseball. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves Baseball is a presentation of the Atlanta Braves and Dickey Broadcasting Company, Atlanta. Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. As the season finally gets rolling from Florida, count on the Braves Radio Network to bring you every single game live. Join us for the next spring training game right here. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
A true freshman, and then following that, the 2000 team. This is the NBA player I forgot. It was Gilbert Arenas, Richard Jefferson, and then Luke Walton was a freshman.
Ah, yes.
That's who I forgot.
Yeah.
So they went to national championship, and I want to say they lost to Duke.
All right. There you go. You just said it. David Dennis Jr., Jonathan Zaslow here, Game Day on ESPN Radio. We'll continue taking your calls. We'll update you on what's going on as far as the tournament today. You got Louisville and Michigan State. They are at halftime right now. You got 6 more games today in day 1 of the round of 32. Those 6 games will start at 5:15 p.m. Eastern time. So not a lot of action the first half of today, but clear out your schedule tonight. There's a whole lot going on. More to come. Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The Rich Eisen Show.
There's two reasons to watch the NCAA tournament. The overarching one is who's going to win it all. And then number two is the buzzer beaters and the glass slipper fits, the Bryce Drew moments. Like, that's why we watch the tournament. Everyone's just throwing darts at a board with their brackets. But if they're right, you feel like you're the most knowledgeable sports fan on the planet.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, home to the world champion Dodgers. And what a way to start our season.
The back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Amber and Ian.
He's probably going to get shut down, but now he gets all of us media folks out here making him look like a hero, because whereas everybody else in the NBA, we question how much they care, and we're questioning load management and all the things that we've been talking about for the last half decade with the league. Now with Giannis, he's the dude who wants to play when there's no reason to, and he shouldn't.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, right up to the jam, and got blocked by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flagg on the run to the rim. Oh, jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flagg.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Winner is Daredevil. I'm right here. Don't miss the return of Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again.
So what's next?
I feel liberated. We're going to take this city back. Over medicated. In an all-new season, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
They're hunting us. It's time we started hunting them.
I can work with that.
This should be tons of fun.
Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
This is Freddie and Harry.
David Shepard. Why, oh, why in the name of Walt Frazier are these New York Knicks so inconsistent?
Man, I wish I could ask Leon Rose this question. Freddie, he just doesn't make himself available to the media, for God's sake. We got a better chance of having Sean Penn show up at the Oscars. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you become the fourth man in history to win your third Oscar? And you don't even show up? I mean, if I'm nominated, I'm showing up in a private jet. You kidding me?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is ESPN 1037, Atlanta's only all ESPN station.
So they're at halftime right now. Second round, East Region, Michigan State leads Louisville 36-31. So we got a tight one there. The winner of that looking to advance, the winner of that will advance to the Sweet 16. And then we got a lot of action starting at 5:15. The first of 6 more games will be TCU and Duke. That one's super interesting, right? Like we're going to have our answer, right, David? Because the story with Duke is, this is a problem. You know, Siena's up double figures, up 13 a few minutes into the second half. You got Malik Brown at halftime telling Tracy Wolfson we thought this was going to be a cakewalk, and that's probably not a good sign. But Duke dominates the second half, and they wind up winning the game. No real threat late. So is that something to be worried about, or is it just survive and advance? Well, we're going to get our answer in a couple hours from now. If Duke winds up taking TCU out to the woodshed, then, that stuff is done with as far as should we be worried about the performance against Siena.
Well, that's the thing with these young teams, college teams, you don't know if something is a wake-up call or a cause for concern.
I think it's a wake-up call.
Yeah, I'm leaning into this being a wake-up call for Duke. There's a thing where they kind of took them light going into it, everybody mentioned. You mentioned the halftime quote. Boozer said it himself after the game that they kind of just didn't take him as seriously earlier, which I think is inexcusable, but whatever. Now I think it sort of woke them up. They're going to be laser focused. I do think they will beat TCU. There are some depth concerns with this Duke team, but I think, they should make Sweet 16 Elite 8 at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's survive and advance, especially early on in the tournament. I think I would rather take your opponents in the first round, a 16 seed, take them lightly and wind up then waking up, surviving, advancing. You wind up losing it, using it as a learning experience, as opposed to, if you decide to, like, they're not going to take anyone lightly the rest of the tournament now, Duke. And if that didn't happen in the first game, then maybe they wind up taking TCU lightly today. And a 9 seed is a lot better than a 16 seed. And if you don't take the 9 seed seriously in the first half, you may not be able to come back in the second half the way that you did against Siena. So I think it winds up being a learning experience. I think they're going to be better for it moving forward. We'll continue to hear from you guys here. Best tournament moments for you. Best tournament memories, biggest heartbreak. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Joel is in South Carolina. Go ahead, Joel. You're on Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Yeah, guys, just to tie up those loose ends there with the 97 Arizona team, that name you're looking for is Miles Simon.
Oh, okay. Anyways. That's right. All right.
Anyways, growing up, I was a Dookie, and 99, they had a juggernaut, likes of Elton Brand, Chris Carrawell, Trajan Langdon, Battier, Maggette, and they ran into the Khalid El-Amin-led UConn team that beat them in the finals. And 5th grade me did not recover well for a few days. But later on in life, moved on to South Carolina, became a Gamecock. And on the men's side, we don't have much history, but in 2017, they made a run as a 7 seed, making a run, beating Duke in the second round of all teams, and then beating Florida to get to the Final Four. And that was quite the experience from the South Carolina side. It did help also that the women got Dawn's first championship the day later. So.
Thanks for the call, Joel.
Question. Can you have a heartbreaking tournament loss if you're a Duke fan?
Yeah.
Do you think so? I mean, like, is Duke in the annals of there's no such thing? Like, if a Patriots fan called and said, here's the most heartbreaking loss that I could think of, this is the thing that broke my heart.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to hear that.
Don't want to hear it. No. What's different between that and Duke?
I just hate New England more. That's
it's a personal hatred of New England more so than that.
It's all about me.
I think that there are some franchises that you cannot say that you had a heartbreaking loss. You just can't.
I guess, like, obviously I see where you're coming from, but Duke this year, let's just take this year's Duke, for instance. Yeah. If they're in the regional final, all right, and they lose on a buzzer beater, I feel like the Duke fan can say that was heartbreaking.
I think this year, I think if you're like Duke fan from 90s, if you're a Coach K Duke fan, I don't think you could say anything that happened when Coach K was coaching is a heartbreaking moment for you. I just think you can't. Like if a Patriots fan called and said, "Hey, we lost to the Giants. It was a heartbreaking loss." You don't want to hear it.
Laugh in your face.
The Yankee fan, "Hey, man, blowing the lead against the Red Sox broke my heart." You don't want to hear it.
Laugh in your face.
Just doesn't want to hear it. The Lakers fan calls and says, "Hey, we lost to the Celtics in the finals, the Kobe year, lost in the finals." Don't want to hear it. I just think Duke falls in that bucket of I don't want to hear your sad story.
But what about, here's where the difference between college and pro makes a big difference. Are you allowed to be heartbroken at the Duke loss because it's one of the years that you were in school? You were a student. So there's a finite amount of, your experience with your school's athletics is different when you're in school than the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's the difference. If you were at Duke, as a student, and your one chance to watch them win the championship, they lose to UConn, which I doubt I doubt that was your only chance to watch them win the championship. But let's say that's the case. then you have every right to be heartbroken. But if you're just a fan of Duke, didn't go to Duke, you have more than 4 years to love Duke. You have for some reason chosen out of like all the teams in the world to love Duke, which is, we can get into why somebody would do that anyway. Not to the caller. He was 10. It's fine. But, like if you were made that choice, I don't think you get to say, hey, I was heartbroken about a Duke loss during the Coach K time.
And like it depends. Like take, for instance, I'm down here in South Florida, the national championship game, Miami loses at the end with the interception to Indiana.
Yeah.
Is the Canes fan allowed to be heartbroken there? They've won 5 national championships, but they haven't won one since 2001. Is a Canes fan allowed to be heartbroken with that loss?
I think so. It's different than Duke. Duke is, I think that is you have to be at the tippy tip top of those franchises or, to be somebody nobody feels sympathy. I think we're talking Patriots. I think we're talking Yankees. I think we're talking
Okay,
Lakers.
so are we doing this? The teams that nobody is going to feel sorry for, no one wants to hear that you're heartbroken?
I think so.
Yeah, Yankees are definitely there for sure. Patriots are obviously there. I think Duke is there too. No one wants to hear that the Duke fan was heartbroken, even though I think there are scenarios where it's okay. Who else do you not want to hear about their heartbreak? Celtics?
Celtics probably, yeah. Celtics don't want to hear about it. Even though they had like a sort of a longer drought at the time. But also if you're a Celtics fan, you're probably a Patriots fan too. So nobody wants to hear how sad you are about anybody.
Alabama football?
Yeah, don't want to hear.
Can I get a quick ruling, David?
Yeah.
I'm a Yankee fan. I'm 27 years old. I've had heartbreaking losses for Yankees because I didn't
they haven't won since 10.
I didn't get to see. I was born in 98. 1 minute left. I didn't get to see the dynasty. So do I get to say I had heartbreaking losses? I've seen one title.
I don't think so.
That sounds fair. That sounds fair for him. He's only seen one.
You're still a Yankees fan.
Were you heartbroken 2 years ago?
Every year they suck and they lose in the playoffs. I'm heartbroken.
Well, I mean, they don't suck if they lost in the World Series.
Yeah, they lost in the World Series.
Okay.
He's a little harsh.
Yeah.
30 seconds. But it's still heartbreaking when your team has
like a Cowboys fan can say that they're heartbroken because it's been so long. So they've done anything.
Right.
They haven't done anything.
Right.
Actually, I feel worse.
The Yankees has one title since the Cowboys won their last one.
They're still the Yankees. I don't think you get to be sad about that.
That's crazy.
Nobody wants to hear it. Go tell somebody about how sad you are as a Yankees fan. See how much sympathy you get.
See how hard they laugh in your face.
Yeah.
David Dennis Jr., Jonathan Zaslow, you're coming up next. We react to Michigan and Dusty May, the first team to advance the Sweet 16. That's next game day on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Aaron Judge is really similar in terms of early in his career, you wondered if he would deliver in big games. And that guy was Peyton Manning with the Indianapolis Colts. How many times in big moments where even against teams that they were better than the Indianapolis Colts, he always had that strength moment. Just the way that Peyton Manning went along until he finally broke through. When is Aaron Judge's breakthrough moment going to happen?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
It's not as if Justin Fields hasn't had an opportunity to be with a functional franchise. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers a few years ago, and Mike Tomlin and that staff made the decision to bench him in lieu of Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson took that team to the playoffs. When it comes to the Sam Darnold career arc, Justin Fields is not that.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Sundays are for the NWSL on ESPN. For world-class action. How much do you love this game? For the two-time MVP Magic. Tim Washawinga, is this her moment? You better believe it! For the passion of the ride or die. Just absolutely crazy, crazy scene. It's the NWSL you love. Look, this is the place to be. NWSL Sundays on ESPN, presented by Ally. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, went up for the jamming up block by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flagg on the run to the rim, and jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flagg.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
1340 WIFN and 103.7 FM Atlanta. Dickey Broadcasting Stations and the new home for ESPN Radio.
This is SportsCenter.
John Ryder, second round of the men's NCAA tournament. And early in the second half, third-seeded Michigan State in front of number 6 Louisville, 42-33. One final score, the first team to advance to the Sweet 16 is the top seed in the Midwest region, Michigan. They pounded 9th-seeded St. Louis 95-72. Axel Lendeberg with 25 points and had a highlight reel dunk in the second half. His teammate, Amari Burnett, on that dunk.
Dominican LeBron. It gets as simple as those two words, but also just his aggression going to the basket. And I mean, at that point of the game, we were up 10 or so, but it gave us another boost to extend the lead and continue to, have good defensive intensity. But I mean, like I said, those two words, Dominican LeBron.
All 5 Wolverine starters scored in double figures. First round of the women's NCAA tournament, the top overall seed UConn having no problem. They've hit the half, and they lead number 16 Texas San Antonio 48-14. It's on ABC. On ESPN right now in the fourth quarter, 6th-seeded Notre Dame having no problem with number 11 Fairfield 72-49. Anna Hidalgo has 23 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 steals. 10th-seeded Virginia last number 7 Georgia 82-73 in overtime. Another 1-seed South Carolina cruising to a 103-34 win over Southern. In the NHL, one final score, the Penguins defeat the Jets 5-4 in a shootout. Nashville leads Vegas 4-1 into the second period.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The biggest games.
The biggest stars.
24 hours a day.
7 days a week.
This is ESPN 103.7 FM.
It's the first weekend of the 2026 NCAA tournament, and we've got March Madness covered. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Off the right flank, Lendeborg, the All-American, steps through and absolutely swallows the rim. Oh my goodness, he started his launch point near the elbow, took one long stilty step, and he absolutely rocked the rim.
Two of Yaxel Lendeborg's 25, call courtesy of Westwood 1, as Michigan in the second half, they rout St. Louis 92-72. It's not even like St. Louis didn't play, 95-72, excuse me. It's not even as if St. Louis didn't play well. This game was was a 5-point game, almost halfway through the second half, and then Michigan obviously takes full control. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. I'm Jonathan Zaslow alongside David Dennis Jr. We're taking your phone calls, best tournament memories, biggest tournament heartbreaks, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But more on Michigan's victory against St. Louis earlier today. Let's hear from Michigan guard Nimari Burnett on that dunk that we just heard.
Dominican LeBron. It gets as simple as those two words, but also just his aggression going to the basket. And at that point of the game, we were up 10 or so, but it gave us another boost to extend the lead and continue to, have good defensive intensity. But like I said, those two words, Dominican LeBron.
Yeah, you were watching it live when you saw that dunk, David.
Yeah, I was watching it live. Of course, mesmerized by our radio conversation at all times, but that was something that took my attention away. It was to me, it's my favorite non-buzzer beater play of the tournament so far. Best dunk of the tournament for in traffic, sort of swooped through and just absolutely planted it. It was an incredible dunk.
Now, Michigan lost in the Sweet 16. They've advanced to the first team to advance to the Sweet 16 this year, all right?
Yeah.
And Michigan State and Louisville are playing right now. They're in the second half. The Spartans have a 7-point lead, so the winner of this game will be the second team to advance to this year's Sweet 16. But Michigan did not get past the Sweet 16 last year. They lost to Auburn that round. Let's hear from Michigan head coach Dusty May on how this team is different.
I think we're a better basketball team. We're more talented. Last year, we were still laying the foundation. And the last couple of weeks of the season, we came to a realization that we had to change and we had to get tougher and we had to play better together. And so we played well against Auburn. We ran into a buzzsaw. We ran into the top team in the country on the home court. And that's the first time, guys, when you're coaching at tough jobs, you're never thinking about home court in the NCAA tournament ever. It's never crossed my mind. And here when we were up double digits and Auburn hits a big three, Todd Pittford makes a big three to cut it to 8 or 9, the place erupted. And we thought that was a very pivotal moment in us not being able to advance to the Elite Eight last year. And so we went into this offseason thinking, man, if we can do our work throughout, we need to be better earlier so we have a chance to earn some form of home court. And so we've earned the right to go to Chicago and hopefully pack that thing with Michigan fans and see where it goes. But we're just a better team. We're better coaches. We're better players. That's just part of the growth process.
That was a number 1 seed Auburn team that, Dusty May's referencing home courts. The Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight last year, that game was at State Farm Arena in Atlanta. So Auburn, how far is that, David? I know it's your neck of the woods. How far is Auburn from Atlanta?
Just a couple hours, easy drive. It was a home game. It was pretty much a home game for Auburn.
Yeah, so this Michigan team, this is Dusty May's second year. Yeah, he stayed one more year at FAU after they made the run in 23. So this is Dusty May's second year at Michigan. And I'll tell you, his first year, they make the tournament. They get to the Sweet 16. This year, his second, they're back in the Sweet 16. They're a number 1 seed. This Michigan program was in a little bit of trouble when he took over. Like Juwan Howard, it was a little bit of a mess. Howard had some early success, and then it just didn't work out. Dusty May is one of the best coaches in the country, it turns out.
Yeah. You feel bad. You always feel bad when there is a coach that you're rooting for, and then they don't perform well, and then the next person comes in and they're so much better. But Dusty May has been coaching his tail off. This Michigan team, I got them going to the Elite Eight. I'm not sure if I have them all the way in the Final Four. I don't know where you have them going, but I do think that this is going to be, I would not be surprised if they actually do end up in the Final Four.
I know everyone cares very much about my bracket, so I will tell you that I have Michigan and Florida in the national championship game.
Oh, Florida. No surprise. Don't
say it like that. They're a number 1 seed, David.
Well, I'm just saying.
My alma mater's not a 10, and I'm picking them to win the championship.
It's okay.
They're a 1 seed.
Yeah, I got you. I don't have Florida. I got Florida getting kind of upset early. So we'll see.
David, did you see they won by 1,000 points yesterday? Did you see that?
Well, it's not like they were playing it's not like Christian Laettner was out there Prime Chris Layden was out there that they were playing.
I mean, Clinton Yates picked Prairie View. You know, some people may have picked Prairie View.
So I got some intel from Clinton Yates, by the way.
Oh, okay. All right. So for context,
yeah,
I was looking at on the ESPN Radio Tournament Challenge app, and you can join the ESPN. Well, you can't anymore. The games have already started. All right, but in the ESPN Radio group, there's like 325,000 entries, but you could see people who work at ESPN Radio, like myself, like Clinton Yates. They are, you can see, like, you're essentially playing against us. You could see what our scores are. And Clinton Yates, coming into today, not only is he last as far as the ESPN Radio personalities are concerned, but he's in the 7th percentile.
Yeah.
His bracket is a disaster. So what did you learn?
So he does a randomizer. That's what he does.
What does that mean?
He goes through the pick'em, and he just pushes the randomizer button, and it just randomizes his bracket.
Oh, so when you're filling out your bracket, there's an option where it'll just do it random?
It just randomly picks teams. And the hook here is that Clinton Yates, Miami of Ohio, we went there, right? That was his school. He's been touting them all year. You know, I've been giving him a lot of crap about who they've been playing. I've been saying they've been playing teams like Bayside High and things like that, saying that they've beaten those teams.
Bayside High, great wrestling school.
If they were their wrestling team playing Bayside, I would say it was a formidable competition. AC Slater was just nothing to mess with. It's a 4-star recruit there. But the randomizer put his Miami of Ohio into the Final Four.
Really?
Yeah. So that's why he is where he is. But they went through the randomizer on the show, and so his Final Four: UCLA, Houston, Purdue, Miami of Ohio.
Okay.
With Purdue winning
the chances. I don't like the chances. Although that's not a terrible pick, a random pick. Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue's in the randomizer. Purdue. I think if you do the randomizer, if Purdue wins it all, I think he should get all the points and really kind of leapfrog everybody.
All right. Well, at least we got to the bottom of it there. What the strategy was.
I had to ask. I was like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
I said, "You guys, Saslow's kind of trash talking you on the air. I got to have your back." You know what I'm saying? The guy's been, saying you don't know ball.
But rightfully so. These are valid questions, David. 7%.
So I said, what's going on? This doesn't sound like you. Clinton Yates, you're a genius. I'm the best friend of the show. I got to look out for you. Make sure that while Saslow is saying that you don't know anything about sports,
how can I draw any other conclusion?
Questioning your credentials, asking if you've ever seen a college basketball game in your entire life, saying live, disparaging your knowledge on the air. I said it's got to be a good explanation. He gave me the insight.
That's the explanation. All right, at least there's an explanation. There you have it. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let's go to Lexington. This is Paul. Paul's up on Game Day on ESPN Radio. Hey, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I got a fun March Madness story for you.
Yep.
In 1985, the national championships were in Lexington. And at the time, I was working in my alma mater, Bellarmine University in Louisville, which is about an hour and 50 minutes away from Lexington. Word got around that St. John's was looking for a gym. And instead of practicing in a gym in Lexington, they stayed an hour and a half away in Louisville, and they practiced in the gym where I was working. Closed practice. Because I was an employee, I got in the gym. So I'm sitting in the gym, and I'm watching Jeff Mullins. Bill Wennington. Moses was a guard. The forward, I can't think of his name. But these fantastic players. I'm just sitting there watching this practice. And this assistant coach comes up to me and says, you work here? I said, yes, I do. Catholic College. He said, are you going to the games? I said, I'm going to go down, but I don't have tickets. I may get them down there. He said, wait right here. He returned with 2 tickets to the semis and the finals in Lexington.
There you go.
The final game, the best game ever played Villanova beat Georgetown. As a team, they shot, 70-some% from the floor. And I got to go. That's my March Madness story.
That's good. That's an excellent job, Paul.
That's a goodie.
David, I think Paul's referring to Chris Mullen, right?
Yeah.
On that St. John's team.
Possibly, yeah.
That's that. You know what's funny, man? The Utes these days, they don't understand. You know, like that's the way it was back then. In the mid '80s, St. John's is in town. It's like there's no internet, so and like they don't know how can you get the phone number for like a local gym so you could practice. You just got to show up and let's find a place that we can practice. You know, like that's the way it was back then.
Yeah, you just wander in and see. You never know who you're going to see. Just people just hooping, seeing the stars. You know, now everybody knows. Now you got it's on Instagram. You can't go to LA Fitness. It's not just be Russell Westbrook in there just playing in the off season. It's going to be a big deal. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's a Final Four. We'll just show up. We'll find a place to practice. You know, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's how it was. We'll take more of your calls coming up. Plus, let's get in some NBA. That's next. Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Home to the world champion Dodgers. The Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
Coverage begins Thursday, March 26th at 8 Eastern, with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as that's 888-665-0696.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Jalen Waddle's a player that was desperately needed in Denver, in my opinion. I love how Miami utilized him in having cadet splits. If you're a single receiver, just one guy having a close cadet split, we used to call that nasty. If it's two guys, we call it classy. So whether you want to be nasty or classy, just know Jalen Waddle is coming at you full throttle.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The TGL playoffs are on ESPN. There's a lot of adrenaline down there. With more of the best. That is Tiger and Rory at its best. More at stake. Justin Thomas. More primetime pressure and more when it matters most. The TGL playoffs presented by SoFi, March 17th through the 24th on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor. What up for the jamming up block by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flag on the run to the rim. Oh, jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flag.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed. Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
Kevin Durant is one of the greatest scorers of our time. And for him to openly admit, you know what, I might be the problem. That's an indication of something happening internally that I respect him for saying out loud and not just ignoring. Could it just be a bad night? Sure. But the tone of voice in KD right there sounded like somebody who's looking a long way down the road and it's not coming any closer anytime soon.
Clinton and Friends. Weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the home of the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN 103.7 FM.
I'm going back. I'm going back.
Michigan State with a 50-44 lead over Louisville. 12 minutes to go in the second half of that one. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. Visit Progressive.com. I'm Jonathan Zaslow. He's David Dennis Jr. Game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're taking your phone calls if you want to hop aboard at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Plus, the Los Angeles Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers have now won 8 in a row. That is after their win a couple of nights ago in Miami. It was the second night of a back-to-back. Luka Doncic had 60 points. LeBron James had another triple-double. The Lakers are back in action tonight at the Magic. So 8 wins in a row for Los Angeles. They are now third in the Western Conference, David. They don't have a chance of catching San Antonio for second. They are 2 up on Houston, who is sitting at number 4 right now. So 2 games up with 12 to play. They're in a decent spot. You know, they're looking like they can be that number 3 seed here. Mm-hmm. Look, full disclosure, I put my hand up. Granted, it was before this 8-game winning streak. I put my hand up. I had the Lakers forget winning a playoff series.
Okay.
I said they weren't going to win a playoff game.
All right, talk to me about this. Talk me through this.
Weren't going to win a game. Now, I'm looking like I'm going to be wrong there. Okay. Yeah. But the line of thinking there was that I don't think it's a very good roster. Mm-hmm. You know, outside, all right, Zaslow, how are they 45? Now, granted, they've won 8 in a row, but how are they 45-25 if they don't have a good roster? That's a very good record, right? If you have Luka Doncic on your team, if you have Luka Doncic and LeBron James on your team, you're going to win a lot of regular season games. It's an 82-game schedule. There are a lot of bad teams. If you just have Luka Doncic, you're going to win a ton of games in an NBA regular season. But outside of those top 3 guys, Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves, I don't think this is a very good roster. I still don't know that I even have them winning a first-round series, despite them looking really good lately, and they've been much better defensively, too. Right now, they would face Minnesota in the first round. Denver's 5, Minnesota 6. They have the same record. I mean, are they going to win a game in the playoffs now? Yeah, I'm probably going to be wrong about that. But if the Lakers play Minnesota in the first round, you think it's a foregone conclusion that 3 seed's going to win that one? Because I don't.
No, so before this streak, I had the Lakers ceiling as a first round exit. So not much different than you. I had them at if they're going to be a first round exit, I have them winning at maximum 3 games. So I only had them winning like at most 3 games more than you had them winning. So it's not like we were that different from each other. I just feel like you got Luka, you got Austin Reeves, you got LeBron. You're going to catch fire. You're going to win at least 1 or 2 games, right? Now, what has changed for me is a couple of things. One, obviously, is LeBron has embraced this other role, not taking more than 15 shots, getting more in the dunker spot, getting more backdoor stuff, doing all the other things, right? That's been good. Luka, of course, has gone to another level, scoring 60, scoring 40. The win against the Heat, I've said it before, I thought that was the most impressive win that they had all season, just off the fact that they were coming off these 2 sort of light playoff games, or playoff light games against Houston. Getting in the middle of the night, I thought they were going to rest everybody. They come into a Miami team. I know Miami was missing a couple guys. They beat Miami. Incredibly impressive game. But what has raised the ceiling even more than that is the way that the rest of the West has been looking. Houston is an absolute disaster. If I am in the Western Conference, I want to do everything I can to face Houston as fast as possible. Seeding does not matter. Put me against the Rockets. I don't care. Denver, I still think Denver would beat the Lakers, but there's some weird stuff going on with Denver. Jokic, as great as he is like half a step slow since coming back from that injury. They're also got guys coming in and out. They're losing all these clutch games. They almost, it took everything for them to beat Toronto last night. Minnesota, Anthony Edwards is hurt. They've been up and down. I just think that there's so much going on with the rest of the West that means, to me, it's not a foregone conclusion that they would be Minnesota, but I give them a chance to be Minnesota more, which is better than I had about a couple weeks ago. I think they could beat Minnesota in the first round. I think they could beat Houston in the first round. If Phoenix sneaks in there, I think they could beat Phoenix in the first round. But that's their ceiling to me. Now their ceiling has moved from the first round exit to a second round exit.
Yeah, It is interesting what you say about the West there, because I agree that it seemed like the West was really deep, and now it kind of seems like, all right, we've separated the contenders from the pretenders. We'll get back to the NBA. I got some more for you on the Western Conference, but earlier today in the women's side of the tournament, Notre Dame advances with a 79-60 victory over Fairfield. Joining us now, Ayanna Moore, who had 18 points and 3 rebounds earlier today. Ayanna, thanks for giving us the time. What worked so well for you in your victory this afternoon in the first round?
I think the fact that we know it's win or go home, it kind of makes you just fight with a little bit more edge to you, and just want to play another day.
Yeah, so what was, when you went out there, what kept you guys so focused on this game against Fairfield, especially as being such favorites in a game like this? How did you not have any sort of slippage in that focus?
I think, like I said, it's win or go home. You have to be extra dialed in, extra locked in a time like March. No one wants to go home early. We know we have the team to just go out there and compete, and so we can do, and we came up with the win. And Fairfield's a really great team. So just make sure we pay attention to the scout and do everything that we need to do.
You've been in school for a few years now, Ayanna, but this is your first year at Notre Dame. You were at Vanderbilt before this. Notre Dame, obviously very big-time program, women's basketball. What's the biggest difference that you've noticed this year at Notre Dame?
I think just I really think both programs are really great. Vanderbilt is a great program. Without Vanderbilt, I wouldn't be at Notre Dame. So I really think it's just another opportunity to play basketball. Coach Ivey gave me an opportunity to come out here and play basketball for another year. I think they're two really great programs.
All right, so we've been doing this all show, trying to get some help from our guy Zaz, just trying to get in what the kids are listening to these days. You win the game. What's blasting in the locker room? What are you guys playing?
We might have some Big Boogie in there. We might have some Young Boy, some Sexy Red, anything just to turn up the vibes a little bit more.
They're jamming in Notre Dame's ass.
Is that good? Are those good selections, David?
Yeah, those are great selections, man.
Everyone we ask that, Ayanna, they love that question. They love telling us what they're listening to.
Yeah, I think music gets you hyped. So I think, music nowadays, especially, it's always going to get you hyped.
Is there any Wipe Me Down going on? Zaz has never heard Wipe Me Down. And I know for you it may be an oldie.
Never heard of Wipe Me Down.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Talk to him. It's a classic.
That's a classic.
Let me ask you this, Ayanna. Is Wipe Me Down an oldie, though?
Yeah, it's an oldie, but it's one of those oldies that, everybody know,
That everybody knows. Talk to him. Let him know.
Yeah.
All right. Wipe me down. I got to put that on next time I'm in the car. Ayanna, good luck the rest of the tournament. You guys have Ohio State next. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it on game day.
Thank you.
ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. Visit progressive.com. We'll continue with the NBA. Plus, we know you guys are out there. You want to give your biggest March Madness moments. That's next game day on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman, we'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Boston, maybe, just maybe, your Commodores. Oh. The Music City. We have a Music City run. Going to need Elite Eight.
Well, I think I told you guys there's an unofficial list someplace, the highest scoring players in the history of Memorial Gymnasium and pickup basketball. I think I'm somewhere in the top 5, and if you looked at my college grades, you would believe me.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA is happening now on ABC and the ESPN app. And right now, this season is unpredictable. The East is wide open, while the West challenges the Thunder. We know this rookie class is special. This MVP race is tight, and this crew is the best. Saturday Primetime, presented by Wingstop. Pistons, Timberwolves. Next Saturday at 5:30 Eastern on ABC.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Cameron Young here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's your favorite hole-in-one story?
The first one I remember seeing was actually my father. It was at Sleepy Hollow on the 3rd hole. You know, I had never seen anything like that before. I'd never witnessed one. I'd never made one. And I just remember him made it. He was very casual, went in, and he told me, I think later in the day, he'd made maybe 11 or 12. So he kind of just moved on and, you know, unceremoniously.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Hockey is here. Intensity coming in hot here. Wild turns, clappers, and shootouts all here. Stick taps and fist pumps here. All the excitement hitting us live here. ABC Hockey Saturday here. ESPN Hockey Night here. Out-of-market games, exclusive games, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Stanley Cup final. You guessed it, here on ESPN.
Watch all season long on ESPN and the ESPN app.
This is Atlanta's ESPN 103.7 FM.
If you want the best local Atlanta sports, it's always on The Fan.
680 AM and 93.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
Sunshine Rider, round 2 of the men's NCAA tournament. Third-seeded Michigan State leading number 6 Louisville 55-50. 8 minutes to go in the second half. Earlier on, the 1 seed in the Midwest region pulls away in the second half.
Up the right flank, Lendeboard, the All-American, steps through and absolutely swallows the rim. Oh my goodness, he started his launch point near the elbow, took one long stilty step, and he absolutely rocked the rim.
Call on Westwood 1 and the top seed in the Midwest. Michigan rolls to a 95-72 victory over 9th-seeded St. Louis. Yaxel Lendeborg, 25 points. All 5 Wolverine starters scored double figures. They're the first team to advance to the Sweet 16. To the women's side in the first round, and top overall seed UConn having no problem with number 16 Texas San Antonio. Huskies lead at 69-28 late in the third quarter. It's on ABC. At the half, number 8 Clemson with a 28-26 lead on 9th-seeded USC. You can watch that one on ESPN2. 6th-seeded Notre Dame, a 79-60 victory over Fairfield. Hannah Hidalgo, 23 points, 9 rebounds, 8 steals. And in overtime, number 10 Virginia knocks out number 7 Georgia, 82-73. Kamara Johnson with 28 points. Golf, third round of the Valspar Championship. Sung Jae Im has the lead at 12 under. He's 3 ahead of Brandt Snedeker. And the NHL and on ESPN Plus in the third period, Nashville with a 4-1 lead on Vegas. Steven Stamkos, 2 goals and an assist.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Here's Smith.
Showing her championship experience. Already 1 ring with LSU.
Game Day on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You heard the call right there, courtesy of ESPN2. On the women's side of things, Virginia with an 82-73 win this afternoon over Georgia. First round action. That game was in overtime. Joining us now, Romy Levy, Virginia guard, who had 14 points, a pair of rebounds in the upset win over Georgia. Romy, thanks for joining us here. Do you consider it an upset victory, first off, against Georgia?
Not really. I mean, we know what we can do. We knew what we have in the locker room. So is it an upset? I mean, I guess some people will call it. I heard we destroyed some brackets, but we knew we can advance for sure.
Is that something you pay attention to? Do you care? Like, does it make you feel good to know when somebody says, hey, you ruined my bracket? Is that something that adds a little extra spice to the win?
I mean, we don't really pay attention to it. We know what we have. We know how talented we are. But obviously it makes you feel better when somebody, when you're the underdog and you beat a team. So, yeah.
What was the main focus going into this matchup? What did Coach tell you to make sure that you harp on?
One of the most important things, just, bring the energy, be poised, stick to the game plan. Once we do all of that, we know how talented we can be, and we just click at the right time.
All right, so you had averaging 8 points per game. You had 14 points. What sort of helped you get, a higher than average game? Like, what was the focus like?
Well, it's my last season. It's my last chance to play with my teammates, and I just want to do it for my teammates. I'm really, really happy to be here. I love each and every one of them. So, I'm just going to live it out there on the court every single day.
So your next game in a couple of days, you're going to take on the winner of Iowa and Fairleigh Dickinson. That game is just underway now. You and your teammates, once we stop bothering you and your teammates going to go get together? You're going to watch that game?
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually still here in the gym, so we're going to head outside and watch the game live.
What does that watching look like? Are you just kind of focused on watching as a spectator, breaking down tape? You're looking at people you might be guarding. Are you talking yourself up a little bit in the game? What is that experience like watching that game?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more so just looking at the matchups, looking at what they're running. We put all of our trust in our coaches. They're going to do all the scout and all this work. So, we're just watching it, seeing what's the main things that they're doing, who is their leading scorers, and how their offense is looking like.
Romy Levy joining us here, Virginia guard, 14 points this afternoon in 10th-seeded Virginia's victory against number 7 Georgia. Now that you won a game in the tournament, obviously you win one more, you get to move on to the Sweet 16. But how do you keep yourself from thinking that far ahead and staying in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the quotes that we have is only one more, survive one more day. So we're just focusing on one at a time. We had a playing game that we won, and now we advanced to this one, and then we're playing the round of 32. It's one at a time. This is a do or die time for us. So one day at a time.
All right, so Romy, we've been having people coming in talking about what they've been playing after the game, because my guy Zaz is trying to get in on the music that the youth is listening to. He's boosting up his playlist. He's got some Sexy Red going right now, some NBA YoungBoy adds to the play. What are you guys listening to after the game as a celebration? Help my guy Zaz out.
That's a great question. We're not really big into music in the locker room. It's actually really funny. So I don't know. There's a new little dance moves. I'm a little older. I'm going to be 26, but the girls are into TikTok dances and stuff like this. So I think that's a big thing now. But yeah,
I love how Romy, I love how at 26 years old you are too old for the TikTok dances. That is amazing. Romy, again, Virginia, they wind up facing the winner in the second round. They'll face the winner of Iowa and Fairleigh Dickinson as number 10 Virginia gets the victory this afternoon. Romy put up 14 points in the victory. Thanks for giving us some time here, Romy. Good luck the rest of the way. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much.
David Dennis Jr. and Jonathan Zaslow here. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. So we're keeping you updated what's going on with both sides here. We've had several of the ladies check in after their victories this afternoon. Right now, Michigan State has on the men's side, Michigan State has their largest lead of the afternoon over Louisville, 60-50. There's just under 7 minutes left in that contest. they've just been standalone games so far this afternoon. And Michigan pulled away in the second half over St. Mary's. Michigan State now looks to be pouring it on over Louisville. But we got a chance for some potential madness tonight because starting at 5:15, you got 6 more games that are going to take place between the next few hours. So we're going to have several games going on at the same time. Like, it doesn't feel like madness, David, if you don't have the games, multiple games going on at once, you know?
Yeah, you got to be able to flip between ends of games and see chaos happening in real time. But I got a question for you. Got some double-digit teams out here. Where's the upset? What do you think is the biggest is upset potential that you're going to see tonight?
That we're going to see tonight?
Yeah.
All right. I think Duke, people may want to say, oh, Duke, TCU is going to beat them because of what happened with Siena. They struggled. I think Duke really gets back on track tonight.
Yeah.
If I'm to pick an upset,
Can I help you guys out?
All right. What you got?
Okay.
I have an upset. It's in my bracket still, and I think it will happen. I have Texas over Gonzaga tonight.
Oh,
I did
Texas
have Texas
already had a win.
BYU.
Yeah, Texas already won a couple of games. They won in the first 4, and then of course they won a couple days ago. You think the Longhorns are sending Mark Few home very early, is what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, I think when you're one of those first 4 teams and you have a chance to play that extra game early, kind of like the college football playoffs, you may catch a little steam. And I think I keep for Coach Miller. He's 9-0 against the spread in the second round all time. They did release that today. That doesn't mean go bet the spread, fellas, because you know how that goes. But at the end of the day, I think Gonzaga's always fell short come tournament time.
Yep.
And I think Texas gets them today.
I would say I think the best chance for a big upset here, and I did not pick it in my bracket. I picked Arkansas. Not that nobody cares about my bracket. I'm just saying. But I would go High Point with a chance to make the Sweet 16 because being such a 3-point heavy shooting team, like we're talking major variance, which means it could be either side of the pendulum, and if High Point gets super hot, that's the kind of situation that could find Arkansas in trouble. So I'll go with High Point. Otherwise, I think the favorites could be winning the rest of the day today, which I don't know. Hopefully it's not boring. Hopefully the games are close.
Yeah, it's tough because, like we said, we've been talking about the end of the Cinderella. Things have been kind of chalk. And this is a perfect example. The High Point Arkansas is a perfect example because as much as you want a Cinderella, I want to see A-Cuff go as far as possible. I want to see more A-Cuff games, and I would hate to only have 2 in his college career.
Like we don't get to see Tabansa again. It's over.
We don't get to see Tabansa.
He's going down to the draft.
That was a bummer, right? So for me, I think VCU can do it. I think VCU could pull it off against Illinois. Maybe I'm just enamored with the coach, with the story, with the way they played against UNC. I think VCU can pull it off.
We want to hear from you guys still. We know you're getting in with your best tournament moments, your favorite tournament moments, your biggest tournament heartbreaks. Let's go out to Alabama. This is Chris. Chris is up on Game Day on ESPN Radio. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good high afternoon.
Hey.
This is Chris. Yeah, my biggest heartbreak was when Duke, the refs cheated Kentucky out of the game that year when they, I think Kentucky had a few guys that stayed. They had got put on probation, I guess, a year before. But and they came back against Duke and should have won that game on that Leitner.
Okay, so we're going back to 92. Okay, Kentucky back then they had years of probation before that. Like Kentucky was a probation team for a few years before that, and then of course now I don't remember the cheating and the referees. I don't know about all that. That was way too long ago. But yeah, he's referring to the Christian Laettner shot in the regional final against Kentucky in overtime, mind you, which I believe is the greatest shot in the history of the NCAA tournament.
I agree. And again, goes back to my earlier point. So much of the heartbreak, it ends with Duke. We've got UNLV, we've got Michigan, we've got Kentucky. So much of this ends with Duke, which is again, can't complain if you're a Duke Blue Devil about your team.
We'll get to you guys who are on hold. coming up next, you'll continue giving us your best tournament moments, as right now in the men's side of the bracket, you have Michigan State pulling away from Louisville. It is 66-56 with just over 4 minutes remaining in the game. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The Rich Eisen Show.
You were asking about his wine choices?
The wine choices, yeah.
And how expensive they are?
I need you to break that.
Apparently we have a sommelier on line one. Austin in Napa Valley.
This menu is just over the top and super, super decadent. He's clearly an enophile and certainly fighting back against the Irish culinary reputation. And also, this is probably close to a $100,000 meal.
That's what I was going to ask you.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
The NBA is happening now on ABC and the ESPN app. And right now, this season is unpredictable. The East is wide open, while the West challenges the Thunder. We know this rookie class is special. This MVP race is tight, and this crew is the best. Saturday primetime, presented by Wingstop. Pistons, Timberwolves. Next Saturday at 5:30 Eastern, ABC.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The rush to the playoffs continues on ABC. It's the Bruins. Backhand, he scores! And the Red Wings with the breaker. He fires, he scores! Alex DeBrincat! Facing off in the Motor City. It's going to feel like a playoff game here tonight. It's a showdown in Hockey Town.
Should be a heck of a Saturday.
ABC Hockey Saturday, presented by Honda. Bruins Red Wings at 8 Eastern tonight on ABC and the ESPN app.
This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, the latest on A.J. Brown, the Chiefs trading for Justin Fields, and Kyler Murray's fit in Minnesota. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the show everyone is watching.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide.
Every moment, every game.
I could do what you do. Easy.
Every drop of sweat.
It's tournament time. It's win or go home.
Get your popcorn ready.
All for this. Players walk in, legends walk out. March Madness on ESPN. Greatness is now playing. Continues through April 5th on ABC, ESPN, and streaming on the ESPN app. Presented by Capital One.
NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, right up to the jamming up block by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flag on the run to the rim. And jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flag.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
You asked for it, and now you have it.
ESPN Radio is now on 103.7 FM.
Biggest March Madness moments and disappointments for you personally. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Jonathan Zaslow. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. Michigan State with a 10-point lead, 66-56 over Louisville. 4 minutes to go in that game as both these teams looking to become the second team to qualify for the Sweet 16 after Michigan advanced with a victory earlier today against against St. Louis. And then we have 6 more games getting going tonight starting at 5:15 p.m. Eastern, which is Duke and TCU. First, though, David, Today is Saturday, which means that yesterday is, Friday. New movies come out over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, every Friday movies come out, and this weekend you have the Project Hail Mary, which is supposed to be a very, very big deal. Are you into going to see that this weekend?
I do want to go check. I'm not going to see it this weekend, probably.
Yeah, maybe not this weekend, but are you into going to see it?
I do want to check it out. The family, though, where everybody is just waiting for it's Super Mario Galaxy. That's where my son is locked in on that. That is the movie. That is the movie event of the year, probably for the Dennis household.
Is Bowser going to have another solo like in the first movie? The Peaches song was a very big hit.
Very big hit. My hope is that he gets another shot at that piano.
They have to, right?
Shout out to Jack Black. I think he's got another classic on hand. But Donald Glover is doing the voice of Yoshi. I'm not sure how that works.
Oh, is that right?
So maybe Yoshi gets a song since Childish Gambino will be doing his voice.
Yeah, I like the Super Mario Brother movie. So we will be seeing that as well. But this Project Hail Mary, apparently, it was a book, and apparently the book is fantastic, and everyone loves it.
One of the best movies I've seen in a while.
Oh, so you saw it already?
I saw it on Monday night, and I read the book over the summer. Couldn't recommend more.
And the movie does the book justice then.
Oh yeah, Ryan Gosling's amazing. It's 2 hours 30 minutes, but it doesn't feel that long. Great journey, good space travel movie.
I'll tell you, these days, David, every movie's 2.5 hours.
Every movie's long.
Right?
Every movie is like packed. It's time for movie theaters to just let us bring food in, first of all. Like, that's the take. Because if it's a 2.5 hour movie, we're going to be in there for 3 hours.
There's no such thing as 90 minutes. You're right, because the previews are always at least 25 minutes.
Previews
so you're there for at least 3 hours. Movies used to be 90 minutes. Sometimes you'll get a movie that gets around to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Now, every movie's 2.5 hours at least.
Yeah, so last week I took they re-released the Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze, 35th
I saw. What a movie. Come on.
Classic movie, right? Vanilla Ice. Come on now.
Go Ninja,
right.
go.
So brought my son to see that. We saw it at home, obviously, but it was like, you got to get the full theater experience. So he went and watched it last Sunday. They got right to it. No previews. They gave us like a 10-minute documentary on how the movie was made and all that stuff before. Got right to it. We were in and out the theater in an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, and like I'm not even really complaining. I like trailers, I like the previews, but the other day I wanted to watch a movie with my son, all right, and he's like, how long is it? I go 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like he's like, I don't have that in me right now. Every movie is so long.
Yeah, one battle after another. Felt like I felt like I needed an intermission. It's a great movie. Felt like I needed an intermission.
It is a great movie. I love that movie. I love it.
You thought it should have gotten Best Picture?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I'd only seen 3 of the 10 Best Picture. Let me tell you, 10 Best Picture nominees.
Too much.
Get out of here. The movie that comes in 10th with the voting. Did it really need to be nominated for Best Picture?
Does not need to be nominated. They need to do pre-voting. Like here's your 10.
Yeah, there should be finalists, and then you vote after the finalists. You vote for the actual Best Picture nominees.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't need any of that. I don't need all the 10. There's no way I can watch 10 movies and figure. How do I know what the best movie was? I'm not watching the 9th best movie.
It's too many. It's too many. Give me 4, maybe 5 movies. That's what you got to narrow it down to. All right, and then I could spend some time. I could watch all those movies. No, I'm obviously good with one battle after another. Like F1. F1 was nominated for Best Picture. That you tell me that should have been Best Picture.
Yeah,
that's a Best Picture nominee.
Being nominated for Best Picture
have some standards.
Was the Best Picture for F1. That was it.
Yeah. That's right. Come on. Let's go out to North Carolina. Let's hear from Woody. Woody, you're up on Game Day on ESPN Radio. Hey, Woody.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good.
Okay. I'm from Southern California, where I live most of my life. And I think the most memorable happy moment at NCAA was the Ed O'Bannon championship for UCLA. I really enjoyed that year. But the one thing I called in for right now is the biggest heartbreak. Mm-hmm. And even though I was a UCLA basketball fan, in 1990, when Hank Gathers died on the court for LMU.
Was that in the tournament?
And then, what's that?
Oh, okay, I know what you're getting at. It was not in the tournament, but I know what you're getting at. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was before the tournament. It was in the whatever league LMU is in, it was in the playoffs.
Right.
He died on the court. And you made me lose my train of thought.
It was Bo Kimball. You're getting to Bo Kimball. Go ahead.
Bo Kimball, yes. The Bo Kimball run to the Elite Eight with LMU was amazing. It was unbelievable. And they only lost to UNLV, who ended up winning the national championship.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Woody. And you know, I don't know if you remember how it all went down, David, but Bo Kimball in the first tournament game that year for Loyola, Hank Gathers was a lefty. And Bo Kimball, who was not a lefty, Bo Kimball shot his first free throws with his left hand.
Yeah.
In honor of Hank Gathers, buried them both.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. Just one of those truly like memorable moments, those memorable tributes. I remember seeing the video. Obviously did not watch it live, but definitely remember seeing the video. One of those iconic moments.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I read the book. I forget the name of it, but about Hank Gathers' life and about, the friendship between Hank Gathers and Bo Kimball and that Loyola team. I believe coached by Paul Westhead. Does that sound right? I believe so. But yeah, like that was, but he would have wound up being the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft easily.
Yeah.
Let's take one more. Let's hear from Mike. He's in Michigan. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks for taking my call. Real quick, a buddy of mine won tickets on the local radio station to that 93 championship game in Louisiana. We had to pay for our room and board, no problem. And it was a great time. I mean, party all night. The big song at that time was Whoop, There It Is. Look that up.
See, I know that one, David. I don't need to look that up. I know that one.
Classic.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Biggest song in the world. And so we party in the Louisiana. Best seafood
Mike was about to give us a great story, and we lose him. The phone signal. Sorry about that, Mike.
Phone called a timeout that did not have.
And we're not going to have enough time to get you back in here. Sorry about that, Mike. I will leave on this note here because we were bringing up movies there real quick. And David Dennis Jr. and I have very similar tastes when it comes to this type of pop culture stuff. Yeah. Are you excited about the new Spider-Man movie? Spider-Man trailer came out a couple days ago. How about that?
Can't wait. Cannot wait for it. Marvel, little chicanery with the trailer. Little chicane. Seems like they kind of wipe some things out. Maybe wipe them extra arms out of there.
But I like that. I don't want to know everything.
I like it. I can't wait to see it. It seems like we're getting some good stuff.
Question for you both. Dune 3 and Avengers Doomsday come out on the same day, December 18th. Which one you seeing first?
Oh, what a question.
Yeah.
Whew, that's tough because those are both movies. I obviously see all the Marvel movies like immediately. I got to see them right away because you don't want to risk for spoilers, but I want to see Dune 3 right away too. This is very difficult. I don't know. Do we maybe just pull it's an all day thing at the theater and you see one after the other? Maybe that's what we do.
Well, I'll say this. I always go to the movies immediately anytime Marvel or Disney is part of something. So I'm just going to go. It's always must see movie going. So it's Doomsday, Avengers for me, clearly.
Yeah, no, I'll see Doomsday first. Like if I had to choose between the two, I will see Doomsday first. Much better chance to avoid any spoilers for Doom.
But you got to see both. You got to see both same day. I think marathon thing.
I think we'll do a marathon. I think I'll see both that day, but I will see Avengers Doomsday first, and then we'll walk right into Dune 3. I won't pay for the ticket. I'm gonna sneak in. All right.
Oh, I don't know if you can sneak from one to the IMAX.
I'll do it.
That's tough.
I'm 14 years old again. I'll figure it out. Prime Time is next on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman. We'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind. Amber Indian.
According to Draymond Green, there ain't much talent. You can't field another NBA team or two. The percentage of people that have played basketball in their life that end up NBA players, it's such an unbelievably small percentage that I have a very hard time believing that we can't find another 30 more.
Amber Indian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I heard my dad, telling some kids one time, hey, man, you got to throw away your rearview mirror. Mm-hmm. You got to focus on the now. You got to see the future. You got to have a vision. Visualize yourself winning in life. And for Giannis, from a basketball standpoint, that vision, and I'm pretty sure you can see it clear too, is not in Milwaukee winning another championship.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The TGL playoffs are on ESPN. There's a lot of adrenaline down there. With more of the best. That is Tiger and Rory at its best. More at stake. Justin Thomas. More primetime pressure and more when it matters most. The TGL playoffs presented by SoFi, March 17th through the 24th on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
Hey, did you miss Clinton and Friends?
Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bucks, they want to shut him down for the season.
Get off the court. You're hurting yourself potentially. You're potentially hurting your team. And for what? Because you want to play and put yourself at risk and all the investments that have been made in every single thing that you've made in yourself as well? No. You can't have it both ways. I would be furious if I was a Bucks fan.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Atlanta Braves spring training is live on WIFN Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station, 1340 and 103.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm John Ryder, second round of the NCAA tournament on the men's side, and third-seeded Michigan State about to punch their ticket to the Sweet 16. They lead Louisville 75-64 with 24 seconds remaining. Jeremy Fears with 12 points and 15 assists. The top seed in the Midwest region, Michigan, advancing after hammering ninth-seeded St. Louis 95-72. Axel Lindenberg 25 points, had a highlight reel dunk in the second half. His teammate Amari Burnett on that dunk.
Dominican LeBron. It gets as simple as those two words, but also just his aggression going to the basket. And I mean, at that point of the game, we were up 10 or so, but it gave us another boost to extend the lead and continue to, have good defensive intensity. But I mean, like I said, those two words, Dominican LeBron.
All five Wolverine starters scored in double figures. First round of the women's NCAA tournament on ESPN2 end of the third quarter. 8th-seeded Clemson leading number 9 USC 43-39. The top overall seed UConn breezes to a 90-52 victory over Texas San Antonio. Huskies now 35-0. Sarah Strong 18 points and 5 steals. 6th-seeded Alabama takes out number 11 Rhode Island 68-55, and in overtime, number 10 Virginia outlasting number 7 Georgia 82-73. Baseball, Mets manager Carlos Mendoza announcing today that lefty Sean Manaea start the season in the bullpen. Veteran outfielder Randall Grichuk has made the Yankees opening day roster.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's program, the Sweet 16 is set. Are your brackets busted? We'll talk about all of it with professional golfer Max Homa, comedian Mark Norman in studio. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Monday on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
This is the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN 103.7.
It's the first weekend of the 2026 NCAA tournament, and we've got March Madness covered. This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio.
Then madness as we make it to the weekend in the NCAA tournament. We'll see what tonight provides. It's Prime Time on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. Home team, Brandon Leak, and my man, Andre Snellens. We get us a ride through some of the madness, or the mildness it was today, Andre, as we make it to the weekend. Only one game in the books, one trying to crawl into the books as Michigan State and Louisville are in action, and the fouling continues to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the Michigan State was up by 10 with about 35 seconds left. And I said something to the fact, okay, well, they're up by 10. We shouldn't see this foul game going. And they immediately started fouling after that. So, I think it's like 5 seconds left now. So we may be done with fouls.
Well, then we can get to a final. One game has gone final earlier today. Number one seeded Michigan took out St. Louis 95-72. The Wolverines rolling. They win by 23 after they took out Howard by 21 in the round of 64. And now they are the fifth Big Ten team to win consecutive NCAA tournament games by 20 points. They joined just a few teams, Purdue back in 2024. Ohio State did it multiple times, the last time in 2011. And now through two games, Michigan has scored 196 points in the NCAA tournament, fourth most by a Big Ten team through two games. So the offense certainly rolling, a number one seed, looking and acting and box scoring like they are that. So Michigan not messing around with anybody, wasting no time, looking very smooth, Andre, as they get to the next round of play.
Absolutely. So first of all, go blue. You know, that's my one of my alma maters.
Well, first of all, you're the most educated man in the history of sports talk radio. You talk about where you have been educated: Michigan, Duke, Georgia Tech. You need a nickname. You're beyond the professor. You're the PhD.
You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll be the PhD. And yeah, I like that Michigan, to the point you made, they've been playing like a one seed. Like there's no drama. They're winning comfortably. And it's not like they're winning 97-20. Like sometimes you see just ridiculous blowouts. They have to win by 20, 25 points, go through steady double digit. They're all five of their starters were in double digits today. And so it was just a workman-like victory for a number one seed. By the way, officially, Michigan State has gone final with the victory over Louisville, 77-69. So the first two teams dancing in the Sweet 16 both come from the state of Michigan.
Yeah, in Michigan, they seem to have a bitter taste in their mouths. Sometimes when people make the run, teams make the run the year before. I mean, they made it to the Sweet 16 last year, and they're upset in falling where they did. They were a third-seeded team last year. Here is Michigan head coach Dusty May talking about how this year is not like last year, and the players feel that way too.
I think we're a better basketball team. We're more talented. Last year, we were still laying the foundation. And the last couple of weeks of the season, we came to realization that we had to change and we had to get tougher and we had to play better together. And so we played well against Auburn. We ran into a buzzsaw. We ran into the top team in the country on the home court. And that's the first time, guys, when you're coaching at tough jobs, you're never thinking about home court in the NCAA tournament ever. It's never crossed my mind. And here when we were up double digits and Auburn hits a big three, Todd Pitford makes a big three to cut it to 8 or 9, the place erupted. And we thought that was a very pivotal moment in us not being able to advance to the Elite Eight last year. And so we went into this offseason thinking, man, if we can do our work throughout, we need to be better earlier so we have a chance to earn some form of home court And so we've earned the right to go to Chicago and hopefully pack that thing with Michigan fans and see where it goes. But we're just a better team. We're better coaches. We're better players. That's just part of the growth process.
It seemed like there were whispers and certainly internal disappointment, Andre. But there was no shame. I didn't think they should have been shamed last night. You just heard him break it down. They lost to Auburn last year. Auburn was the number 1 seed when they ran into them into the Sweet 16. And Janai Broome was a player last year that everybody thought was just going to carry Auburn all the way to the end. So I don't think there's any shame in them falling out. But, champions are wired differently. They use that as a teaching moment. He talked about how they're better coaches now, and they are not messing around at all, as they have just been blowing doors the first 2 games they've been on the floor for the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and as he laid out, they lost to an Auburn team not only that was a legitimate contender to win, but they felt like it was a home game for Auburn. The game was in Atlanta. Auburn's not that far from Atlanta. So, you could tell even a year later that, it still kind of leaves a bitter taste in Coach May's, mouth. So, they wanted to make sure that they ended up with the 1 seed this year. So they did that. They took care of business in the regular season. And yeah, they just continue to be the team that most, in my opinion, seems to be playing like a top seed.
Well, St. Louis now gets into the history books after falling to Michigan 95-72. They beat Georgia 102-77 in the opening round, and now the Pelicans become the first team to win an NCAA tournament opening game by more than 20, as they won by 25, and then they lose the next game by 20. Since Buffalo had that happen to them. So they have one, you want to talk about night and day, where they just didn't miss a shot. They got every rebound against the Georgia Bulldogs, and a lot of us here in the state of Georgia were just in shock as they just kept rolling away and nearly scored 50 points in the first half. And then they go up against Michigan, and then the dance comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, St. Louis was the perfect school for me. You talked about my different schools. So I went to Georgia Tech for undergrad. So I am never unhappy to see UGA take a L. So that worked out for me. And then in the next round, they lose to my other alma mater by 20. So St. Louis, chef's kiss. Y'all did exactly what I would have liked to see you do in this NCAA tournament.
You just made mention, one game has gone final. A quiet day so far here as we get to the weekend of play. Michigan State finally beats a 6th-seeded Louisville 77-69. So now they get a chance to move on 27-7. Pretty good record for Tom Izzo now, as he is supposed to be where he is. You expect some of these blue bloods to make these runs to the round of 32 and get into the Sweet 16. And I think that's where it looks like we're headed. I think the Cinderella stories, we saw a couple of upsets, a couple of double-digit teams make it to the next day in the next round. But now we're starting to get to the serious part of the NCAA tournament. We'll have to wonder how many upsets have the ability to happen the way a couple of these high-seeded teams are rolling right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, the state of kind of college sports right now with the transfer portals and everything. There's been a discussion now for years as to whether this was going to be the end of the Cinderellas, because the mid-majors end up losing their best players to the bigger programs. And so that could be some of what we're seeing this year. But Michigan State, they got their win. They were led by Jeremy Fears Jr., the first player, the first Big Ten player to start off with back-to-back double-digit games since Magic Johnson back in the day. And, Jeremy Fears his brother, Jeremiah Fears, is already in the NBA. And so, it's good to see, him coming out and playing well. And he's an example of what we're talking about, a player that doesn't go one and done, but he's still around for the bigger schools. Whereas, for the mid-majors, it seems like a lot of their best players are moving on to do their matriculation at a larger university.
Yeah, as you just pointed out, Jeremy Fears, 16 assists. First player with back-to-back 10 assist games since Magic Johnson. So you put the Sparty on, you having a guy hand out dimes the way that he is, and now that game, it was clearly a foul game the last minute, but they had the game pretty much taken care of the last 2 minutes of that contest. Now Michigan and Michigan State having their teams square off a little bit later, and now we'll see later on what we're able to get as the tournament rolls along. Duke now in a fight maybe for their respect, as they certainly were put to the test on the first night of play when they just looked like they were going to come up a little bit short and couldn't get things going until the very end.
Absolutely. And, I feel bad for my man Harry Douglas, Louisville alum.
Yeah.
He ran up on one of those Midwest schools, He always says he's a down south Georgia boy.
There you go.
I'm an up north Midwest boy. So,
there you go. You have the juice.
Represent.
You have the juice now. Y'all have it this year. You have the juice now.
Call me Bishop.
Prime Time is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Coming up, can TCU upset Duke? You might be very shocked at why they could when we return here on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
The Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen and Chris Canty and me, Michelle Smallman. We'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.tv package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.tv, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.tv access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLBTV.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, home to the world champion Dodgers. And what a way to start our season.
The back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The Rich Eisen Show.
After trading for Jalen Waddle, the Broncos are the best team in the AFC.
How do you not think that? That's not an overreaction. They run it back for a team that damn near made the Super Bowl. Bo Nix comes back healthy. Now he's got somebody who, ask a Broncos fan, and you tell me who's been as fast as Jalen Waddle this size. Well, they also have somebody like Cortland Sutton. I mean, it's been a long time. I mean, why not?
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
I think JJ Redick deserves a lot of credit here. Whether this was by design or by default or however it happened, they got him to the place that I think is where he's played his best basketball, when he plays more big than he does small. The best years of his career were in Miami in terms of his basketball. But they have him playing the right position now, and he's playing defense.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, went up for the jamming up block by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flag on the run to the rim. Oh, jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flagg.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
This is the home of Major League Baseball,
the NBA,
and the college football playoffs.
Atlanta's ESPN 103.7 FM.
Rebound goes to Dame Sarr, and that's going to do it. It was a major scare from the 16 seed Siena Saints, but the number 1 overall seed Duke is moving on in Greenville. 71-65 after a 13-point second half comeback.
The call, courtesy of Westwood One. the NCAA Radio Network. Duke survives the opening round scare. What does it mean? And are they on tap for another scare their next time out? We'll get into it now here on Primetime on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings. ESPN Radio is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. So Duke survives, and sometimes you need that shakeup, Andre. And sometimes it wasn't that you just overlooked a team or you were looking towards the next round. Sometimes the other team came to play, got into your business, and started eating most of your lunch. And that's what happened as Siena gave Duke everything they could handle. Those guys are going to be haunted, I think, for a few years after they graduate school. They had the Dukies right where they wanted them and couldn't finish off the deal. But you have to give a lot of credit as John Shire and those guys certainly buckled down. They had to play some defense and come up with some big baskets, and they did. And now they're not out of the woods as TCU is up next. And could it be the case that TCU could have Duke on an upset alert? This will be the fourth number one seeded team TCU will face this year, Andre. Early in the year, they lost to Michigan 67-63 in a close affair. They beat number one seeded Florida 84-80 in a close game a little bit earlier. Arizona gave them a little bit of the business, 86-73, and now they get the Dukies. So they have played all four of the number one seeds in the NCAA tournament, or they will play all four of the number one seeds, and they have shown they can step up and they can compete. The Horned Frogs mean business.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that this should be the absolute worst time to play Duke, right? Because you mentioned that Siena did their thing in round one, and all respect to them, but Duke's players self-admittedly didn't take that game seriously, right? Duke forward Malik Brown said something about like a cakewalk mentality. Like they came into the game thinking that they had it won, and they didn't. Siena said you got to bring some to get some, and that's to their credit. But Duke should be all the way awake today. So if TCU beats them, then that's just an indication that TCU had it and Duke didn't. But you would feel like TCU should go 1-3 against the one seeds because Duke did come in as the number one overall seed for a reason. They should be good enough to get this win.
Now, Duke survived and advanced, but they survived with some numbers. They're the 8th number one seed in the NCAA tournament to win by 6 or fewer points against the 16 seed. Here's why that's important. 3 of the other 7 teams lost the next game. Only one team who played a 16 seed by 6 or fewer in the first game reached the Final Four, and that was Illinois back in 1969. So you're talking a long time, 1989 that is. So you're talking about a long time. Now I'm looking at, it was just a one-off. You should be very scared of the Duke Blue Devils. They are not that bad of a team to be worried about down 13 and 16 points to anybody the rest of the way. It was just incredibly frustrating if you were a Duke fan to watch your team miss the shots that they did and then watch Siena knife through their defense to a double-digit lead most of the game and late into the second half.
Yeah, so when we talked about Michigan, University of Michigan in the last segment, I was mentioning how they're just playing like a number one seed supposed to play. You know, they come out, they play tough, they keep the pressure on, they win by 20, there's no drama, you move on. That is the exact opposite of what Duke did in that first round. And so, yeah, coming out, being down by so many points to a team they knew that they should beat. If anything, you have to hope it's a wake-up call. That was an interesting stat that you pointed out, that most of the number one seeds that kind of struggle in the first round go on to lose before the Final Four. And the only one that made the Final Four was that 89 Illinois team. I remember that team. That team was fun. That was like Kendall Gill and Battle and Nick Anderson and Bardo. And if they're the only team that's gone on after a close first round to make it to the Final Four, among number one seeds, it may be a bit of an indication that Duke should be a little bit more nervous, maybe not necessarily for today, but that this tournament may not shape up the way they thought it would.
Few double-digit seeds still left. Texas, 11-seeded, 12-seeded High Point, and 11-seeded VCU still alive for a chance to be champion of college basketball. Here is Jay Billis, ESPN college basketball analyst, talking about the double-digit seeded team that has the best chance to pull it all off.
Nebraska is going to have to make threes in order to beat Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt's got great guards. They're sort of a mirror image, these two teams. Neither team has tremendous size, but they've got big guys that are good, and they can play out on the perimeter, especially Rienk Mast. And I agree with Seth. Like, Rienk Mast is a real difficult matchup because of his ability to pass, and he can put the ball on the deck, and he can knock down a three himself. But I think rebounding is going to be a big deal. Number one, Vanderbilt cannot leave Price Stanford. I mean, he had 7 threes in the first round. He can shoot it off the catch. He's got deep range, but I think you have to play 4-on-4 and basically just face guard him. And then long rebounds are going to be an issue because Vanderbilt gave up 16 offensive rebounds to McNeese. And so they're going to have to really get on the glass and limit Nebraska to one shot, because if there's an offensive rebound, Nebraska is hunting for offensive rebound kick out threes, and those can be devastating.
So you start talking about who can win, who can't win. Now it's getting down to the nitty gritty, and you start looking at these teams that, have the high numbers attached to them that are still left. Here is Jay Williams, ESPN college basketball analyst, giving his thoughts on the double-digit seed that can pull it off.
I'm going to go with High Point over Arkansas. Ooh. I think probably has the best chance. I think Texas could happen too, but just Rob Martin and Terry Anderson, those guys can play first off. And the way they can spread out their offense 5 out is somewhat similar to how Vanderbilt plays a little bit. Now look, Arkansas proved that they could beat a team like Vandy if their attention to detail and having defensive discipline, Seth, something you and I always talk about with a young Arkansas team. But Darius Acuff, as Coach, Kamen just talked about, showing him multiple bodies, could be prone to having an off night as a young player in this game. I think High Point has the tools that they actually can pull that off.
So the highest seed left, Jay Williams thinks he can see a situation where High Point gives Coach Cal a bit of a problem and moves on to the next round of play, Andre.
Yeah, so I will personally say I hope he's not correct, just because I love watching Acuff play, and I would like to see him go further in the tournament. Earlier this year, I asked a guest, what was the freshman outside of the main names that we would hear that as an NBA guy I should really pay attention to. And I hear with Acuff, I hear names like Allen Iverson and Damian Lillard, and then I watch him on the court and I can see where those comparisons come from. So I'm hoping that he plays well enough to continue. Though, High Point represent, North Carolina, I'm all for that. I think that the team that I look at as a double-digit seed that might have the best chance is maybe Texas going up against Gonzaga. Gonzaga's always strong, but Texas is one of those first 4 teams, that got their win in my hometown of Dayton, and they've gotten a win in the first round of the tournament, and maybe they have a little bit of momentum going. And anytime you got a double-digit seed against one of the best seeds, it's going to be an upset. But I kind of feel like Texas might be the one to pull it off.
TCU has a tall glass of water to consume if they're going to deal with the Dukies today. TCU 1-11 all time against AP number 1 teams. And so it doesn't look like it's, the numbers are in their favor. They're also TCU looking to win multiple games in a single NCAA tournament for the first time in program history. So they're going to need some history along with some shots, along with a very surly Duke basketball team in order to get things in their favor if they want to come out with a victory later today.
Absolutely. And, I feel like I said, I feel like Duke got their wake up call. I think that we're going to see the best of what they can be today. And if TCU can beat that, then you take your hat off. More power to them. But I would be skeptical that TCU, honestly, Duke getting that scare was kind of the worst case scenario for TCU, because they've played all of the other number 1 seeds. So they've got some experience against the best teams in the country. But I think they would have much rather have a lethargic Duke team come in already looking forward to the Sweet 16, as opposed to one that already has their heart racing fast based on what happened in the first round.
I wonder, if coaches could be totally honest, if some coaches appreciate that, certainly you will want to have an undefeated season. You don't ever want to lose. But that being said, if you can win and get the soul shaken out of your team when you're watching film, when you have to scrap through a team where you are supposed to have more talent and you beat them, I wonder if some coaches think that is better, because you're talking about playing your best basketball at this time. You practice and prepare, and then when it shows up that you almost lose a game, you wonder if that'll be more beneficial to a team that's as talented as Duke is, and the numbers and the talent already all on their side, as Duke has reached the Sweet 16 each of the previous 15 times that they were the top seed, and that includes 8 trips to the Final Four and 4 national titles. So there it is. They should be ready to go. All right, coming up, the Lakers are going for win number 9 in a row. How and why? We get to that next on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen and Chris Canty and me, Michelle Smallman, we'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Welcome back, Grace. You and your sister are here for a very exciting reason.
Now, Peters. Hunters, you have until dawn to kill them both. Experience the most unhinged.
I'm not playing!
Bloody. Diabolically twisted movie of the year. Samara Weaving, Catherine Newton, Elijah Wood, and Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Back for round 2? Yeah.
Ready or not to, here I come. Rated R, under 17, under middle without parent. Now playing only in theaters.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, home to the world champion Dodgers. And what a way to start our season.
The back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ACC Network is your home for ACC softball.
There's so much good depth within all these rosters. I'm really excited to see some good competitive softball.
That's hit deep.
ACC softball is stronger than it's ever been.
And if you like offense, this league is for you. ACC softball all season long on ACC Network and streaming live on the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Greg McElroy from the Always College Football Podcast. Check out our current episode. We visit with Marcus Freeman, the head coach of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and do a full Irish breakdown for spring practice. Download it anywhere you get your podcast.
This is the home of Major League Baseball,
the NBA,
and the college football playoffs.
Atlanta's ESPN 103.7 FM.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Sean Ryder. Second round of the men's NCAA tournament. We have two finals with two teams advancing to the Sweet 16. That includes third-seeded Michigan State as they get past number 6 Louisville, 77-69. Cohen Carr with 21 points, 10 rebounds. Jeremy Fears with 12 points and 16 assists. The top seed in the Midwest, Michigan, rolls ninth-seeded St. Louis, 95-72. Axel Lindeberg, 25 points. To the women's NCAA tournament, and UConn showing why they're the top overall seed.
Trap here, and another steal. Strong and Fudd combine, and Strong lays it in, plus the foul. A chance for three for the All-American Sarah Strong.
Ryan Rucco with the call on ABC. Sarah Strong, 18 points and 5 steals as UConn blows out Texas San Antonio 90-52 to go to 35-0. Looks like they're headed to overtime right now. Clemson and USC tied at 61 in an 8-9 matchup. It's on ESPN2 and also on ESPN. Early in the third quarter, second-seeded Iowa leading number 15 Fairleigh Dickinson 29-26. Other finals include in overtime, number 10 Virginia taking out number 7 Georgia 82-73. In the NHL, two final scores. Nashville a 4-1 winner over Vegas. Steven Stamkos, 2 goals and an assist. Now is 33 on the season. Penguins defeat the Jets 5-4 in a shootout. Evgeny Malkin with an assist. Baseball Mets manager Carlos Mendoza announcing that lefty Chaminade will start the season in the bullpen.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just me against the world.
Rebound, Bam, three-pointer, no good. Rebound, Austin Reeves, and that'll do it. Final score, Lakers 134, Heat 126. The Lakers have won 8 in a row, 10 of their last 11, and some history for Luka Doncic as he becomes the first player since Kobe Bryant to score 60 points in a Lakers uniform.
He's going crazy. Luka Doncic has gone crazy over the last 2 weeks of basketball, and the result, the Lakers are looking like a championship team. This is Primetime on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings, and the Lakers now go for 9 in a row as they have just put themselves together and turned things completely around. The bottom line, Andre, is the Lakers have gone from soft to serious on the defensive side of the ball. They're taking care of the ball in the fourth quarter. And as a team, they're playing team defense where they don't have to make these incredible runs to try to come back at the end. Oh, by the way, Luka Doncic is averaging nearly 41 points per game in this 8-game winning streak. Put that together, you look like you're trying to lock things in to the third seed in the Western Conference and show folks you might be gearing up for a fantastic postseason run.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast things change, right? It was just right before this win streak started. They were just losing just left and right, and everyone was so down on the Lakers, and the thought was, you know, they're just a mess. There's no way of all the teams in the West, they're the least contending team, because at that point they were the only, I want to say, playoff team. If the season ended that day, they were the only playoff team with a negative scoring differential. So it was like they were winning close games. And if they were leading going into the fourth quarter, they won almost all of those games. But those were normally happening against the lesser teams. Anytime they played a good team, they weren't just losing, they were getting blown out. And so to go from that to now going towards the end of March, and there's a genuine sentiment that, like, hey, no, maybe these Lakers are real contenders, that's a huge change.
Well, you know, they went from 23rd in defensive rating around the All-Star break to top 10. So this is something that has been consistent for a while now, going back a couple of months. And now Luka, the way he's just been going berserk, that game against the Thursday night where the Lakers won 134-126, Luka with 60 points, 7 boards, and 5 steals. Luka Doncic with 5 steals. Andre, now you put him in the record books with Wilt Chamberlain as the only players to score 60 points for multiple franchises in the NBA. And so we'll get back to a little bit of Laker talk, but we'll talk a little college basketball right now as Michigan State finds a way to move on in the NCAA tournament. They take out Louisville 77-69, and we're thankful to be joined now by Michigan State guard Jeremy Fears, who joins us here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Jeremy, thank you so much for your time today on ESPN Radio.
Thank you guys for having me.
What's working well, sir? Back-to-back games with double-digit assists, seeing things and setting up your teammates, finishing with 16 assists in a win has to be, one, pleasing for your coach and also pleasing for your teammates.
Just special. What's been working for us is, our guys have found our groove, I believe, finishing, shooting, dunking, just doing a little bit of everything. And, it makes my life a lot easier. I'm just getting them guys the ball and they're making things happen.
Yeah, so setting the table, right? Like not just the double-digit assists, back-to-back games with double-digit assists, but I believe that's the first time that's happened for a Big Ten school since a guy by the name of Magic Johnson. So that's not a bad person to be compared to. What do you feel like the team needs to do to continue your march? Now you're going to the Sweet 16. How do you get to the weekend after that?
I definitely say, defend. I think, the team, they always say defense wins championships, and really understanding if you can make it hard for other teams scoring, you always give yourself a chance to be successful.
What would you say right now at this point in the tournament is the strength of the Michigan State team right now?
It's the strength. I think our strength is having anybody that can do anything. You never know who day it might be. Like today, Cohen had a great day and was shoes for us. And then, yesterday it was Jackson, Kohler, and Carson Cooper. Like, that's what's so special about our team is any and everybody can have a night and help us.
So, you're the distributor in your family, right? You dropped 16 assists. Did you get used to playing with a scorer and your brother growing up that got you used to setting up teammates as opposed to being the one to finish yourself?
Definitely. I think a little bit started when I was younger. I will always make the extra play, the extra pass. And even when it was like an opportunity for me to take the layup or score, my parents would be like, oh, you had the layup or you should have did this, should have did that. And at that time, I was always, overpassing shots. But as I got older, I started to find that balance of, shooting and passing. But the 2 years me and my brother played together in sixth grade, in my eighth grade year, and he was in sixth, and then my senior, his sophomore year, he was definitely the scorer, and I'm getting them open shots and buckets. So overall, just being able to find that balance.
Michigan State guard Jeremy Fears Jr. joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio. Michigan State knocks off Louisville 77-69. Take us into the huddle with Coach Tom Izzo. What is his demeanor? What is his message as you guys still had to close out the game today by executing well?
Just his message in the huddle was, finish the game. However we needed to do it or whatever we need to do is make sure we finish the game, take care of the ball, and do everything that we need to do to be successful.
Yeah, speaking of Coach Izzo, right? So Coach Izzo won a championship about 25 years ago with a guy from my high school. Andre Hudson was on that Michigan State championship team. But Izzo has been around forever, right? He's a legend. He's a Mount Rushmore type coach. As a player, how does that make you feel going into the tournament when you know your coach has been there and done that forever?
It was just obviously having a leader and a person that's been part of it and, knowing what's going on and how to do it. And he's able to scout and prepare and help you, basically give you the blueprint to be successful. It's just you got to go out there and do it.
Well, we thank you for your time. Fantastic start to the tournament. And, Jeremy, we wish you guys much success, and we look forward to watching you because we're having fun doing it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully we can keep it going for you.
Absolutely.
Michigan State guard Jeremy Fears Jr. joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the all-new ESPN app. He is the first player with 16 assists, the most assists by a Big Ten player in the NCAA tournament in 50 years, Andre. So now is starting to count the assist numbers. How many will he get the next time? You're almost expecting him to have 10, 12 right out of the bat, maybe 8 in the first half of games, the way he's rolling.
Absolutely. And, I asked him about playing with his brother. His brother, Jeremiah Fears, is a rookie for the Pelicans in the NBA. And his reputation is he never met a shot he didn't like. And so the two of them together on the court, one of them that likes to overpass and the other one likes to overshoot, that had to be a heck of a combination. And so I'm always happy to see players get to kind of play out their destiny. And especially in this case, you got a brother in the league. There's got to be a little bit of bragging rights to be like, hey, but I'm in the Sweet 16, bro.
Hey, one shoots it, one passes it. If it gets you to the next level, you keep on doing it. So a great chance for him as he was able to hand out 16 assists today. And now Tom Izzo and some of these blue bloods are starting to make their way towards the round of 32, trying to get to the round of 16 and trying to figure out if they can make those Elite 8 runs where things really tighten up. So congratulations to Tom Izzo and to Jeremy Fears Jr., who did such a great job the first 2 games of the NCAA tournament. Back to Luka Doncic, with he's averaging 41 points a game, and now finally LeBron doesn't have to do the heavy lifting. But last ever, it was supposed to be Anthony Davis. It was supposed to be the younger guy on the team to do the heavy lifting, and then LeBron comes in to do the heavy work in the postseason at the end. And now it finally, at least over the last couple of weeks, it looks like he has that mix as Luka has taken over. He's playing defense. The team is playing defense. And now LeBron doesn't have to do everything in his 40s like he's had to do the last 5 years.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in a lot of ways, by taking a step back, LeBron has kind of made himself the most important player on the team, right? Because they were always a team that had a puncher's chance against anybody because Luka and LeBron, the names speak for themselves. They're both very clear first ballot future Hall of Famers. And then you throw in the way Austin Reeves plays, but he's also good on offense. And so if, there's diminishing returns if everybody's good at creating on offense. But by LeBron taking a step back from that, instead of trying to play the guard, actually like leaning into playing power forward, he's setting picks and setting up at the dunker spot and getting more alley-oops than we've seen from him in 10, 15 years. All of a sudden, the Lakers are playing at a level that maybe a few weeks ago we didn't think they had in them.
They're playing clean basketball. They're playing better defensively. The game against the Rockets, they had 1 turnover in the fourth quarter. That says a whole lot. And they're getting complete buy-in for their coach, J.J. Redick. So all of a sudden, it looks like for most of the season, you're talking about whether or not they're going to be in the playoffs or the play-in. Now, they are looking like a definite, serious contender to be a big problem as the playoffs start to approach. All right, coming up. What NBA teams could turn things around before the playoffs? That's next here on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
The best thing that Max Crosby can do, rehab like a demon, which I know he will, come back healthy, be uber productive, and allow the Raiders to build his value back up where they can fetch a return similar to what the Baltimore Ravens were willing to give them. That is the best thing for Max Crosby. It ends up being the best thing for the Raiders.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, home to the world champion Dodgers. And what a way to start our season.
The back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The TGL playoffs are on ESPN. There's a lot of adrenaline down there. With more of the best. That is Tiger and Rory at its best. More at stake. Justin Thomas. More primetime pressure and more when it matters most. The TGL Playoffs, presented by SoFi, March 17th through the 24th on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Derek Stroop, we're talking about back in the day, people would call the house. I'd have to get off the phone because there was no call waiting yet.
Your grandmother's supposed to call in 3 minutes. Yeah.
Dude.
That exact sentence. And you'd go, okay, and you'd have to wrap it up. And then you'd have to make plans that you couldn't even follow up on. Let's meet at the park in 4 hours. You can't touch base in 1988. You're just going to have to believe they'll be there.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.tv package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.tv, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.tv access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLBTV.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Can't be in Connecticut.
I just got to say, I am very, very disappointed, particularly in Mr. Coleman. I waited all year long for you guys to open up this bracket challenge. Last year, we did the one shining moment. Freddie, I got to say, a man of your stature, that was a lackluster performance.
Wait, did you hold on to that for a whole year?
I love it, Can't be.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Atlanta's ESPN 103.7 FM.
If you want the best local Atlanta sports, it's always on The Fan.
680 AM and 93.7 FM.
Wizards came alive in the second, but the Pistons righted the ship and came away with their 50th win of the season. First time they've done it since the 2007-8 campaign.
The Pistons in charge for most of the season in the East, but now a big injury could change everything in one conference. This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings. And what NBA teams now will have time to turn things around as the injury bug is taking a munch out of some players that have a lot to do and everything to do with their team going all the way. Cade Cunningham for the Pistons dealing with the lung situation where he dives on the floor for a loose ball, ends up thinking he's got something wrong with his back, and then further tests reveal he has a collapsed lung, so he is going to be out for significant time. Then you have over the Western Conference knee issues for Anthony Edwards as he's dealing with sore knees, and so he's going to be reevaluated in a couple of weeks where we're coming down the stretch to the final season. So things certainly can take a huge change for teams that have been consistent and really looked like they had a good charted path going to the postseason, and now things can be totally in upheaval if injury does not favor them.
Yeah, I mean, and these are key guys, right? These are MVP level guys, and you know, some of the other contending teams, their star players were out earlier in the season, right? Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander missed quite a bit of time, but he's back and playing now. Same with Wemby in San Antonio, right? Of course, Jason Tatum is very famously on the comeback trail after tearing his Achilles last year, but he's been able to get in some games for the Celtics. And so now is the time of year where if you're trying to contend for a championship, you're hoping that things are coming together and you're able to, you know, get any kinks out of the armor that, you know, as you come to the end of this marathon season, you don't want to be trying to start over in time for the playoffs. And so the good thing with both Cade Cunningham and Anthony Edwards is they're both expected to be back in time for the playoffs, or at least there's a thought that they could be. But coming back just in time for the playoffs is not optimal. And, you know, for the Pistons, they're the number one seed, and it appears they'll probably hold on to it. They are about 4 games, and we're, you know, just a few weeks left in the season. But so if Cunningham comes back and they're playing the 8th seed, maybe there's a little bit more chance that you can ramp up slowly. But for the Timberwolves, they lost last night to fall back into basically a three-way tie from 4th to 6th. They'd be in 6th because of the tiebreakers. But if Anthony Edwards comes back just in time for the playoffs, and that's just in time to get matched up with one of these powers in the West, there's not going to be no ramp-up period. So the timing of these injuries can be significant.
Now, they have a little buffer, the T-Wolves. They have a 3.5 game lead on Phoenix. The funny part is Detroit has still won. They've been winning games. They've won 3 in a row. And Kate Cunningham certainly could benefit them going into the end of the playoffs, because you still want to get into the playoffs with the right momentum. But they have been winning games. And now the Ant-Man situation, will they still be in the playoffs, or will they slide to a play-in situation if he can't come back in time? Here is J.B. Bickerstaff, head coach for the Pistons, talking about, look, you can't replace a guy like Cade Cunningham, but you certainly can get good effort from the other guys still out on the floor.
You know, it's our responsibility to keep pushing forward. And we know, he's there, rooting for us, pulling for us. Obviously, when he's around, he'll be cheering for us, help coaching, leading, all those things. So it's everybody's responsibility to keep moving forward. Head down, 10 toes forward, and go to work. And that's what this team has done all year. You're not going to be able to replace what he does individually, but collectively, if everybody, just plays to the best of their abilities and plays to their strength and ticks it up a little bit more, collectively we can get the job done, and we've proven that all year.
So Detroit still trying to do it with the hustle and muscle without Cade Cunningham. The good news is, maybe he's back early for the postseason, and they played well enough to still have a 3-game lead on the Celtics. So as long as they don't totally collapse and let the Celtics overtake them, they're still in position to have home court advantage throughout the course of the postseason.
Yeah, but I was looking at their schedule. Those good times might be fading, right? Like they've won 6 of their last 7, including 3 in a row. But if you look at that, they beat the Washington Wizards twice. They beat the lottery bound Grizzlies. They beat the 76ers, who are missing a lot of their players, and they've been fading. They beat the Brooklyn Nets. They lost when they played the Raptors. And when you look at what's coming up next, they've got the Lakers, who we were just talking about. They've got the Hawks, who had a huge 9-game winning streak. They was just snapped. They've got a Pelicans team, 11 games.
Credit down here. You got it up to 11, and they had to have it come to the end against the Rockets. 11 in a row, Andre. They ended up.
Yeah, there you go. My bad. Correct me from the ATL. Make sure I get it right.
Don't short them. Yeah, but you're right. And I said the same thing last week when people were talking about the Hawks. They were beating the Nets, and they were beating the Bucks, and they were beating teams with lesser records. But you know what? Everybody else has to play those teams too. Mm-hmm. The opposite is when you split games like that, when you lose games like that, then you start getting into where you're not focused. You're looking down, playing down to the level of your competition. Beating the bad teams and beating them thoroughly is a sign of a good team, even though you don't have your star player. So now it's going to come down to the veterans, I think. Tobias Harris and Duncan Robinson, they're going to have to lead the way and figure out, if they have to start the postseason without Cade Cunningham, which one of those guys is going to be the leader as they try to figure some things out. Here's Kendrick Perkins, ESPN NBA analyst, talking about which Piston has to step up for the Detroit team to keep up the momentum.
Everybody, including J.B. Bickerstaff. This is when you get in your bag as a coach. Right, this is when you get the guys to come together and everybody chips in and do a little bit more. Obviously, we've been seeing Jalen Duren. He's been putting up numbers. When you look at the young fellas like Jenkins or Sawyer Thompson, even the old head Tobias Harris, I expect those guys to elevate their game. But if I'm JB, I go watch the Miami Heat Duncan Robinson and put in a system that's surrounding him. Not meaning that he takes all the shot, but the way he moves without the ball, coming off of pin downs of Jalen Duren, stuff like that, I think they could find a system within that where everybody flourish.
I feel like an NBA a guru. I like that. Big perk. I'm glad I'm in a mindset like that. You need to turn it over to the veterans. Andre. You know, Stuart Thompson and those guys, certainly you have some young athletic guys, but you get into playoff time, the fouls change, the style changes, and the guys, the old war horses who have been through those battles, they know how the things are supposed to go. So this is a time of season. If you have to be without Cade Cunningham, maybe for, you know, a round or two, you want Duncan Robinson in a position where, you know what, if I have to be the go-to guy and step it up from 19 to 23 points a game, he's comfortable in doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. My face when his answer was everybody. That made me chuckle. But, you know, to the point that you were just making, well, first of all, if Cunningham's gone for a round or two, the Pistons is going home. He got to be there in order for them to beat pretty much any playoff caliber team. But with that said, if he's able to come back before the season is over, in a roundabout way, it could be a good thing because so the Pistons have been the number 1 seed in the East all year. But if you watch how they win, their games is tough. Like they don't win games pretty the way that Golden State used to when the shot was working and the Splash Brothers and Steph is sleeping people. Like the Pistons, they play hard. They're going to work. They're lunch pail. And I was starting to see some signs of slippage even before Cade Cunningham got injured. So maybe him getting these last few weeks off, he could have some fresher legs for the playoffs. But you just hope that the team doesn't fall out of that top seed just to get their best player some much needed rest.
That illustrates the importance of not getting off to slow starts, blowing games early, going into a funk early. The fact that the Pistons have been able to survive and be dominant all year, nearly have lost their star player here at the end. They now have a little bit of buffer and a little bit of wiggle room maybe to stave off the Celtics, who certainly want to get back into championship mode now that Jason Tatum is back. All right, coming up is the North Carolina men's basketball job about to open up. That's next on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's show, the Sweet 16 is set. We'll talk about your brackets, our brackets, and the NCAA tournament. Professional golfer Max Homa joins us, and the comedian Mark Norman is in studio. That's coming up on the Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The United Football League on ESPN is back.
Pro football in the spring.
New teams, all new looks, new rules.
The UFL is a testing lab for the future of football.
And more access inside the action.
Just listen to that.
An experience like no other.
Floats in, and there it is on the money.
This is Football Reimagined. The United Football League returns March 28th on ESPN.
I think Monroe Freeling's name's going to come up a lot when we're sitting at that table in Pittsburgh on a Thursday night as maybe the best offensive tackle in this draft.
You can watch First Draft on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast.
The NBA is happening now on ABC and the ESPN app. And right now, this season is unpredictable. The East is wide open, while the West challenges the Thunder. We know this rookie class is special. This MVP race is tight, and this crew is the best. Saturday Primetime, presented by Wingstop. Pistons Timberwolves. Next Saturday at 5:30 Eastern on ABC.
This is Freddie and Harry.
David Shepard. Why, oh why, in the name of Walt Frazier, are these New York Knicks so inconsistent?
Man, I wish I could ask Leon Rose this question. Freddie, he just doesn't make himself available to the media, for God's sake. We got a better chance of having Sean Penn show up at the Oscars. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you become the fourth man in history to win your third Oscar? And you don't even show up? I mean, if I'm nominated, I'm showing up in a private jet. You kidding me?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
1340 WIFN and 103.7 FM Atlanta. Dickey Broadcasting Stations and the new home for ESPN Radio.
This is SportsCenter.
John Ryder, round 2 of the men's NCAA tournament. 6.5 minutes to play in the first half, and the top overall seed Duke leading number 9 TCU 29-22. A couple of finals with teams heading to the Sweet 16. That includes the Spartans getting great balance.
Headley on a drive down the boundary. His layup blocked away by Cooper, who steps over him. 4-on-4, lead feed for Carr, and he skies to stuff it home. Cohen Carr turning midair into his own highway from the left lane boundary to spike it down here in Buffalo. 42-33 Michigan State.
Call on the Westwood One NCAA radio network. Third-seeded Michigan State knocking off number 6 Louisville 77-69. Cohen Carr 21 points, 10 rebounds. Jeremy Fears 12 points, 16 assists. The top seed in the Midwest region, Michigan, rolls to a 95-72 victory over the 9 seed St. Louis. First round of the women's NCAA tournament, and the number 15 seed putting up a fight. Second seeded Iowa leading number 15 Fairleigh Dickinson 40-36. Early fourth quarter, you can watch it on ESPN. In overtime, number 9 USC knocks out number 8 Clemson 71-67. Jazzy Davidson with 31 points for the Trojans. Top overall seed UConn crushes number 16 Texas San Antonio 90-52. One game in the NBA right now, the Wizards, who've lost 14 in a row, lead the Thunder 59-54 in the second quarter.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's on Sports from like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Weekend of the 2026 NCAA tournament, and we've got March Madness covered. The madness has arrived.
GCU trail by as many as 19. Fans on their feet. A chance to take the lead for Hill. Hill down the right alley, all the way to the rim. We're tied. He lays it in with the right. 75 apiece. Into the front court. Basar catch. Turn. Fire. Off the heel. No. VCU from the dead. Down 19 points in the second half. And the Rams keep running into the round of 32 in Greenville. 82-78. The final.
This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio.
The calls, courtesy of Westwood One and NCAA Radio Network. Is there still time for Hubert Davis, or has time run out? This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Prime Time is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings. Is he going to have one more time for a shining moment, or on a moment's going to be shut out by a door slammed as he has to be leaving the building? Is Hubert Davis, one of their own, going to be sticking around with the Tar Heels, or has it just come to a place where he had just got it where you cannot say he has achieved enough? When you look at where they are after being bounced by VCU, after blowing a 19-point lead, now you throw in that to the ledger, being bounced in the first round in back-to-back years, and now you have a sample size Andre. You have 5 years of Hubert Davis, and you look at it, and now those that make the decisions have to determine what it means. Your first year, you see Hubert Davis a head coach. You go to the NCAA tournament's championship game, and you lose at the buzzer to Villanova. That's still a great season, is it not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing that's a little bit difficult, when it comes to Coach Davis is that he lost his best player, right? Like they finished the season 5-5. Well, yeah, because Caleb Wilson got injured 10 games ago, right? So before he got injured, they had beat Duke in February. They were 19-4 at the time. And there was a real sense that they could make some noise. But then you lose a player that's in the conversation to be the number 1 overall draft pick in this NBA draft. You would expect some slippage. Now, the problem for Coach Davis is, as you pointed out, they got bounced in the first round last year, and he's been there for 5 years, and they haven't quite reached the peaks that are just expected if you're in North Carolina basketball. But if this is the end for him, I kind of hate, as a fan, as someone on the outside looking in, I hate for the end to be at least in part because your best player got hurt.
Well, here's the ledger. 5 years in now, year one, you lose at the buzzer in the title game to Villanova. The next year, you miss the NCAA tournament. All right. So you go from the highest peak that you can get to, a shot away from winning it all, to missing the tournament entirely. And then they declined the NIT invitations. There was no postseason year 2 for Hubert Davis and the North Carolina Tar Heels. Year 3, a solid season as you go to the Sweet 16. And then the last 2 years, you're bounced in the first round. UNC is not a bounced in the first round university. It is not a baseball school. It is not a football school. No disrespect to Bill Belichick in his second season coming up. UNC is a basketball school, and you are supposed to be primed to make deep postseason runs, particularly when you're bounced in the first round last year, and now you back that up, losing after you were up 19 to a team that you should have taken care of at the end of the game.
Yeah, and those are the things that, if this is the end, will be what leads to it being the end. It's not the same, but it's kind of analogous to when there's a bad call in a sports game, and immediately after it's over, everyone says, well, that call's not why we lost, right? Right. It's not the ref's fault that we lost. It kind of is sometimes, but there are so many other plays in the game. Yeah. In Coach Davis's case, there has been so many opportunities before the last 10 games of this year. But, again, had Wilson not gotten hurt, and had the team finished 8-2 down the stretch, and they come into the tournament and they play it the way that they were playing before Wilson got hurt, we're probably not having this conversation right now, because I have to feel like UNC would probably still be playing.
Yeah, but he got hurt a couple of weeks ago, and it had nothing to do with the 5-second violation at the end of the game. It had nothing to do with the 6-man shortened rotation that you went to, and it looked like the players were a little bit gassed. So Caleb Wilson didn't have anything to do with that. And now questions about game management, as well as, what are you doing with the talent that is still there? You still have to be able to coach. If your team is being out-executed and three-pointers are raining down and they're not missing free throws, that's how you end up being on the wrong end of an upset. 5-second violations, having guys maybe dragging their tongues because you won't go deeper into the bench, or maybe you're not prepared to put guys into a game because they haven't shown that they are worthy. Those are the echoes, and now the chants starting to be louder for Hubert Davis, and you just have to wonder what the final result is going to be. Here's Pete Thamel, ESPN College Sports Insider, talking about the latest on the situation with Hubert Davis in North Carolina.
The future of Hubert Davis at North Carolina right now is squarely in flux in the wake of these back-to-back first-round NCAA tournament exits. The sides are expected to talk in the upcoming days, and no decision on Davis's future is expected until early next week. Do not expect Davis Reese to be fired outright. Any kind of departure would be synchronized likely between he and the school. Hubert Davis is a legend at North Carolina and will be treated with that type of respect. The options here are simple. Keep Davis with significant changes to the staff and program, or orchestrate some type of wholesale change to the coaching staff and bring in a whole new regime. The tenor at North Carolina right now is that there will be a new coaching staff there next season. The entire basketball world, meanwhile, is transfixed on Chapel Hill. This is arguably the best job in the entire sport. If Davis does move on from Carolina, expect UNC to target Hall of Fame coaches, national championship coaches, coaches who could well be playing in this Final Four. This job would echo through every corner of this NCAA tournament.
The man is somebody at North Carolina. So how does that impact the decision moving forward? Do you switch your staff? Do you get one more time, coach? Or else, or do you just go ahead and pull trigger? You know, it's harder when it's family. You know, Andre, if you have family and you're having a event at your house and it's not family, it's somebody's friend that comes in and they're cutting up and they're acting out the way in ways they're not supposed to. It's easily for you to grab some of your cousins and toss them out of the house. But when it's family, you might have to walk them out to the car, walk them out to the ride share, and make sure they get into the vehicle safely. And he's still loved and revered. He's still North Carolina's all-time three-point percentage shooting leader at almost 44%. So being one of their own, this does, I think, convolute things. But you have another year where you didn't go deep, you didn't get out of the first game, and then you look at somebody like Caleb Wilson. You don't want to say wasted because he got hurt, but you didn't capitalize all the way or do something with getting one of the top recruits in the nation, even though he got hurt. You didn't have somebody or a bunch of somebodies who could come in and help you get out of a first round game.
Yeah. And because Wilson, by all expectation, would be a one and done, that would mean that he wouldn't be there. So even if Davis did come back next year, it's not like he would come back with this team, like we're going to give it another go. They would have to, recoup that level of talent for Davis to be able to shine, because as you pointed out, he hadn't been at this level since his first year anyway. So yeah, you're right. It is harder when it's family, but the general energy and the way that Pete Thamel pointed out, the feeling seems to be that there's going to be a whole new coaching staff in North Carolina. So I think I would personally be surprised for them to bring him back in what would seemingly be a bit of a lame duck status. The Duke Blue Devils, it hasn't been that long since they had to replace legendary head coach Mike Krzyzewski, and John Shire's come in and done his thing and established himself as like the head of a new power with the Blue Devils. So I would have to feel like UNC would rather try to do the same thing as opposed to kind of running someone out there that they see. UNC would rather try to do the same thing as opposed to kind of running someone out there that they seem to have lost confidence in.
Hubert Davis now 2-2 in the round of 60.
Or try to do the same thing as opposed to kind of running someone out there that they seem to have lost confidence in.
Hubert Davis now 2-2 in the round of 60 in a row, and you can't continue to have these questions without showing that you can fix it. So there's just a bunch of camps right now. North Carolina.
You can't be the little brother to the Duke Blue Devils every year.
Goodness.
Like at some point that has to change if you're in UNC.
North Carolina, consecutive losses in the round of 64 for the first time since the field expanded in 1985. And now they are 48-1 in the tournament in history, where they lead by double digits at halftime. And, the fact that you blew that lead, that is going to be the one that hurts all season long in the off season. And they just have to figure out a way, if he's going to be back, to show and demonstrate he can fix it. All right. Coming up are upsets in the NCAA tournament, a thing of the past. We'll get to that. He's Andre Snellings. I'm home team Brandon Leakes. Primetime on ESPN Radio and the all new ESPN app.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Home to the world champion Dodgers.
The Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
Coverage begins Thursday, March 26th at 8 Eastern, with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Amber and Ian.
Malik Willis had a lot of options. I mean, Malik Willis felt like the belle of the ball. Everybody seemed to want Malik Willis, and he ends up in Miami. He chooses Miami, and now he has nobody to throw the football to. The names right now aren't resonating with the general public out of Miami's wide receiver room, and I don't know if they're resonating with Malik Willis or not.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The Rich Eisen Show.
Cam Scatterbo is on the program. What up, G? How are you, Cam?
How's it going? I'm getting better. I ran for the first time today, about 75%. So,
what does 75% of Cam Scatterbo look like?
Not very fast, I'll tell you that.
Faster than a jog? Is that what you're saying? Like, what are we talking about?
I can get away from like a baby hippo, maybe. But that's about it.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
John Starks, we're watching the NBA Finals. It's Knicks and the Rockets, and they take us away to the OJ chase. Yeah. Did you guys know anything about that as players?
When we came back in for halftime, we go into the locker room, we sitting down, and Coach Riley going over his speech, and it was all wah, wah, wah. We weren't even trying to hear all that. We like, why is they chasing OJ?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, right up to the jamming up block by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flag on the run to the rim. And jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flagg.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Brody is looking. He'll throw the baseball pass into the front court. It is intercepted by Anderson. And the Panthers have reached their highest point. The High Point Panthers stun Wisconsin 83-82. And High Point will move to the second round.
We love the upsets, but how many can we get to love? Call courtesy of Westwood One on NCAA Radio Network. We'll see if a high seed will fend off a low seed or vice versa, as Cinderellas could become a thing of the past. Will they? We'll get to that now on primetime on ESPN Radio and the all-new ESPN app. I'm home team Brandon Leakey's Andre Stellings, and we did get it. We all crave for the same things, Andre, when the NCAA tournament gets underway. We like to see a buzzer beater or two. We like to pick one of our brackets to have one of the upsets we picked. And then we like to see if we can get any storylines with that. But the question is, with NIL and the transfer portal, we see how much upheaval it has caused in football. What it means to basketball could be tenfold, because you lose your star player or two star players in basketball. It really can have you as a team and a program starting over literally every single year. And that being said, it it makes the mind wonder if the upset will be something we're talking about when we're old and gray, because they don't exist anymore, because the mid-majors are starting to be a little weakened from what they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's cyclical, right? Because part of the reason that, like, there've always been upsets, and I believe there will always be upsets on some level. But when I was a kid, I feel like we didn't see all that many Cinderellas, relatively speaking. And that was why they stood out so much, that when we did get those major upsets, they were memorable. But then, you know, really after the LeBron and Dwight Howard and all the high school kids going preps to pros, once they reinstituted that one and done rule, it felt like that was when you started seeing a lot of Cinderellas, because a lot of the major programs, their guys would either be freshmen, right? And so they didn't have a lot of experience, or they'd be great one year, and then the next year they're basically starting over, and it's always like a new crop of players. Whereas the mid majors would have their best players for 4 or 5 years, and so you started getting this kind of caricature where it would seem like the mid majors would be starting 4, 22, 23, 24-year-old men, and the blue blood schools were starting 5, 18-year-olds. And I think that led to some of the upsets. And so now we're seeing things swing the other way with the NIL, because now instead of staying 4 or 5 years in a mid-major, after a year or two, their best players can go for bigger money and greener pastures at the bigger schools. So yeah, the number of Cinderellas might go back down, but I feel like it might go back down the way it was when I was a kid, where you still got some, just not as many as there's been in recent years.
It's become a shopping center, the mid-major programs, for the bigger programs. They're poaching them. And, you know, the star players and, you know, the old Butler team, we had guys playing for 3 and 4 years together, and they all looked like they were all in the weight room together. They might have been a little bit smaller than, you know, a Big Ten or SEC team, but they were savvy and smart and had chemistry and took over, you know, certain moments of games. It just seems like now the best players of teams like that are being poached because of NIL opportunities, which you cannot blame a student athlete for taking. But it just feels like, you know, while we did get a couple of upsets, that moving forward in the future, it might be a thing of the past. And you start to look at how recruiting is being affected. You know, a lot of high school kids are not getting recruited because, you know, these established coaches are going to other schools and going into the transfer portals to fill out their rosters. And a lot of the roster final moves are coming from people who are playing for the mid-major squads.
Yeah, and you mentioned kind of the shopping element, and then I think that the maturity element also plays a part, because since so many of the maybe mid-major best players are transferring to the bigger schools, well, now a lot of the best players on the big schools aren't necessarily just the 18-year-old freshmen. You've got 20, 21, 22-year-olds that have transferred, and now not only were they good at the mid-majors, but they got experience. They know how to play. And so when you're in a tournament in this one-and-done environment, you've got guys that even if they only have 1 year at the school they currently are at, they've been, you know, they've got experience playing in these big games, and the moment's not too big for them. And so that also helps to avoid those types of upsets.
Yeah, I talked to a college coach earlier this year. He said he is recruiting 1 high school player.
Yeah.
1 this year to go into next year. Everybody else, any other roster change will be coming from the transfer portal. Here is Mike DeCourcy, Sporting News senior college basketball writer, talking about how things could change and how mid-majors may not be able to pull off the big upsets.
The biggest reason the mid-majors were feasting in the NCAA tournament is because the high majors, for lack of a better term, weren't any good. They weren't nearly as good as they could have been or should have been, because so many players who could have been in college and probably should have been in college left because they weren't making money, and they realized their athletic careers are limited. And so they said, I got to go make some money playing this game. And even though they were probably not first-round picks, maybe could have been, or probably weren't second-round picks, maybe could have been if they stayed, they left. They didn't get drafted. They played in the G League. Maybe they went overseas and did make some money. You know, everybody has a different story, but the story now is, I'm not going to play in Maine if I can play for UConn. I'm not doing that. That's what the players are doing now. They're getting paid nice sums
to play for major conference teams, and it's strengthening those teams.
Yeah, and I think that is not going to change, and that is why it looks like it's going to change, that the Cinderella story and these mid-majors making big marches throughout the tournament may come to an end, and it really is too bad. You know, we all should root for the mid-majors, Andre, because you start looking at some of the great coaches, that's where they got their start. It's very rare that you just handed a Power 4 coaching job. You usually are a mid-major coach that works your way up. So, you know, seeing a lot of guys who've been successful and now seeing how history is now being rewritten. It really is starting to look like a different era in college basketball, barring some changes to the rules.
Yeah, I mean, so this was the second straight season that all 16 top 4 seeds advanced to the round of 32. And that was only the 7th time that's happened since 1985. So seeing that type of consistency at the top back-to-back seasons, to your point, it does indicate that the major upsets aren't happening. You know, we might see some 12-5s or, you know, we look at most of the double-digit seeds that are left are like 10s and 11s, and I think there's 1 12. But we're not really getting a whole lot of the 15-2, right? And the 14-3 and the 16-1 upsets. And I'm one that I like to pull for a Cinderella team, maybe 2. But it maybe had gone too far in the other direction to me. I don't remember what year it was, but I remember one year it felt like the Final Four was like a 10 seed, a 7 seed, and an 11 seed. And it was like, you know, I kind of like having the big dogs there to pull for at the end. So, you know, I maybe if we can find a balance where you still get a little bit of upsets, but the big boys or the big teams are there at the end, that's maybe more to my liking.
Or even put a scare. Yeah. We saw High Point, we saw VCU take out North Carolina, but if you look at the numbers, Andre, it's the other games is getting worse. You look at around the 64 this year, the average margin of victory was 17.4 points, and that's up from 16.7 from last year, and that's the highest margin since the teams went to 64 in 1985. And now you're looking at what happened Friday night, and just the Friday night games, the average margin of victory was almost 20 points per game. So, yeah, we got High Point. Yeah, we got VCU. But yeah, we're getting a lot of blowouts and teams that just can't get it together to compete. And you just have to wonder the fairness and how much closer it can be. All right, coming up, what's happening in the women's NCAA tournament? We'll update you next here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
On the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Spelman, and me, Evan Cohen. As we get closer to the end of the NBA season, I'll tell you which team is running out of time to get things turned around. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find a Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The Rich Eisen Show.
There's two reasons to watch the NCAA tournament. The overarching one is who's going to win it all. And then number two is the buzzer beaters and the glass slipper fits, the Bryce Drew moments. Like, that's why we watch the tournament. Everyone's just throwing darts at a board with their brackets. But if they're right, you feel like you're the most knowledgeable sports fan on the planet.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
The United Football League on ESPN is back.
Pro football in the spring.
New teams, all new looks, new rules.
The UFL is a testing lab for the future of football.
And more access inside the action.
Just listen to that.
An experience like no other.
Floats in, and there it is on the money.
This is Football Reimagined. The United Football League returns March 28th on ESPN.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everyone, to Los Angeles, California, home to the world champion Dodgers. And what a way to start our season.
The back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Where is Daredevil? I'm right here. Don't miss the return of Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again.
So what's next?
I feel liberated. We're going to take this city back. Over medicated. In an all-new season, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
They're hunting us. It's time we started hunting them.
I can work with that.
This should be tons of fun.
Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
This is ESPN 1037, Atlanta's only all ESPN station.
This is SportsCenter.
Second round of the men's NCAA tournament. The top overall seed, top seed in the East region, Duke has a 38-34 lead on number 9 TCU. They've gone to halftime. Malik Brown with 10 points. Cam Boozer, the Blue Devil star, limited to just 2 points in the first half. Third-seeded Michigan State with a 77-69 win over number 6 Louisville to advance to the Sweet 16. Jeremy Fears, 12 points and 16 assists. Top seed in the Midwest region moving on. Michigan, a 95-72 rout of 9-seeded St. Louis. Yaxel Lenderberg with 25 points had a highlight reel dunk in the second half. His teammate, Amari Burnett, on that slam.
Dominican LeBron. It gets as simple as those two words, but also just his aggression going to the basket. And I mean, at that point of the game, we were up 10 or so, but it gave us another boost to extend the lead and continue to, have good defensive intensity. But I mean, like I said, those two words, Dominican LeBron.
Amari Burnett and Michigan moving on to the Sweet 16. First round of the women's NCAA tournament. Second-seeded Iowa holds off number 15 Fairleigh Dickinson 58-48. In overtime, it was number 9 USC 71, number 8 Clemson 67. Jazzy Davidson leading the way for the Trojans with 31 points. Number 1 overall seed UConn pounds Texas San Antonio 90-52. One game in the NBA right now. They're at the half in D.C. The Thunder lead the Wizards 69-64. OKC's won 10 straight. Washington's lost 14 straight.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Did you miss Clinton and Friends?
The Lakers are officially a problem right now.
Yeah.
They're playing the best basketball that particular conglomeration of athletes has played since they've been together. Luka going off 2 nights in a row. He is talking what we say on the street, cash S. Every single time he puts the ball up.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
what's going on in the women's NCAA tournament. We'll get into it right here on Primetime on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. ESPN Radio presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings as the women continue to roll. We see some scores that have gone final, and we're trying to get through the first couple of rounds and find out who is going to be cutting down the next. Final in overtime, USC takes out Clemson 71-67. Georgia falling in overtime to Virginia 82-73. Georgia, the first seed to fall to a higher seed in the women's tournament. Alabama taking out Rhode Island 68-55. Notre Dame a 79-60 winner over Fairfield. It was Kentucky taking care of James Madison 71-56. Louisville 20-point winner 72-52 over Vermont. 75-54 was the score to Ohio State beating Howard, and we saw UConn take out UTSA 90-52. So a whole lot going on in the women's bracket, and we'll see what kind of games could be yielded as we get a chance to have some of the women put some of the big moments in tournament history on the floor. Now we get a chance to talk to a woman who has been a part of a victory. We get a chance to talk to a Kentucky Wildcat as we are joined now by Amelia Hassett, Kentucky forward, joining us here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Thank you for your time today, Amelia.
Thank you for having me.
Long way from home, from South Wales, Australia. You transfer from Florida State, and now you make it to Kentucky. Talk about your journey from home to Florida State to Kentucky.
Yeah, it was obviously a long way from home here. But no, I just out of high school decided to go to JUCO for 2 years, it was a great time. Loved it there. And then out of that, I had, obviously, when Coach Brooks was at Virginia Tech, he had offered me a scholarship, and I was committed there. And then, obviously, he changed and came to Kentucky, and now we're here. So just loving it and enjoying the journey, honestly.
Okay, well, tell me about this win over James Madison, right? You had scored 14 points, one of three starters in double figures. What was the game like, and what did you learn from this game that you can take moving forward?
Yeah, we came out hot. Obviously, it was a great first quarter. So that was super fun, and we just came out. We didn't want to test the temperature. We just wanted to kind of get in there, play hard, play how we know we can play. Obviously, coming into the tournament, there's a little nerves. Haven't played in a while, but we kind of got those out. And then just learning from this game that we have to stay consistent throughout the whole game. We have to play for the whole 40 minutes. So definitely going to bring that on Monday. So looking forward to that.
Kentucky forward Amelia Hassett joining us here as the Kentucky Wildcats women team moves on in the NCAA tournament after they get themselves a 71-56 win over James Madison. Tell us about Coach Brooks. What is his coaching style and demeanor, and what is he preaching for game to game, timeout to timeout, and win to win?
Yeah, Coach Brooks, he's an amazing coach. We all look up to him so much. He's just a great person, and obviously he kind of talks about that basketball can help in everyday life. So we talk about all the challenges that you obviously go through when playing basketball and different things like that. But he always preaches energy, effort, and attitude. So we talk about that a lot in timeouts. Obviously, we need to bring the energy each and every game, and just continuing to do that while heading into each game, because it now is such a do or die.
So, being in the SEC, or being where you are playing some really good teams on a night in, night out basis. And you've got some big wins this year, some wins over top 5 level programs. How do you feel like that's prepared you for what you're going to see in the rest of this NCAA tournament?
Yeah, it definitely helps us coming out of there, obviously being in the SEC and playing tough games each and every game. And I think it's just being prepared. Obviously, we've been on the road. We know what it's like to play in front of such big crowds and in front of fans that obviously are rooting against us. So we're definitely prepared for that, and just knowing, just coming into each and every game and just staying together, honestly, and just doing the little things that we preach in practice and different things like that. So, yeah.
How beneficial is it when you know this time of the season what your teammates are going to do or what they're capable of? And that's to say, Clara's track had her 15th double. And when you know you have a teammate that can rebound, you know you have another teammate with you that can score in double figures, how much easier does that make it for you guys on the floor and for your coach when you guys have to make decisions?
Yeah, it definitely makes it a lot easier. Obviously, the chemistry that we have built throughout the whole season, it definitely shows on the court. We get along so well off the court. It's just been such a good group of girls, and knowing that we kind of know where each other's going to be. Obviously, if you take that shot, we have rebounders in there with Clara and Tiani, and just little things like that. We just kind of have gotten the feel for each other, and it's been such a fun season.
Well, speaking of a fun season, you knocked down 4 3-pointers today and to lead the team, but that's not a surprise because you have the record of 96, the most 3-pointers in Kentucky history. So talk a little bit about that and your role is kind of the marks person on the team.
Yeah, obviously the coaching staff, the girls, they just have confidence in me to knock those shots down, which gives me a lot of confidence going out there. And obviously they know exactly where I'm going to be and can just pass the ball so well. So it just makes my life so much easier, honestly.
Well, good luck to you the rest of the way. Congratulations on your win, and you're certainly a fun player to watch, and hopefully the rest of the country gets to see you guys play for a long, long time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Amelia Hassett, Kentucky forward, senior from South Wales, Australia, joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. That's going to be a lot of fun. You get a chance to play on a team where you get to pull, Andre. When you're a shooter and your coach designs an offense and lets you just pull the trigger and you end up with 96 3-pointers on the year and a lot of them are going down, you got to love this time of the year when your team and your coach are going to let you play your game and count on you to play a fun style of basketball as well.
Definitely. They say the shooters shoot, but when you've got the green light and you know when you go out there, you got the green light, you can pull from wherever you happen to be. Yeah, that's a wonderful play. When I was a kid, the players that wanted to shoot all the time, we were like, oh man, he's gunning, don't pass it to him. But on this team, you better pass it to Amelia because she's going to knock him down.
Let her pull it. Kentucky will face the winner of 13-seeded Miami University or 4th-seeded West Virginia, whoever comes out on top of that game. So congratulations to the Wildcats as they wait and they see who is next. The Lakers wait for who is next. Everybody seems to be next for LA as Luka Doncic and LeBron James and Austin Reeves have certainly figured something out, and so has their coach, J.J. Redick, as they seem like they want to be locked into the 3rd overall seed in the West Conference. Coming up, the Lakers go for 9 in a row. Can they get it, and how do they get it? We'll get to that next here on Primetime on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are Unsportsmanlike.
I'm happy that these markets are getting NBA teams. How much revenue it generates, being able to create jobs, opportunities for people, upward mobility, so on and so forth. I'm curious to know, how do we feel about the NBA expanding when we already know that a third of the league is going to be non-competitive every single year because of how pervasive tanking is?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Aaron Judge is really similar in terms of early in his career, you wondered if he would deliver in big games. And that guy was Peyton Manning when he played the Indianapolis Colts. How many times in big moments where even against teams that they were better than the Indianapolis Colts, he always had that shrink moment. Just the way that Peyton Manning went along till he finally broke through. When is Aaron Judge's breakthrough moment going to happen?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the show everyone is watching.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Every moment, every game.
I could do what you do. Easy.
Every drop of sweat.
It's tournament time. It's win or go home.
Get your popcorn ready.
All for this. Players walk in, legends walk out. March Madness on ESPN. Greatness is now playing. Continues through April 5th on ABC, ESPN, and streaming on the ESPN app. Presented by Capital One.
Previously on Clinton and Friends.
The vibes all around L.A. are different than I've felt them before because you know who else is streaking? The Clippers. Oh, that's right. Lurking across town in Inglewood. This is the kind of thing that people get in my mentions to get mad about. Let me tell you what I need, though. I need a Clippers-Lakers first round matchup. The kind of thing that people get in my mentions to get mad about. Let me tell you what I need, though. I need a Clippers-Lakers.
To the future of football.
And more access inside the action.
Just listen to that.
An experience like no other.
Floats in, and there it is on the money.
This is Football Reimagined. The United Football League returns March 28th on ESPN.
NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D.
Racing down floor, went up and jamming up blocked by Porzingis.
The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks.
Flag on the run to the rim. Hey, jams it home with the right hand. Cooper Flag.
The Warriors at the Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
The biggest games.
The biggest stars.
24 hours a day.
7 days a week.
This is ESPN 103.7 FM.
Rebound, Bam. Three-pointer, no good. Rebound, Austin Reeves, and that'll do it. Final score, Lakers 134, Heat 126. The Lakers have won 8 in a row, 10 of their last 11. And some history for Luka Doncic as he becomes the first player since Kobe Bryant to score 60 points in a Lakers uniform.
Called courtesy of 710 ESPN LA. What in the world is going on with the Lakers? What in the world has gotten into Luka Doncic? And what in the world does the NBA need to be on the lookout for? It's prime time on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. I'm home team Brandon Leak. He's Andre Stellings. Time to get a conversation about the Lakers with a man in the know, as we're proud to join in with Dave McMenamin, ESPN NBA reporter, who joins us here on Prime Time. And Dave, what has gone on the last few weeks and really the last few months when you're looking at the defense with the Los Angeles Lakers? They were one thing defensively and offensively a couple of months ago, and now they look like they are the most dangerous team in all of basketball.
Yeah, I think there's a few factors here. One is trust, and that's making sure that if you're DeAndre Ayton and you're playing up to the touch on a switching defense, that you know that there's going to be someone rotating as the low man, taking care of the paint and taking care of the basket, and then be willing to make that rotation as fast and as strong as you can because you know someone else will doing the same thing to fill in behind you. I think it comes down to health. You know, they've had, for the most part, a fully healthy roster since the All-Star break, which they didn't have in the first half of the season. And then I think, quite frankly, they got to a point where they looked around that locker room and had some more accountability. And they said, like, we aren't playing up to our capability. And they have been being able to string together some games because, you know, they recognize that, hey, we might not have the best individual offenders at LeBron at age 41 and, you know, Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic, but we have a scheme that we can succeed with. And thus far, they've done it, and we'll see if they can ride this momentum into the playoffs.
Okay, Dave. So you mentioned this 41-year-old they got playing on the team named LeBron. A few people have heard about him. But when you and I have talked this year, we've talked about whether he would be willing to take a bit of a step back as an on-ball offense creator and maybe concentrate on some of the other elements of the game. And during this win streak, he's been doing that. Is there a sense that this is who he's going to be moving forward? Or is there some thought that when the playoffs come around, he still plans to shine while the bright lights are on?
I think, one of the times we spoke about it, the way I termed it was LeBron will play whatever way is winning basketball, but those guys have to go and take it. And Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves have both been playing excellent basketball. And so long as that is working, LeBron James is going to fit in and continue to find ways to impact winning. And that doesn't mean not touching the basketball. He had 30 points on 11 of 14 shooting the other night in Houston, was a major offensive threat for their team. But it also means that when they're in the half court, he can do other things to help the game. And that's be a screener, that's be the roll man, and then using that opportunity when you get the ball in the pocket to spray out the shooters. And then when the team plays requisite enough defense to get steals and deflections and chase down long defensive rebounds and turn it in a transition, that's still LeBron James' show. And even at 41 years old and 23 years in the league, he is the number one fast break scorer in today's NBA.
ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio. They've cleaned up the slop, Dave. The turnovers have come down. I think that Houston game where they had one turnover in the fourth quarter was really a marking moment of where they are right now. What has changed not only with the defense, but them taking care of the ball and being able to be in control of games late in the ball games?
It's a recognition that comes with reps and experience. This team has barely played a season together. And even with me saying that, the three of their main rotation pieces, and DeAndre Ayton, Marcus Smart, and Jake LaRavia weren't on last year's team that made it to the first round of the playoffs. And so they didn't have a ton of time to get things figured out. They didn't have training camp with Marcus Smart. He was out with Achilles tendinopathy. LeBron James was out with sciatica. And so they were kind of behind the eight ball in terms of reps. And at this point, they have some reps and they have some evidence of what works for them. And when you do have that, that allows the coaching staff to say in a film session, you've shown the way we can win games. I'm going to hold you accountable to continuing to play that style, play with that effort, play with that execution. And now there's a formula, and it's a formula that hasn't just worked against the teams they're supposed to win against, the cellar dwellers, but during this 8-game winning streak, they've taken care of the likes of Minnesota, New York, Denver, Houston, 2 games on the road in crucial playoff positioning games. You win both those games. And so they are starting to look like a team that potentially can make some noise in the playoffs, but all the work that they've done the last couple of weeks will go for naught if they don't continue to have that work over the final 12 games of the regular season. Make sure you get first round in the playoffs and go from there.
All right, Dave, I can't get away from LeBron because you just said, it is true, but just hearing it again, he started off the season with sciatica. And we used to joke about, just say he's out old, right? Because, sciatica, you just think of as an old person disease. He's the only person, as far as I know, in the NBA contributing at this level whose age starts with the same number as mine. But you point out he's leading the NBA in like fast break scoring. He's got Sports Center top 10 highlight dunks. He's dunking on Jabari Smith while telling him to tuck in his shirt. Like, how is, at this point in the season, do we still expect, because the playoffs is another marathon, it's another couple of months. Is it looking like he's fresh enough to really stay at this level for the next 2.5, 3 months?
Well, I can't predict down the line, but certainly the way he's been looking the last 2 weeks, I expect him to look the same way tonight against Orlando Magic as he becomes the all-time leader in games played, breaking the tie with Robert Parrish that he established last game, 1,612 games. You do the math. It's 4.4 years of his life. He spent the day suiting up for an NBA basketball game in the regular season. It's incredible. And he's also someone that has that experience. And I'm not going to say he's pacing himself and not giving his full effort in October, November, December, et cetera. But certainly there's a ramp-up process, and that's a system that's been put in place with his longtime athletic trainer, Mike Mancias, who's worked with him since his second year in the league. And they know his body, and they know what he needs to be performing to his optimal ability in the playoffs. And right now, all things are moving forward, but you can't predict the future because just 2 weeks ago, LeBron James missed 3 games in a row with elbow, left foot, and right hip injuries. And so, it's a basketball and contact sport, and anything like that could happen on any given night.
Luka's averaging almost 41 points per game during this winning streak. He had 5 steals the other night. Does he deserve MVP type credit, or is he like LeBron James now? It doesn't matter how super the feat is or the stat line. Nobody cares unless he gets his team to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Luka's fighting against his own success. I think he's also fighting against some other really viable candidates, especially just look at wins in the Western Conference. The Lakers are still looking up at the standings at the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, and still looking up at the standings at the OKC Thunder and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And so the numbers are incredible, particularly in this winning streak. He's one of only 5 guys in league history, joining Wilt Chamberlain and Elgin Baylor, Michael Jordan, and James Harden, to put up 40-plus points per game over an 8-game winning streak. It's incredible. But and even though I know he leads the league in scoring and has done all sorts of other statistical things this year, he has stiff competition here. And if the Lakers are able to continue to cut away at that gap between them and the Spurs, I think they're about 6 games behind the Spurs. I think they're about 10 games behind OKC. If that becomes 2 or 3 games by the end of the year, it's a coin flip. I think there's more of a conversation there. If Shai misses some more games or Wemby does, and they fall out of the 65-game threshold, certainly I think his name gets more consideration. But right now, I think he's kind of appropriately placed in the conversation as a contender for the award. But I think to say he should be the leader for the award is disingenuous. It doesn't take into account the entire season and the body of work of some of his competitors. I think is a smidge more impressive thus far.
Always good to talk to you. We look forward to catching up with you soon, Dave.
All right, thanks, guys.
Dave McMenamin, ESPN NBA reporter, joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the all-new ESPN app. Yeah, you have to wonder, Andre, if it's too little too late because of the ups and downs, the ins and outs, lack of defense. Are they going to be in the play-in? Are they going to be in the playoffs? And now they are just red hot, and Luka just cannot be stopped. But he's right. Dave is right. Dave McMenamin. It is about the totality of a season.
Definitely. And Shai had such a lead. He's the reigning MVP, and the team started off like 29-1 or something. And so, like, for Luka to get back into it, it would really take Shai falling off.
All right, coming up, USC's women's basketball team gets a dramatic win. We talk to the architect next here on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and Sirius XM, Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen and Chris Canty and me, Michelle Smallman, we'll start looking ahead to the 2026 Major League season by asking one simple question. Can anyone beat the Dodgers? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Amber and Ian.
Cade Cunningham has a collapsed lung. He's not going to be eligible for the other awards.
This is obviously not the situation that the NBA is trying to prevent. With those rules, the guys that choose to sit out also claim they're hurt, and all they do is, my back's sore, and all of our backs are sore, so it's impossible to actually know whose back is more sore than others.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Where is Daredevil? I'm right here. Don't miss the return of Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again.
So what's next?
I feel liberated. We're going to take this city back. Over medicated. In an all-new season, streaming March 24th, only on Disney+.
They're hunting us. It's time we started hunting them.
I can work with them.
This should be tons of fun.
Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again, streaming March 24th, only on Disney+.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
They've got a clear pecking order now. Luka, Reeves, and LeBron being that number 3 option. It's interesting.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is the show everyone is watching.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide.
Every moment, every game.
I could do what you do. Easy.
Every drop of sweat.
It's tournament time. It's win or go home.
Get your popcorn ready.
All for this. Players walk in, legends walk out. March Madness on ESPN. Greatness is now playing. Continues through April 5th on ABC, ESPN, and streaming on the ESPN app. Presented by Capital One.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Atlanta Braves spring training is live on WIFN Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station, 1340 and 103.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
About 15 minutes to play. Also late first half. It's second seeded Houston leading Texas A&M 35-24. Earlier, Michigan State advanced to the Sweet 16 with a 77-69 win over Louisville. In the Midwest region, top seeded Michigan also moved on.
Now he'll drop it for Fears into his waiting safe arms. 6 to shoot. Fears to the elbow. Kills the dribble. Finds Carr. Left corner rifle. He got it. Cohen Carr sticks the landing again. What a day for him. Michigan State by 13 one more time.
Call it Westwood One on the NCAA Radio Network as the Wolverines pass St. Louis 95-72. According to Iowa State coach C.J. Otzelberger, or Joshua Johnson is unlikely to play in his team's second-round game against Kentucky. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel and Jeff Borzello, North Carolina officials are in discussions with Coach Hubert Davis about his future. A decision on his status is expected to unfold in the upcoming days. Women's NCAA tournament, fourth quarter on ESPN2, Syracuse and Iowa State, 54-42. Top-ranked UConn advance, among the others moving on, South Carolina, Iowa, West Virginia, Ohio State, and Kentucky. NBA coming up later tonight. It's the Bucks and the Suns. Right now, the Thunder lead the Wizards 100-93. NHL tonight on ABC, Boston and Detroit just after 8 Eastern.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is the home of the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN 103.7 FM.
just the first weekend of the 2026 NCAA tournament, and we've got March Madness covered. This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio.
And Andre Snellings as we get ready for the first weekend of the men's NCAA tournament. We made it to Saturday. We still have games going on, and boy, do we have a big one going on right now as we look into the finals earlier today. Top seeded Michigan in their region. They take out St. Louis 95-72. Michigan winning by 23 points after they beat Howard by 21 in the first round. So Michigan's offense, Andre, not messing around at all. And you're starting to see a team that made it to the Sweet 16 last year, losing to a number 1 seed in Auburn, seem a little bit surly, and certainly coming out with the offense clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, you know, all 5 of their starters were in double figures, and it was just a workmanlike game. And, you know, for a 1 seed to come out and play like this is what you expect. This is what you hope for, if you're pulling for that team. You know, not to jump to the end or spoiler alert, but there's another number 1 seed that is not playing to that level.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. Boy, oh boy, if they don't pull this one out. Also earlier today, the other big program in Michigan, they get a win. Michigan State, a 77-69 winner over Louisville. Jeremy Fears, guard for the Michigan State Spartans. He ends up with 16 assists to go with 12 points. He sets an NCAA tournament program record, passing Magic Johnson. He said that back in 1978 as he continues to rack up assist after assist. The 16 assists, most assists by a Big Ten player in tournament history in a game in the last 50 years. So his kid is looking for the dimes. He is knifing through defenses, and he is just carving up assist after assist to help that Michigan State offense roll along.
Absolutely. And, you know, we got a chance to talk to him after the game, and he pointed out, you know, brother is a shooting guard, Jeremiah Fears in the NBA, and he pointed out that growing up that Jeremy Fears is the one that likes to get the assists, and his brother was the one that liked to score. So it worked out well for both of them, and it really worked out for Michigan State today, because dropping 16 dimes is super impressive.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, the names you want to be associated with, Andre. How about this name, as Tom Izzo says that his talented guard Jeremy Fears is certainly in a conversation with another all-time great.
Well, if he's shy of just Magic Johnson, he's in pretty good you know, that's a pretty good place to be, you know. So, Irvin, if you're watching, he's coming after you. But I give a lot of credit to Jeremy. You know, I mean, we've had our knockdowns, as I have with most of my point guards. Point guards are hard, man. I wouldn't want to come here and play the point. I mean, you get the ball, but you also get harassed and pushed and prodded. And, you know, expectations are high of our point guards because what we give them, we need to get in return. And Jeremy, he's just getting better. He's getting better right now.
So Coach Izzo, very proud of his point guard, Michigan State, going to back-to-back Sweet 16 appearances for the first time, you know, since 4 straight in 2012 to 2015. So this is where they are supposed to be. And Coach Izzo certainly likes the way that his offense and his point guard is running as they move on to the next round of play.
Absolutely. And, you know, Coach Izzo has been doing this forever. He's got one of the highest win. He just passed John Calipari for the 5th highest win percentage in the round of 32 since the tournament expansion back in 1985. And so he knows a little bit of something about what it takes to get his squads to that level. And so if he's feeling good about his squad, good enough that he's joking in the press and doesn't have the hard, stern expressions that he often has, it shows that he's happy with where his team is right now.
Dusty May, head coach of Michigan, likes where his team is. I mean, they just keep, you know, pounding teams into submission with the points that they're putting up early. You're just having no shot in the game. It seems like a revenge tour, even though they had a good season last year, bouncing the Sweet 16 by Auburn, who was a number 1 seed. But they seemingly are using that loss. They thought they had a better team to go further. They're using that loss to say, look, that was last year, but this team is much better.
I think we're a better basketball team. We're more talented. Last year, we were still laying the foundation. And the last couple of weeks of the season, we came to realization that we had to change and we had to get tougher and we had to play better together. And so we played well against Auburn. We ran into a buzzsaw. We ran into the top team in the country on the home court. And that's the first time, guys, when you're coaching at tough jobs, you're never thinking about home court in the NCAA tournament ever. It's never crossed my mind. And here when we were up double digits and Auburn hits a big three, Todd Pettiford makes a big three to cut it to 8 or 9, the place erupted. And we thought that was a very pivotal moment in us not being able to advance to the Elite 8 last year. And so we went into this offseason thinking, man, if we can do our work throughout, we need to be better earlier so we have a chance to earn some form of home court. And so we've earned the right to go to Chicago and hopefully pack that thing with Michigan fans and see where it goes. But we're just a better team. We're better coaches. We're better players. That's just part of the growth process.
Michigan has put up 196 points in the first couple of games, the fourth most by a big team through 2 games in the tournament. So they are clicking on all cylinders, to say the least, and now see what that offense has in store for their next opponent as they hit the Sweet 16.
Absolutely. The only thing I can think of to say to that is go blue.
Yeah, you got plenty of choices. You're a Georgia Tech man, you're a Michigan man. You don't mind Duke Blue Devils doing a few things as well as they're going to have to do a whole lot as right now. Game in progress. TCU sticking around. The game was just tied at 40, and now Duke has a little bit of breathing room with 11 minutes to go in the second half of play. Duke on top of TCU 53-44. And we were talking earlier how the Dukies might need to be on upset alert because now seeing Duke in the tournament, TCU has faced all 4 number 1 seeds on a basketball court this season. They lost earlier this year to Michigan 67-63. They beat the Gators 84-80, and then they lost to Arizona 86-73. So one of the few teams in NCAA history to play all 4 number 1 seeded teams is TCU. So they clearly feel like they are ready for the challenge.
Yeah, they are playing. They are not giving anything up to Duke. Colored me surprised when we talked about it earlier. I was pointing out how Duke had that scare in the first round, but they were going to be focused now and come out and really take care of business. And Benny Kevin Hart has a joke where he's talking about like a sound kept happening and he didn't know where it was coming from. And then he saw it was the person next to him. He thought, wait a minute, that was you that time. That's how I feel about Duke's basketball team. Like, there was so much talk that, well, in the first round, they weren't serious. They weren't focused. They were looking past their opponent. But I'm looking at them, no, this is you this time. Like, this is apparently who you are right now. You are not significantly better than the opponents that you faced. And for a team that came in as the number 1 overall seed and has aspirations to win it all, to cut down the nets, it's got to be a little scary for the program. Now, they have expanded the lead out to 9 points. They are 53-44, just under 12 minutes left in the game. But despite TCU having played all these top seeds, I can't be the only one that thought that there was going to be more space between these two teams than what we've seen so far.
You want to talk about madness? UNC has already been bounced. Can you imagine a next round with no UNC and no Duke? If Duke cannot hold on to win, they both got scares in North Carolina. They couldn't overcome their scare, blowing a 19-point lead. Duke scared as they were twirling most of the game to Siena in the first round action. Now we'll see what they learn and if they can close the door in the second half for Duke fans and for the Horned Frog Nation. They shouldn't be afraid of anybody as they competed every single year against top teams, or every single game this year against the top teams that are the top seeds in the tournament. So this should be a fantastic finish. We'll keep everybody abreast to what's going on, as this game is certainly going to be close the next 10 minutes. All right, coming up, we had a dramatic win for USC in the women's NCAA tournament. What does the coach think about her poise of her players and her staff? We'll get to that next on Primetime on ESPN Radio, the all-new ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
NBA Monday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in Big D. The Golden State Warriors continue their push to the postseason when they face Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks. Coverage begins Monday at 9 Eastern. With tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, this is Lowe's with Terry from Alpharetta, who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Blaster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Presented by Capital One.
Which teams are making moves and which teams need to just flat out move? Your Saturday means I'm locked in and ready for First Take right here, Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Where is Daredevil? I'm right here. Don't miss the return of Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again.
So what's next?
I feel liberated. We're going to take this city back. Over medicated. In an all-new season, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
They're hunting us. It's time we started hunting them.
I can work with that.
This should be tons of fun.
Marvel Television's Daredevil Born Again, streaming March 24th, only on Disney Plus.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is Atlanta's ESPN 103.7 FM.
If you want the best local Atlanta sports, it's always on The Fan.
680 AM and 93.7 FM.
Moore tried to find Cone. Lee Hoyce. That's it. USC wins it in overtime and moves on to the second round.
USC gets a big victory in overtime, and they move forward in the Women's National College Association Tournament. As we talk to head coach of USC, we get a chance to talk to Coach Lindsey Gottlieb here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coach, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. I thought you were going to ask me to chime in on the NBA MVP conversation, because I could do that too.
What are your thoughts?
I'm an LA girl. I think we got to get Luka in the conversation, right? Like how good have they been, right?
Yeah, there you go. You guys are ripping up Southern California as well, Coach. Talk about the dramatic victory you win in overtime, 71-67, and there are always heart-palpitating moments in an overtime game.
Oh, my gosh.
What was it like the final few ticks of regulation, and then what you got done in overtime emotionally?
Well, when I checked my phone after, I have text messages saying, my female friends saying I need to pay for their hair coloring because their hair is gray. I've got other friends saying I gave them a heart attack. It was an incredible March Madness game. A good 8-9 game, right? Two teams at kind of different styles, but sort of evenly matched. And I thought our defense was really good all game. I thought we were playing hard, but we just had to settle in on offense and take better shots. So I thought in the fourth quarter we kept the same intensity but executed better. Made some really big plays down the stretch. And obviously we were fortunate that, the Moore from Clemson, her shot was a little bit after the buzzer. Like, obviously that would have been a heroic play, but when it's the end of the season and you get another 5 minutes to play, our players weren't going to let that second chance go.
Yeah, actually, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Talk a little bit about your reaction to the buzzer beater. It looked like it was good, but then it wasn't. It was late, and just how you prepared your team to move forward into that overtime period after a play like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just turned right back to our video guy on the bench. And, from NBA to college now, you trust the guys with the laptop. And I said, was it good? And he said, I think it was after. So that just kind of gave me a calm just to try to get our team to focus on a couple things. We thought it might be going to overtime. There was a chance that they had called a foul in regulation and they were going to go to the free throw line. So we were trying to set up, a last second end line play as well. But I felt good about the fact that there was a chance it wasn't going to count. I just wanted to refocus the team, that if we got that next chance, we weren't going to let it go. I mean, but you think about the emotions, I have seniors on the team who think their college career could be over. And then in a split second, they've got to turn it around and make a play. Mm-hmm. So I really credit our players for kind of locking in and, glad the officials got it right. Cause I did hear that it was close, but it clearly looked like it was after. So we'll take it. And, obviously super excited to be moving on.
You have a good group. They are well coached and they are well receiving of the coaching. What's the message for the next game after such a wild, emotional roller coaster ride of a win in this round of the tournament?
Right. I think, our next opponent, South Carolina, won by like 70. So not quite the same experience for them. I mean, look, we are having a chance to play in the best sporting event, I think, in sports. And we got a chance to play an incredible team. South Carolina, obviously, we know how good they are. We played them earlier in the season, but, we're going to take advantage of every moment. We think that we're better than we were in November when we played them. We think that, we can come out here and, compete at a level that gives us a shot, maybe shock the world. I don't think people expect us to win, but, you can't in March rule anybody out. And I think we'll have a good day of rest and prep tomorrow and get ready to go on Monday night.
Well, a wild finish, but you guys came out on top. We thank you for your time and good luck the rest of the way, Coach.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you having me. Take care.
Coach Gottlieb ready to get in on some MVP talk with Luka. Oh, yeah. He was, the whole southern part of Los Angeles is riled up for some postseason play, but that was a wild finish for USC to win in overtime. And so they move on in a tough loss for the Clemson Tigers. As we look at the scoreboard in the women's tournament, Virginia, they shock 7th-seeded Georgia 82-73. Georgia becoming the first higher seed to lose to a lower seed in the women's tournament this year. Alabama takes out Rhode Island 68-55. Notre Dame, a 79-60 winner over Fairfield. 5th-seeded Kentucky took out 12th-seeded James Madison 71-56. West Virginia was all over Miami University 82-54. Louisville, a winner over Vermont 72-52. It was Ohio State beating the Bison of Howard 75-54. Howard getting the men and women's teams into their respective tournaments. And Iowa taking care of Farley Dickinson 58-48. One other game that's gone final. UConn took out UTSA 90-52. And then we saw one team go over 100 points at South Carolina. They beat Southern University 103-34. So, the women moving on, and now time to see what the dust settling looks in the women's tournament. Is UConn going to make their journey to undefeated, and does Coach Gino Auriemma get a chance to hold up another trophy where he has an unblemished record?
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, UConn's not just winning, like they are destroying their opponents, and so will that continue as the tournament goes along and the teams get tougher? I'm really looking forward to seeing this, seeing some of these big name players start to concentrate and get together and go face to face. That is when the magic starts to happen.
Yeah, he's certainly, the way he recruits it, he always gets the best player or two in the nation. And now, question is, the coaches and the teams that are still available, can UCLA and can South Carolina be a net cutting team? So you're going to have some high-powered coaches.
Texas.
High-powered Texas, too. High-powered coaches. High-powered name brand. So the women's game giving you the star players and the star coaches moving forward as well. So that'll be interesting to see what happens as time goes on. And now you're trying to see where the women's game is going, not to diverge, but seeing what the women's conversation became in the WNBA earlier this week, where the CBA got some things in favor of the women. It looks like when it's going to be ratified. So the revenue, the eyes on the product, the popularity of the women's game, certainly you can look at the women's college basketball tournament as a primer to really getting the women's game at the pro level to where it is, where now they have some major advancements in revenue sharing and in pay.
Yeah. The next several months of women's basketball are so exciting for me. As Coach Gottlieb was saying, in her opinion, that the NCAA tournament is on the women's side is the best event in sports. She's got an argument. Like the women's college basketball tournament every year ends up being this must-see TV. And so I'm really excited to see how that plays out. And then to your point, being able to follow that up with the draft and then going right into the WNBA season with all that's going on. Asia Wilson just playing on another level. All of the excitement around Caitlin Clark. Angel Reese, in my opinion, making a beeline towards the top as one of the best players in the league. Paige Beckers. It's just so many storylines, so many names at both the college and the pro level. These next few months should be pretty exciting.
The women's game now has taken on what the men's game doesn't have anymore. One, relatability, and the players. Yeah. You used to know all of the players on Duke, on North Carolina, on Indiana, at Ohio State, at Virginia. You used to know the players, and now, because of all of the transferring and all of the moving around and guys going to the NBA, you don't know. Now, the women, you can have a good 2-3 year run with a group. You know who the star players are. You know who the coaches are. So the continuity and the consistency that used to be there in the men's game. I mean, I used to be able to recite the Georgetown men's basketball roster.
Oh, yeah.
Right off the top of the tongue. And now it's just a different day. So the women's game has what the men's game used to have. And I don't think that's going to change. And I think that's a good thing to keep growing the game.
Absolutely. Like the name recognition, the brand recognition, the being able to tune in, and you already know who you're pulling for, what side you're on, the programs, the names at the top. You talking about the coaches. Dawn Staley was my favorite player when she played for Virginia back in the day, and now she's coaching and leading a team that Coach Gottlieb said is winning games by 70 points. It's just there's so much there, and so I think back to a few years back watching the NCAA women's championship at a Dave & Buster's. It was supposed to be like a birthday party, and I'm sitting there watching LSU and Iowa, and cheering for them, and the kids are looking at me like, what are you doing? But no matter where I am, I got to pay attention to what's going on there, because that's where the excitement happens.
Yeah, and so the game is continuing to grow, and you're continuing to see, a lot of people be drawn to the game. And I think it's going to be better as we get closer to the round of 16, the round of 8. When you start seeing the higher edge teams and the higher seeded teams get to one another, you have those heavyweight clashes. I think it's going to be even more impactful for the women's game and for the fans, even the casual fans who don't watch a lot of women's games during the regular season. But you know what? A lot of people don't watch the men's games to the same degree until you get to the tournament. I think when you get to the round of 16, the round of 8, the casual fan will come in, and when you're at the sports bar, when you're out somewhere, you get to see quality basketball that a lot of people have been clamoring for, but everybody who's been dialed in has been watching it for a long time the last few years.
Definitely. And this year in particular, we have the defending champs win UConn, and led by this, just elite class. But they haven't played a lot of top 5 caliber teams this year. And then meanwhile, you've got the teams in the SEC. It feels like it's 100 of them at the top, and they're just taking each other out all season. So I want to see what happens when the best of the different parts of the country come together.
All right, coming up, the Lakers have gone from we don't know to title contenders. Is it legit? We'll get to that next on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Swellman, and me, Evan Cohen, will continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast. Others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Let me ask you a question today. Do you consider yourself to be a loving person? Now, I'm not trying to challenge you, but maybe I can stretch you a little bit in a good direction. Jesus said that we must love even our enemies and pray for people who mistreat us. He said that if we only love the people who love us, that's not even love. That's convenient kindness. And everybody does that, even the worst people. And Jesus didn't just teach us to love that way. He demonstrated that love. The Bible says that while we were still enemies of God, Christ died for us. To really be the loving person you ultimately want to be, you'll need Christ in your life to love and save you, and then to help you truly be loving. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
World Series champion LA Dodgers begin their pursuit of a three-peat when they face the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And the Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
The Diamondbacks at the Dodgers. Coverage begins Thursday at 8 Eastern with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Which teams are making moves and which teams need to just flat out move? Your Saturday means I'm locked in and ready for First Take right here, Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Amber and Ian.
I haven't heard any conversation about this aspect of the consequences of NIL, where these big programs are having to spend money other places because of NIL that they then don't want to go spend a ton of money playing mid-major.
Makes sense.
Now everyone's operating with a bottom line. And why are we eating into that when you could come and beat us?
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
You asked for it, and now you have it.
ESPN Radio is now on 103.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Ed Duncan. Second round action continues in the men's NCAA tournament. And it appears top-seeded Duke is on its way to advancing in the East. 5 minutes of play. The Blue Devils lead TCU 70-52. Early second half, Houston leading Texas A&M 48-28. And Gonzaga leading Texas 18-17 with 9 minutes to go in the first half. Earlier, Michigan State advanced in the East region with a 77-69 win over Louisville. Spartans' Jeremy Fears Jr. dished out 16 assists. They talked about his passion for passing the ball.
I'll say my favorite thing about passing is seeing my teammates, score, and the joy and the excitement it brings them. Like, if they're happy, I'm happy. So just to see somebody get a dunk or somebody hit a three and they hyped, I'm hyped with them. So it's just like a great feeling, seeing somebody else be successful.
Top-seeded Michigan also advanced by blowing out St. Louis 95-72. Iowa State will apparently be shorthanded tomorrow in its game against Kentucky. Coach T.J. Otzelberger said poor Joshua Johnson is unlikely to play as he continues to deal with an ankle injury. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel and Jeff Borzello, North Carolina officials were in discussions with Coach Hubert Davis about his future. A decision on his status is expected to unfold in the upcoming days. In the women's NCAA tournament, top-ranked UConn moved on. Among the others moving on, South Carolina, Iowa, West Virginia, Ohio State, Kentucky, Notre Dame, Alabama, Louisville, USC, and Virginia. In the NBA, the Thunder are going for win number 11 in a row. And with 2:41 to go, the Thunder lead the Wizards 125-105. Hockey on ABC at 8 Eastern, Detroit and Boston.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen coming up on Monday's program. The Sweet 16 is set. Are your brackets busted? We'll talk about all of it with professional golfer Max Homa, comedian Mark Norman in studio. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Monday on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Rebound, Bam, three-pointer, no good. Rebound, Austin Reeves, and that'll do it. Final score, Lakers 134, Heat 126. The Lakers have won 8 in a row, 10 of their last 11, and some history for Luka Doncic as he becomes the first player since Kobe Bryant to score 60 points in a Lakers uniform.
Call courtesy of 710 ESPN LA. The Lakers are heating up. Luka is heating up, and Southern California might be heating up for a playoff run. It's primetime on ESPN Radio and the all-new ESPN app. Primetime on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, making it easy to save money when you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters. You'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. He's Andre Snellings. I'm home team Brandon Leak. Here they come. Here they come. Laker Nation, when you thought they were going to be in the play-in or LeBron was going to be fizzling out. Here they come, Andre, as they are looking to win 9 in a row as Luka Doncic is averaging nearly 41 points per game over their season-long 8-game winning streak. And now another salutation goes out to Laker Nation as LeBron James becomes the NBA's all-time leader in games played. He gets the shout out from the NBA and the NBA Twitter account earlier tonight as he is on the floor, and now he passes another all-time great again. He's going to have a whole lot of accolades when he's sitting in his rocking chair when he's old and gray.
Absolutely. You could say he's old and gray right now.
Aren't we all?
But he's still out there doing it. I'm telling you, I've been enjoying, as a man of a certain age, watching. Did you see the clip the other day where he's talking to Jabari Smith Jr.?
Oh, when he dunked on him?
Well, he had dunked on him, but then in the next game, they were at the free throw line and Jabari got his shirt untucked and LeBron came up to him like an unk, like, is this what we doing now? We on national TV with our shirt untucked? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he tried to school the youngsters on proper NBA etiquette.
Well, the etiquette right now is a Laker world. They have worked their way up to the 3 seed. They look like they're going to be able to catch the Spurs. But the bottom line is they are playing in a high power band. And now what Luka Doncic is doing, it is phenomenal. He dropped 60 points, grabbed 7 boards, had 5 steals to join Wilt Chamberlain as the only player to score 60 points from multiple franchises after they take out the Lakers, or the Lakers take out the Heat 134-126 earlier in the week. And now Luka is going out of his mind. LeBron has exactly what he has needed for the past really 5 years. The younger star paired up next to him on his team, doing the heavy lifting and not having to have him as the elder statesman in the NBA lead his team and lead the NBA in scoring.
Yeah. And it's not even just the scoring, right? It's like the energy that it takes to create the offense. And, last season it started with Anthony Davis and LeBron out there and unfortunately, Anthony Davis is often injured. Even when he was on the court, he, to your point, he played the secondary role to LeBron. But I think a lot of people slept maybe on just the level that LeBron was playing at for those first 50 or so games, where he was seemingly trying to carry the franchise on his back to the playoffs over the whole marathon of the NBA season. And predictably, even for, a player as great as he is at this age, he kind of broke down. His body just couldn't do that for 6 months before the playoffs even started. And so now the Lakers, with Luka and we haven't talked a lot about Austin Reeves, but he stepped up to like major superstar level this season. The two of them carrying the load on offense lets LeBron put more energy into defense and rebounding and doing other things on the court. And it also lets him not have to be worn down by the time the playoffs come around. So, yeah, I mean, they seem to have found a recipe that's working.
Yeah, everybody deserves credit. DeAndre Ayton deserves credit. Marcus Smart deserves credit, and so does their head coach, J.J. Redick. And he certainly has figured out the right potion at the right time. Here's Kendrick Perkins, ESPN NBA analyst, talking about the coach needing to get his flowers as well.
So guess what, JJ? I'm going to give you your damn flowers today. You've been coaching your ass off. We see the spirit of this team. We see the camaraderie. We see the passion, the energy. I always evaluate LeBron James, not only if he's going to put on these dunks or make these tough shots. I look at his body language. He's bought in right now. I'm looking at a DeAndre Ayton who wasn't getting minutes 2 or 3 weeks ago in the fourth quarter, is now a vital and crucial piece to their success throughout this last stretch. J.J. Redick has got the ears back of this locker room again. He has got the attention. Guys are being stars in their role. He has found the niche and found the space for Marcus Smart, who's been knocking down timely threes, being a decision maker, being a stopper. So when I look at the overall totality of the Lakers, not just LeBron, Luka, the guys playing on the floor, it's the leader, J.J. Redick.
Coach, superstar, other superstar, center, bench players, everybody stepping up, and the Lakers now have a chance to win 9 in a row. A win took place earlier today in the women's basketball tournament, and a woman that was a big part of it joins us now on Primetime on ESPN Radio, as we're joined by senior guard from West Virginia, Sydney Shaw, joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the all-new ESPN app. Thank you, Sydney, for your time today here on Primetime.
Of course, thank you for having me.
You gave them the business, 19 points, 9 boards, and you and your teammates also gave them the business as you had 4 ladies in double figures. How did you get so many women rolling in a game where you guys certainly played as a team?
Honestly, I think we were just moving the ball and taking what they gave us because we have so many players that can go off on any given night. So just trusting each other and trusting the system.
So you guys have faced some tough teams this season. You've got some wins over some strong top 25 programs. Next up, you've got Kentucky coming out the SEC, and you know the way that they're playing. What do you look for, and what do you expect in this next matchup?
I expect it to be a tough matchup. Honestly, I think that they're a very good team, and so are we. So I think that I expect toughness and grit, and I expect that it's going to be a physical game.
When you look at where you guys are now and you put up a big number like that, that has to feel good. But what about your defense when you hold a team to less than 60 while you guys had your offense rolling?
Yeah, that's obviously a great feeling. I think that we hang our hat on defense. So when things are going well on the defensive end and it leads to early offense, I think it's just best of both worlds.
Yeah, and you know, your program's been best of both worlds for quite a while now. You've only got 1 loss over like the last month. So what are your expectations for how far you and your crew can take it in this tournament?
Honestly, the expectation is to keep winning. I think that even on the tough games, and obviously you're going to have nights where things aren't falling and things aren't going your way, but just finding a way is the standard. So I think we'll go as long or as far as our determination takes us, as long as we stick to the program.
Sydney Shaw, senior guard for West Virginia, joining us here on Primetime on ESPN Radio. Take us through the world of the transfer portal. You are from Miami, Florida. You end up going to Auburn, and you transfer now into a situation where you're moving on deep into the women's NCAA tournament. What is that life like when you think things are going to be one way at Auburn and now they're a different way at West Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary process, honestly, because obviously you commit somewhere and you think that that's where you want to be for the next 4 years. And sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. So when you put your name in the portal, you don't really know who's going to jump out at you or if you're going to get picked up. And I was fortunate enough where I ended up in a place like this where it works for me. So I'm grateful for the process and grateful for the portal, honestly.
Yeah, well, you didn't just end up with a team that was, you know, willing to accept you. You ended up with a team that was willing to have you come in and become one of the leaders, right? You've dropped at least 17 points in 4 of your last 5 games. You helped lead West Virginia to just their second conference championship, first since 2017. what has it been like to kind of come in and just try to take the reins like that and help lead this team to, places they haven't been very often?
It's been amazing, honestly. It's been very interesting. You come in and you don't know what you don't know. I didn't know what I needed to work on until they put a mirror in front of myself, and I am grateful for that, and I'm grateful that they forced me to work on myself as a person in order to be able to lead that way.
You guys did something that had never been done before. West Virginia with the biggest margin of victory in program history, as you guys not only put it up offensively but defensively as well. And you guys have to be proud of both sides of the floor that you guys did as a team and for your coach. We wish you the best of luck, and we thank you for joining us here on Primetime tonight, Sydney.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sydney Shaw, senior West Virginia guard from the fine folks of West Virginia. They have to be proud. They like their programs, and they are moving on in the tournament. All right, coming up, what is it like to be a nursing student and an NCAA athlete? You'll hear it next on Primetime on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's opening day in Los Angeles.
Home to the world champion Dodgers. Dodgers chase the dynasty distinction.
Coverage begins Thursday, March 26th at 8 Eastern, with first pitch at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I was live streaming makeup tips when my internet went down. My followers were furious. Both of them.
Someone damaged the gas line and our service was turned off for safety. Now my chili is ruined and I'm simmering.
As she was digging into my chocolate delight, someone dug through a water main. No water.
No bath.
No delight.
All because my neighbor didn't contact 811.
Be a good neighbor and contact 811 before digging.
Sponsored by Georgia 811.
Ride or die. Just absolutely crazy, crazy scene. It's the NWSL you love. Look, this is the place to be. NWSL Sundays on ESPN, presented by Ally. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NCAA tournament. Plus, is it a guarantee that we'll see the Thunder and Spurs in the Western Conference Finals? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.TV. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.TV package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.TV, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.TV access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLBTV.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Jalen Waddle's a player that was desperately needed in Denver, in my opinion. I love how Miami utilized him in having cadence splits. If you're a single receiver, just one guy having a close cadence split, we used to call that nasty. If it's two guys, we call it classy. So whether you want to be nasty or classy, just know Jalen Waddle is coming at you full throttle.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Daryl from Columbus, previously from the Paul Feinbaum Show.
This is always a day we look forward to. It's the reveal of the Feinbaum collar bracket that will be running throughout the NCAA tournament. So the first unveil is the Little Feller region. John in St. Louis versus Dr. Retta. Dr. Retta's been missing in action, and John has never been in action.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
The NBA is happening now on ABC and the ESPN app. And right now, this season is unpredictable. The East is wide open, while the West challenges the Thunder. We know this rookie class is special. This MVP race is tight, and this crew is the best. Saturday Primetime, presented by Wingstop. Pistons, Timberwolves. Next Saturday at 5:30 Eastern on ABC.
This is the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN 1037.
The women of Alabama move on in the women's basketball tournament as they take out Rhode Island. We'll get a chance to talk to one of the participants here on Primetime on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. Home team Brandon Leak and Andre Snellings. You can be a part of a conversation if you weigh in at 888-SAY-ESPN. Now we get a chance to talk to a woman part of a big victory as Alabama takes out Rhode Island 68-55. And we're now joined by Alabama guard Carly Weathers, who joins us. Thank you for joining us tonight, Carly. And I want to know right off the rip, what went right for you and your team to get this win over Rhode Island today in the tournament?
I think that, we just had to settle in early. I think that one of the things that we talked about all week was to just make sure that Bama doesn't beat Bama and make sure that we play the way that we're supposed to play. So I think that what happened and what worked for us was we really tried to take a lot of pride in getting defensive stops so that we could run out in transition. And I think that when we were playing in transition, we were playing our best basketball. So I think that for 4 quarters, that was our best game plan, was to make sure that we're playing extremely hard on the defensive end of the floor so that it can lead to our offense.
Okay, Carly. Well, you play in the SEC, which is a ridiculous powerhouse of basketball. How would you say making it through the gauntlet of your schedule has prepared you for the NCAA tournament and what you're likely to see moving forward?
Yeah, like you said, it is a gauntlet. And so we are playing some of the best teams. I just told our girls this about 2 hours ago. I said, y'all, like we played against top 5 teams in the country. We've played against top 10 teams in the country. And at one point we were a top 25 team in the country. And so that just gives us a lot of confidence because we've played against some of the best players in the country, not in and not out, for the last, 2-3 months. And so we just need to take a lot of our confidence from that because we have just, we're playing against some of the best teams in the country. And so we're going toe to toe with them. And so we have to have the confidence that, we're playing with all of these teams. And so not only do we just want to play with them, but we want to try to make a statement. We want to beat these teams. And so I think that that's where our confidence comes from, is we play in such a competitive conference that it prepares us for a tournament top style. And again, the SEC, in my opinion, it's one of the best conferences in America. And so getting to guard some of the best players in the country and getting to play against some of the best defenses and offenses in the country, it only makes you better. And so we're thankful for the experience that we've had.
Carly Weathers, senior Alabama guard, joining us here on Primetime after Alabama beats Rhode Island 68-65. Your father played in the majors. Your mother, a collegiate basketball star. Your brother pitching for the Yankees. Pedigree, what is that like when you have so many successful athletes in your family when you get a chance to do so on the floor for Alabama on a night-in, night-out basis?
Yeah, I grew up in a very competitive family. You don't have those types of people without a little bit of competition. And so I think that, I've talked about this too. My younger sister, she also plays in college basketball. She plays at Freed-Hardeman in the NAI. And so growing up, it was always we were Kelly and David's kids, and we were Ryan's little sisters. And so I think just, creating a path for myself and just making a name for myself, and that's something that's truly special to me, because I wouldn't be where I am today without my parents and my older brother and my younger sister, and just the way that they've continued to push me throughout my whole entire life. I'm such a blessed person because they have pushed me to the point that I am today. And so just getting the opportunity to compete with some of my favorite girls in the world, these are my sisters. And so I think that in and of itself is just such a blessing to me, and I will never take that for granted.
Well, speaking of making a name and a path for yourself, I understand that you're pursuing nursing, and I remember what it was like trying to be a Division I NCAA athlete while I was doing engineering. I understand your schedule's pretty crazy. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. And again, I go back to it's crazy, but it's also a thing. So my schedule is kind of crazy in the aspect of I have some pretty long days. I'll go into the hospital at, 6:30. So I'll be up around 5:40, and then I'll leave at around 12:30, 12:45 and go straight to practice at 1:15. And, it's challenging. It really is challenging at times. But the thing about it is when I'm going into the hospital and I'm going to get to see so many different people, it truly changes my perspective on life. And so I'm truly blessed. I'm truly thankful for that, because when I get to go to basketball, I truly realize that it is just a game. And I'm getting to do something that I love every single day. And I'm very passionate about nursing, but I'm also very passionate about basketball. So the opportunity that I have and what the Lord has blessed me with, he's allowed me to not only pursue my dream of getting to play Division I basketball, but now he's allowing me to pursue a passion that I'm going to get to take care of people for the rest of my life. So while it is challenging, it's a huge blessing, and I would never change it for the world.
That is so special. You are so special, and we hope you have a special run the rest of the tournament. Carlin, we thank you so much for your time tonight on ESPN Radio.